Drunk and accidentally entered my ex-girlfriend's mom's room. I'm invincible now. Chapter 1, Drunk and Entering the Wrong Room. Zhao Yuqing. Damn your mother. Chen Yang poured the last gulp of liquor into his throat. The burning sensation of the cheap alcohol spread from his tongue down into his stomach. The 52-degree cheap white liquor was as disgusting as the 52 times he had been rejected at her door. On his phone screen, the bright red exclamation mark pierced his eyes painfully. It had been half a month. Ever since Zhao Yuqing broke up with him, his world had collapsed in half. The remaining half completely shattered after numerous failed attempts to win her back. For 2 years, Chen Yang had spent his 5-figure monthly salary on Zhao Yuqing. What's wrong with not being able to buy expensive bags? Chen Yang swayed as he stood up. But I'm strong, cough, cough. The violent cough made him bend down, his face covered in tears and snot. He felt for the keys on the table, the spare key Zhao Yuqing had left at his place, the key to Building D, Unit 701, Tianhua Water Palace. Alcohol clouded his mind as he stumbled downstairs, heading to find Zhao Yuqing. Driver, Tianhua Water Palace, Building D. His tongue was tangled as he gave the address, slumping in the backseat. The neon lights outside the car window drew long streaks of light, resembling the fading silhouette of Zhao Yuqing when she turned and left during the breakup. Chen Yang touched the jade pendant on his chest, the only keepsake his parents had left him. It was an ancient green jade, engraved with strange patterns. If things didn't work out, he could just pawn the jade. Young man, heartbroken. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Chen Yang didn't answer, instead sneaking another sip of the white liquor he had secretly brought along. Tianhua Water Palace was a high-end residential complex with strict security, but Chen Yang had a key and access card, and the guard let him pass with just a glance. Building 8, Unit 701. Chen Yang mumbled as he staggered toward the elevator. Inside the elevator, he stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror, disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and his shirt still stained with leftover instant noodle soup from lunch. He tried to straighten himself up, but his fingers weren't cooperating. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 7th floor. In front of Unit 701, Chen Yang fumbled several times before managing to insert the key into the lock. Yuqing, give me one more chance. Chen Yang muttered indistinctly as he pushed open the door. A familiar scent of fragrance hit him, mixed with a faint unfamiliar fragrance. The room was dark, no lights on. He stumbled forward, relying on memory to find the bedroom. He pushed open the door and vaguely saw a figure curled up on the bed. Give me some time, I'll buy you the bag you like. He threw himself onto the bed and hugged the figure. Arr! A scream rang in his ear. Chen Yang felt the person in his arms shudder violently and instinctively hugged tighter. The alcohol had numbed his senses, and he didn't notice the strange, mature scent coming from the person, which was completely different from the sweet, girlish fragrance that Zhao Yuqing usually wore. Stinky girl, drinking so much again. A woman's voice was hoarse with sleepiness. How many times do I have to tell you that it's bad for your health? The familiar yet unfamiliar voice made Chen Yang pause for a moment, but his drunken mind couldn't think straight. He felt the person in his arms struggle for a moment before seemingly giving up with a soft sigh. You kid, I told you to cherish your relationships. Now you regret it, don't you? This voice didn't sound like Yuqing's. Chen Yang tried to open his eyes but was overwhelmed by the alcohol and the emotional collapse from the past days. Just before falling into unconsciousness, he instinctively kissed the back of the person's neck and then fell completely asleep. Wang Wan froze. The warmth on her neck made her shiver. This wasn't something her daughter would do. Moreover, the feeling of the embrace. She suddenly yanked off her eye mask but couldn't make out the intruder's face in the dark. She tried to turn on the light, but she was tightly held, unable to move. Behind her came the sound of heavy breathing and the smell of alcohol, followed by a faint snore. Yuqing? Wang Wan called out cautiously, but there was no response. Carefully, she reached for the bedside lamp switch, but when her fingers touched the lamp's base, she froze. Something was pressing against her waist. Her 36 years of life experience immediately told her what it was, and her cheeks instantly burned. Wang Wan struggled to turn around, finally seeing the face of the intruder, a young man's face, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, with an undeniable heroic aura, even though he was drunk and unconscious. Chen Yang. She recognized the young man immediately. He was her daughter's ex-boyfriend, the boy who came over for dinner a few times when Yuqing was in college, the one from an ordinary family but ambitious. Wang Wan's first reaction was to scream, but she quickly covered her mouth. She couldn't wake the neighbors, and certainly couldn't let her daughter know that a man was in her bed in the middle of the night, especially not her ex-boyfriend. She tried to break free, but Chen Yang's arm was like an iron clamp. Wang Wan, both angry and embarrassed, reached for the bedside lamp to give this intruder a lesson. Just as her fingers grazed the lamp base, a faint green light suddenly shone from the collar of Chen Yang's shirt. What? Curious, Wang Wan tugged at his collar, revealing an ancient jade pendant glowing with an eerie light. Even stranger, the jade seemed to be pulsating, like a tiny beating heart. Compelled, she reached out to touch it. A current-like sensation shot through her fingers, and Wang Wan instinctively pulled her hand back, knocking the lamp over. With a crash, the lamp fell onto Chen Yang's head, and blood immediately started flowing, dripping onto the jade pendant. The jade suddenly flared with bright green light, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Wang Wan watched in horror as Chen Yang's blood was absorbed by the jade, and then the jade transformed into a beam of light that shot into his chest. This. Before she could react, a foul stench spread through the room. Chen Yang's entire body began exuding black, viscous liquid from his pores, instantly staining the sheets black. Wang Wan couldn't hold back her scream any longer. Meanwhile, Chen Yang remained completely unaware, trapped in a strange dream. In the dream, he floated in an endless starry sky, facing a massive green light sphere, its surface flowing with countless mystical symbols. Chaos begins, Shen follows the path. An ancient voice echoed in his mind, every word like a hammer striking his soul. I am the Shen Pearl Spirit, Zhuang, who has been in slumber for thousands of years. Today, I awaken upon meeting the Chaos bloodline. Chen Yang tried to speak, but no sound came from him. Your bloodline is thin, but your heart is pure. You may inherit my path. Today, I give you the Taishu Yin Dao Sutra Foundation chapter. May you diligently practice. Countless pieces of information flooded into Chen Yang's mind, causing him to clutch his head in pain, feeling as if his skull were about to burst. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps. Where is this? Memories rushed back in a tide. Drunkenness, breaking in, hugging. Wait, who was he hugging? Chen Yang bolted upright, a sharp pain shot through his head. He touched his forehead, finding a scabbed wound. What was worse, his body was covered in a layer of black filth, emitting a repulsive stench. Chapter 2, Zhao Yuqing suddenly returns. Awake! A cold, harsh female voice came from the door. Chen Yang looked up and saw a beautiful woman dressed in a silk nightgown leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, with skin as fair as snow, eyes like paintings, and waist-length hair that was slightly curled, exuding an alluring and mature charm. Even though her face wore a frosty expression, it couldn't mask the elegance that radiated from her very being. Wang Wan, Zhao Yuqing's mother. His ex-girlfriend's mother. Chen Yang's brain momentarily shut down. Aunt Wang. He stammered, his voice hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Don't call me aunt. Wang Wan said coldly. Explain, why did you break into my house in the middle of the night and climb into my bed? Wang Wan's face flushed slightly, silently relieved that her husband, Zhao Wen, hadn't come home yet. Chen Yang's face turned as red as a beetroot. He looked at his dirty clothes, then at the messed-up bedsheets, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. I drank too much, and thought this was Yuqing's room. Yuqing's room is on the opposite side. Wang Wan pointed to the door. You can't even remember your own girlfriend's room. Ex-girlfriend, Chen Yang bitterly corrected. She blocked me. Wang Wan's expression subtly shifted, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes before it quickly returned to its usual coldness. Go take a shower. You smell like you could knock someone out. She tossed him a bath towel. Take off your clothes, I'll wash them. Chen Yang awkwardly took the towel and cautiously walked toward the bathroom, careful not to rub the black dirt onto anything. Once inside, he let out a long breath, shutting the door behind him. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, besides the wound on his head, his skin seemed different. Smoother and more delicate, even the scars he had carried for years had disappeared. When he took off his clothes, Chen Yang was shocked to find that the small belly he had once had was gone, replaced by faint abdominal muscle outlines. His body's muscle lines had become sleek and powerful, like the result of long-term training. What is going on? He recalled the strange dream and the jade pendant on his chest. He looked down and found that the jade pendant was gone, but a faint green mark was left on his chest in the shape of the pendant. As the hot water washed away the black dirt, revealing skin as smooth as jade, Chen Yang felt his senses become unusually sharp. He could hear Wang Wan talking on the phone in the living room, and smell every spice in the shower gel. Turning off the water, Chen Yang suddenly noticed that his vision was piercing through the frosted glass door, clearly seeing Wang Wan standing in the living room. Her back was to the bathroom, and the curves beneath her nightgown were subtly visible. "R." Chen Yang gasped and quickly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the ability to see through had vanished. His heart was pounding, unsure if it had been an illusion. When he came out wearing the bathrobe, Wang Wan had already changed into a proper set of loungewear and was making coffee in the kitchen. "Done?" she asked without turning. "Do you want sugar in your coffee?" "No, I don't need sugar." Chen Yang awkwardly stood at the kitchen door, unsure where to put his hands and feet. Wang Wan turned around and handed him a cup of black coffee. Their fingers brushed as she passed it to him, sending a slight electric jolt through his body, nearly making him drop the cup. "Be careful." Wang Wan frowned. "Sit down and talk." Chen Yang obediently sat at the dining table, holding the coffee cup in his hands like a child who had done something wrong. "About last night," he began, struggling to speak. "Don't worry about last night." Wang Wan interrupted him. "Tell me, what's going on with your jade pendant?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. "You saw my jade pendant?" "Not only did I see it, I saw it glowing, absorbing blood, and then it drilled into your chest." Wang Wan locked eyes with him. "What is that thing?" Chen Yang instinctively covered his chest. "It's the only heirloom my parents left me." "Chen Yang." Wang Wan suddenly leaned in, the subtle fragrance of her perfume filling his nose. "Look into my eyes." Chen Yang looked up and met Wang Wan's gaze. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, though he was completely unaware. Wang Wan gasped and quickly stepped back. "Your eyes? What's wrong with my eyes?" Chen Yang blinked in confusion. Wang Wan looked at him with a complex expression. "Don't you know what's happening to you?" Chen Yang hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. "I had a strange dream. I heard a voice claiming to be Zhuange, talking about chaos bloodline and the Taishu Yin Dao Sutra." Wang Wan furrowed her brows. The Wang family was a cultivation family, but she had never heard of such bizarre things. Just then, the doorbell rang. Both of them jumped in surprise. Wang Wan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10:30 a.m. "It's probably the property management," she whispered. "You go hide in the bedroom, and don't make a sound." Chen Yang nodded, quietly sneaking into the bedroom. Through the crack in the door, he saw Wang Wan quickly adjust her expression before going to open the door. "Yuqing, what are you doing back here?" "Mom, I forgot to bring some documents." Zhao Yuqing's voice came through. "Why do you look so nervous?" "Nothing, I just don't feel well." Chen Yang held his breath as he heard footsteps approaching the bedroom. There was nowhere to hide, so in a panic, he jumped into the wardrobe. The wardrobe was filled with Wang Wan's clothes, silk nightgowns, silk blouses. A faint fragrance surrounded him, making his heart race. "Mom, have you seen the key to my room?" "No, you can go check again." Chen Yang's heart raced, and then the wardrobe door suddenly swung open, bright light spilling in. Chen Yang shut his eyes, bracing himself for the most embarrassing moment. Here it is." Zhao Yuqing pulled out a key from the wardrobe drawer, not noticing Chen Yang hiding behind the clothes. After Zhao Yuqing left, Chen Yang let out a long sigh of relief, crawling out of the wardrobe, only to bump into Wang Wan, who was standing at the bedroom door. Their eyes met, and a strange atmosphere spread in the air. "You need to go now," Wang Wan whispered. Yuqing could be back any minute. Chen Yang nodded and quickly changed into the clothes that Wang Wan had washed and dried for him. Aunt Wang, I'm really sorry about last night. As he reached the door, he sincerely apologized. Wang Wan's expression softened a little. Don't drink so much in the future. She paused. And be careful with your abilities. Chen Yang was taken aback. You believe what I said? I saw the jade enter your chest with my own eyes. What is there not to believe? Wang Wan gave a bitter smile. Now go, before anyone sees you. Chen Yang nodded, about to leave, when something suddenly occurred to him. Aunt Wang, can I still contact you? About these strange things? From their conversation, Chen Yang realized that Wang Wan was not as simple as she appeared. Wang Wan hesitated for a moment, then handed him a business card. This is my company's phone number. If you need anything urgent, you can call. Chen Yang took the card, feeling a strange electric sensation in his fingertips. He looked up at Wang Wan and noticed that her cheeks had turned slightly red. Thank you, he said softly before quickly leaving. As the elevator doors closed, Chen Yang let out a deep breath. His life had been turned upside down overnight, and it all started with a drunken misunderstanding. Walking out of the building, the sunlight hit his face, and Chen Yang felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his muscles. At that moment, a red sports car drove into the neighborhood and stopped nearby. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit got out. Zhao Yuqing quickly walked up to him. Chen Yang instinctively ducked behind a tree, watching as his ex-girlfriend chatted intimately with the man. The man took several luxury shopping bags from the car's trunk and handed them to Zhao Yuqing, kissing her on the cheek. Chapter 3 Landlord Lin Xiaoxian. I see. Chen Yang smiled bitterly, finally realizing where he lost. At the same time, I finally understood what kind of person Zhao Yuqing was. She was not short of money, she was just looking for something new. Chen Yang turned around and prepared to leave when he suddenly heard Zhao Yuqing's surprised voice, Chen Yang. Why are you here? Chen Yang froze and turned around slowly. Zhao Yuqing had already let go of the man's arm and looked at him in shock. Chen Yang was speechless, not knowing how to explain. You followed me. Zhao Yuqing's expression changed from shock to anger. That's disgusting. We've broken up. The middle-aged man next to him frowned. Baby, who is this? My ex-boyfriend is a piece of sticky candy that you can't get rid of. Zhao Yuqing said with disgust. Chen Yang, please leave immediately or I will call the police. Chen Yang looked at the girl he once loved deeply, and suddenly felt strange and disgusted. Strangely, he did not feel angry, but only a strange calmness. I'm just passing by. He said calmly, I wish you happiness. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Zhao Yuqing and the middle-aged man standing there. After walking out of the gate of the community, Chen Yang touched the mark on his chest, which was slightly warm. A cold female voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The Chaos Dao body has initially awakened, and has begun to practice the first level of the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Chen Yang was startled and looked down, but couldn't see the source of the sound. Who is speaking? I am Xuanji, the spirit of the mysterious Sky Pearl. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, you should practice diligently and not let down the Taishu inheritance. Chen Yang stood there in a daze, realizing that his life would completely change from now on. The voice in his mind was clearly audible, but he could not see the person who was speaking. People were passing by hurriedly, and no one noticed his abnormality. Xianji, he asked tentatively in his heart. I'm here. The cold female voice responded, the Chaos Dao body has initially awakened, and you need to start practicing as soon as possible to consolidate your foundation. Chen Yang swallowed his saliva, and the mark on his chest felt slightly hot. He walked quickly to a nearby park and found a secluded bench to sit down. Are you the Jade Pendant? What Chaos Dao body? Can you explain it clearly? He asked anxiously in his heart. Suddenly, a green light appeared in front of him, condensing into the image of a woman in ancient costume. She was about 20 years old, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, wearing a flowing long skirt, and her temperament was cool and elegant. I am Xuanji, the spirit of the mysterious Sky Pearl. After sleeping for thousands of years, I was awakened by the Chaos bloodline. The light and shadow woman spoke, and her voice echoed in Chen Yang's mind. The mysterious sky pearl is the treasure of the ancient Taishu palace. It contains the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Only those with chaos Dao body can inherit its heritage. Chen Yang's eyes widened and he subconsciously reached out to touch it, but his fingers passed through the shadow. Don't waste your energy. What you see now is just a projection of your spiritual consciousness. Xianji said calmly, the chaos Dao body is one of the strongest physiques in ancient times. It can integrate all laws and absorb all rivers. You are only initially awakening now. You need to practice according to their Taishu Yangdao Sutra to develop your potential. The amount of information was too much for Chen Yang to digest. He looked down at his hands, and there seemed to be a faint light flowing under his skin. So I'm Superman now. Xuanji's shadow showed an almost helpless expression. You are barely a mortal who has stepped into the threshold of cultivation. But she paused, you did gain some basic abilities, such as the perspective just now. Chen Yan's face turned red instantly, recalling the embarrassing scene outside the bathroom of Wang Weiner's house. That's not an illusion. When the Chaos Dao body awakens, it is often accompanied by the divine eye. Your ability is low now, and you can only trigger it occasionally. Xuanji explained, as your cultivation level increases, the controllability will increase. Chen Yan suddenly remembered something. Wait, why did you choose me? My parents are just ordinary people. Xuanji's shadow swayed slightly. Since Wantianzu has chosen you as its master, perhaps your ancestors have other origins. The sound of children's laughter could be heard from far away in the park, and Xuanji's shadow began to become blurry. My first appearance consumed too much energy. I need to sleep to recover. Her voice gradually became weaker. The foundation building chapter of the Taishu Yangdao Sutra has been imprinted in your mind. Comprehend it on your own. Remember, the Shentian pearl is of great importance. Don't show it to others easily. Before he finished speaking, the shadow disappeared without a trace. Chen Yang sat there for a moment, trying to recall the information in his mind. Sure enough, a passage titled Taishu Yangdao Jing Foundation Building Chapter emerged clearly. Although most of it was obscure ancient Chinese, it was strange that he could understand its meaning. Drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to temper my body and refine my soul. He muttered to himself, feeling a warm current flowing slowly in his body along with his thoughts. Hey, are you okay, bro? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Yang looked up and saw an old man walking his dog looking at him with concern. You've been talking to yourself for a long time, and you don't look very good. The old man handed him a bottle of water and said, young man, stay up late less. Your health is more important. Chen Yang then realized that in the eyes of others, he was just talking to the air. He thanked them awkwardly and stood up to leave the park. On their way home, Chen Yang tried to control the warm current in his body. After several failures, he unexpectedly discovered that as long as he focused on the mark on his chest, the warm current would flow along the meridians to his limbs and bones, bringing a strange sense of comfort. When passing by a jewelry store, Chen Yang stopped for some unknown reason. There were various jade jewelry on display in the window, and his eyes were unconsciously attracted by a green jade pendant. Can I see this? He walked into the store and pointed at the pendant. The clerk took out the pendant and handed it to him. Sir, you have good taste. This is top-grade Hichin jade, and it's on sale for only $28.88. Chen Yang took the pendant and suddenly felt a burning sensation on his chest. Even stranger was that he could actually see tiny cyan dots of light flowing inside the pendant. Is there anything special about this jade? He asked tentatively. The clerk smiled and said, it's just ordinary Hichin jade, but the quality is really good. Chen Yang put down the pendant thoughtfully, and tried several other pieces of jade, and found that only the green jade could cause a reaction in his body. After leaving the jewelry store, he was more convinced that he had acquired some kind of ability. Thinking of Xuanji's clairvoyance, perhaps this was another manifestation of ability? When Chen Yang returned to the downstairs of the rented apartment, he met the landlord Lin Xiaoxian, who was leaning against a motorcycle playing with her cell phone. She was in her early 20s, and her tall figure was accentuated by the hot pants and tight t-shirt she wore. It was hard to imagine that she was the landlord. Hey, Mr. Designer Chen is back. Lin Xiaoxian looked up and raised her eyebrows. This month's rent is overdue for another 3 days. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. The salary has not been paid yet, can you give me a few more days? Lin Xiaoxian curled her lips, the day after tomorrow at the latest, otherwise change the locks. She suddenly narrowed her eyes. Hey, you look different. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Really? I can't tell. Lin Xiaoxian took a few steps closer, almost sticking to Chen Yang. He seems to have become more handsome. Did you get some microplastic surgery? The faint scent of her perfume penetrated Chen Yang's nostrils. Different from Wang Wan's elegant and mature fragrance, Lin Xiaoxian's breath was more youthful and energetic. Chen Yang unconsciously took a half step back, but at this moment that ability of perspective appeared again. The pink lace bra was faintly visible under Lin Xiaoxian's t-shirt, and Chen Yang quickly closed his eyes. What's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Lin Xiaoxian asked puzzledly. No. I'm a little tired. Chen Yang walked around her sideways. I will pay the rent the day after tomorrow. Chapter 4, Encounter with Yang Ruyu. After saying that, Chen Yang went upstairs and breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to his room. What happened today was too bizarre, and he needed time to digest it. After taking a cold shower, Chen Yang sat cross-legged on the bed and tried his first formal practice according to the method recorded in the Taishu Yangdao Jing. Holding the origin and keeping the unity, guiding the qi back to the abyss. Gradually, he felt tiny particles of light in the air around him gathering towards him, penetrating into his body through his skin and circulating in his meridians. The mark on the chest became hotter and hotter, until it glowed and heated up inside the body like a little sun. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yang was awakened by a series of hurried knocks on the door. Chen Yang! Open the door! It was Lin Xiaoxian's voice. What are you doing in there? Chen Yang opened his eyes and was surprised to find that it was already dusk outside the window. What shocked him even more was that his entire body was covered with a thin layer of black dirt that gave off a faint fishy odor. Wait a minute! He jumped out of bed in a hurry and rushed into the bathroom to take a quick shower. After opening the door, Lin Xiaoxian walked into the room and glanced at Shiju. Their whole building has lost power. Did you do this? Chen Yang looked at Lin Xiaoxian's back. The black strap tied on her smooth back was so thin that Chen Yang suspected it would break without being able to withstand the force. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxian's gaze returned to Chen Yang. She stared at Chen Yang with wide eyes. What are you looking at? Not with your eyes. Chen Yang was stunned. What's wrong with my eyes? It's glowing. Lin Xiaoxian took a half step back. Golden. Chen Yang went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Sure enough, there was a faint golden light around the edge of his pupils. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the golden light had disappeared. You're seeing things. It could be the reflection of the setting sun. He walked out with forced calmness. Why did you come to me when the power was out? I was just sleeping. Lin Xiaoxian was skeptical. Strange, the electrician said the power outage was due to unstable voltage. She wrinkled her nose. What's that smell? It feels like something is burnt. Chen Yang knew that it was the smell of impurities expelled from his body. It might be the restaurant across the street from us. Well, that seems to be true. I'll be leaving first. After seeing Lin Xiaoxian off, Chen Yang locked the door and found that there were more than a dozen missed calls on his phone, all from the company. Oh no. He slapped his forehead. He was supposed to go to work today. Just as I was about to call back, a text message popped up. Chen Yang, you are fired for being absent from work without reason. The blow of unemployment made Chen Yang sit there for a long time. Losing his job, his bank account balance falling below the Western digits. Before he broke up with Zhao Yuqing, these would have been enough to make him collapse. But at this moment, a strange calmness enveloped him. With the Shenzhen Pearl, why would I be worried about not being able to find a job? He laughed at himself, and then was shocked by his own thoughts. Since when did he put his hopes on a mysterious jade pendant? Gurgle. His stomach protested. Chen Yang then remembered that he hadn't eaten for a day. He searched the refrigerator and only found half a pack of instant noodles and 2 eggs. While cooking noodles, Chen Yang tried to contact Xian Ji again, but got no response. However, the content of Taishu Yangdao Jing became clearer in his mind, and even some new paragraphs emerged automatically. It seems I need to figure it out on my own. He was thinking about his next plan while eating noodles. First, we need to solve the economic problem. Thinking of his experience in the jewelry store, Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could make some quick money with his treasure appraisal skills. The next morning, Chen Yang came to the famous antique street in Haicheng. There were many shops and stalls here, with real and fake antiques mixed together, and you had to rely on your eyesight to find bargains. After visiting several stores, Chen Yang discovered that his abilities were sometimes effective and sometimes not. Some artifacts claiming to be Ming Dynasty antiques had no luster in his eyes, but a worn-out copper coin casually discarded in a corner by a stall owner emitted a faint white halo. "How much is this?" Chen Yang asked, pointing at the copper coin. The stall owner was an old man with wrinkles all over his face. He glanced at it and said, "Kanshi Tongbao, 500. Although Chen Yang didn't know much about ancient coins, he knew that this copper coin was not simple. After bargaining, he sold it for 300 yuan. As soon as I left the stall, a gentle female voice came from behind me, "Sir, can I see the copper coin just now?" As soon as I turned around, I saw a woman who was about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a simple cheongsam. She had a beautiful face and a gentle yet sexy temperament. The snow-white legs are faintly visible. This is a top-notch beauty that is not inferior to Wanwana. "Who are you?" "Yang Ruyu, the owner of the Yarjajai, in front." The woman smiled and stretched out her hand. Chen Yang shook hands with her, and the hand felt soft, delicate and smooth. Chen Yang sighed in his heart, "Are all beautiful women's hands like this?" After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yang took out the copper coin and handed it over. Yang Ruyu took the copper coin, took out a magnifying glass from her handbag and observed it carefully. She then touched the inscription on the coin with her fingertips, her expression gradually becoming surprised. "This gentleman has a good eye." She handed the copper coin back. "This is not an ordinary Kangxi Tongbao, but a Luohan coin that was trial cast by the Baoquan Bureau during the Kangxi period. There are very few of them left. If you are willing to transfer it, I can offer 50,000. 50,000. Chen Yang almost bit his tongue. Yang Ryu thought Chen Yang disliked that she gave him too little. "If you don't believe it, you can go to a professional organization for appraisal." Then she handed over a business card. "Contact me anytime when you have considered it." Chen Yang took the business card and suddenly felt a heat on his chest. He subconsciously looked at the jade bracelet on Yang Ruyu's left wrist, which was emitting a strong green light. "Your bracelet?" he blurted out. Yang Ryu was slightly startled, and subconsciously put down her left hand. "You also have research on this?" Seeing this, Chen Yang realized that he had spoken out of turn and quickly shook his head. "Sorry, I just think it looks good." After bidding farewell to Yang Ryu, Chen Yang found a secluded place and studied the copper coin again. After concentrating his attention, he could indeed see a very weak spiritual energy flowing on the surface of the copper coin, but it was a far cry from Yang Ruyu's bracelet. "It seems that my ability is particularly sensitive to ancient jade." He secretly noted this. Just as he was about to leave the antique street, Chen Yang suddenly felt a palpitation. He looked around Shizhou alertly and found two men in black staring at him not far away. Their temples were slightly bulging and their eyes were as sharp as eagles. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Chen Yang quickened his pace, and the two immediately followed. I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Chen Yang turned and entered a shopping mall, blending into the crowd and getting rid of the follower. "Who is it? Robbers? Police?" Chen Yang frowned. On their way back, Chen Yang was extremely careful. He walked around several times to make sure that no one was following him before returning to the rental house. After closing the door, he immediately called Yang Ryu and expressed his willingness to sell the copper coin. "Great," Yang Ryu said cheerfully, "how about coming to my shop tomorrow morning to trade?" "Can." After hanging up the phone, there was another knock on the door. This time it was not Lin Xiaoxian, but a completely unfamiliar female voice. "Mr. Chen Yang, I'm from the supervision department. Please open the door." Chen Yang held his breath. He had never heard of the supervisory department. "I know you're in there," the woman continued. "We need to talk about what happened today in Antique Street." After hesitating for a long time, Chen Yang finally opened the door. Chapter 5, Mu Qingxue, the 9 Realms of Cultivation. The door opened, and outside stood a young woman in a black uniform. She was about 23 years old, with short hair and delicate features, yet exuded a heroic spirit. "Another D?" Chen Yang murmured. "What did you say?" the woman asked with a frown on her face. "Nothing. I thought of two things. The woman didn't care and showed her ID, which read Mu Qingxue from the supervisory department. Can we go in and talk? Mu Qingxue asked. Hearing this, Chen Yang stepped aside to let her in. Since the door was open, he wanted to see what the woman wanted, but he still had to be vigilant. Just as Mu Qingxue walked past Chen Yang, his eyes lit up, and then a scene that made his brain congested came into Chen Yang's sight. Semi-enclosed thin section. Mu Qingxue walked around the small rental house, her eyes lingering on the book, Antique Appreciation Primer, on Chen Yang's bedside for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Do you know about cultivators?" Chen Yanshan pretended to be surprised. "What cultivator?" "Stop pretending." Mu Qingxue turned around and looked at him. "The way you picked up bargains in the antique street today produced energy fluctuations that we noticed. Although I don't know what kind of opportunity you got, but you dare to use your ability indiscriminately outside when you just got started. You are quite courageous." Chen Yang tried to remain calm. "I don't understand what you are saying." Mu Qingxue sighed. "You think we would follow you for no reason? Don't worry, we are not here to cause trouble. The duty of the supervision department is to monitor civilian practitioners and prevent them from disrupting order." She handed Chen Yang a document. "This is the supervision department management regulations. Read it carefully and sign it. From now on, you only need to report to the supervision department once a month." Chen Yang looked through the document, which detailed provisions that stated that practitioners were not allowed to use their abilities to commit crimes or attack ordinary people without reason. "Will your people follow me from now on? Who do you think you are? We don't have so much time to monitor a beginner like you, but we still need some time," Mu Qingxue said bluntly. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If he had followed the same song, he would have been uncomfortable. "After realizing that you are a cultivator, we investigated your whereabouts. You'd better stay away from Wang Wanner." "What's the meaning?" "The Wang family is a cultivation family. Although the Zhao family is only a branch that can be married into, it is also a cultivation family and is even stronger than the Wang family." Chen Yang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Wang Wan was from a cultivation family. No wonder she was not afraid of his sudden change. The people in her lineage are mediocre in talent and have not inherited the family's true teachings. Mu Qingxue shrugged, "But if you hang out with her, not to mention the Wang family, even the Zhao family will not let you go." Chen Yang didn't pay attention to Mu Qingxue's reminder, but recalled that he slept with Wang Wanner in his arms all night after getting drunk. If it ended like this, it would not be Chen Yang's style. After signing, Mu Qingxue warned before leaving, "Although the two families are not strong, they are more than enough to deal with a novice like you, unless you want to try your life. Thank you for the reminder, but I, Chen Yang, only act according to my mood." Mu Qingxue didn't say anything more and walked away. After closing the door, Chen Yang collapsed on the bed. The amount of information he received today was too much. He tried to contact Xianji again, and this time he finally got a response. "That girl is right." Xuanji's voice rang in his mind, sounding weaker than last time. "You are too weak now, it is not appropriate for you to confront the cultivation family head-on. Why did you show up just now?" Chen Yang complained. "I consumed too much energy during the day." Xuanji briefly explained, "I noticed that the copper coin on you does have some secrets, and contains a small amount of spiritual energy." Chen Yang remembered something. "Oh, Yang Ruyu's bracelet has a very strong spiritual reaction." "Oh." Xuanji seemed interested. "Describe the woman." "I only know her name is Yang Ruyu, and her age is approximately." Next, Chen Yang told everything he knew. After hearing the description, Xuanji pondered for a moment. This girl may have the treasure appraisal spiritual eyes, which is a rare treasure appraisal talent in the cultivation world. If you have the opportunity to meet her more often, it will be helpful for you to collect cultivation resources. Good. Chen Yang agreed. That night, Chen Yang continued to practice according to the Taishu Yandao Jing, and this time he was more adept at it. After the spiritual energy in his body circulated for 36 weeks, he felt his bones crackling, his muscle fibers seemed to be reorganized, and his five senses were elevated to a higher level again. The third level of body tempering has made rapid progress. Xuanji's voice was full of praise. "It is worthy of being a Chaos Dao body. Mortal Realm Level 3, Body Tempering, Essence Condensation, Mysterious Enlightenment. The third level of Spiritual Realm, Divine Sea, Cave Heaven, Holy Land. 3 levels of semi-immortals, Qinzuan, Dodi, Jishin. In the bathroom, Chen Yang looked at himself in the mirror. His muscle lines became more distinct, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, and his whole temperament had subtly changed. The next morning, Chen Yang arrived at Yarjajai as promised. The interior is elegantly decorated, with various antiques and collectibles displayed on the antique shelves. Yang Ruyu was wiping a blue and white porcelain vase behind the counter. When she saw Chen Yang come in, she smiled sweetly. Mr. Chen is on time. She put down the porcelain bottle and took out an envelope from the drawer. This is 50,000 in cash. Please count it. Chen Yang took the thick envelope and put it in his pocket first. No need to count, trust Boss Yang. Yang Ruyu's eyes flashed with praise. That's great. She took out an exquisite brocade box. This is a gift, just to make friends. In the box was a warm white jade peace buckle. Although the spiritual energy reaction was weak, the workmanship was exquisite. Chen Yang thanked it and accepted it, but he had no intention of leaving immediately. Anything else? Yang Ruyu asked sharply. Chen Yang considered his words carefully. Boss Yang is very knowledgeable about ancient jade. My family has a long history of learning. Yang Ruyu smiled. My grandfather was a famous treasure appraiser during the Republic of China period. Chen Yang nodded and pointed to the jade bracelet on her wrist. Can I ask about the origin of that string of beads? Yang Ruyu's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously covered the bracelet. This is a family heirloom, I won't sell it. I didn't want to buy it. Chen Yang looked into her eyes. I just thought it was very special and full of spiritual energy. Since Xianji asked her to have more contact with Yang Ryu, she should reveal some things that interested her appropriately. Spiritual energy. Yang Ruyu's pupils shrank slightly, and she lowered her voice. Mr. Chen also understands this. The two looked at each other for a moment, and a tacit understanding was reached in silence. Yang Ryu turned around, closed the door, and hung up a sign saying that the business was temporarily suspended. PLZ, follow me. She led Chen Yang through the store and came to a hidden tea room at the back. In the middle of the tea room stood a Huanghuali tea table, and on the wall hung several ancient paintings, one of which was a landscape painting that actually emitted a faint spiritual fluctuation. Sit down. Yang Ryu made a cup of tea and pushed it to Chen Yang. Now we can be frank. Are you a cultivator? Chen Yang did not answer immediately, but stretched out his hand and tried to guide the spiritual energy in his body. A faint golden light flowed through his fingertips. Although it was fleeting, it was enough to prove his identity. Yang Ryu let out a long sigh. I knew you were not an ordinary person. She took off her bracelet and placed it on the tea table. This string of pure heart jade spirit beads was passed down from my ancestors. There are 12 beads in total, and each one is engraved with a miniature spirit gathering array. Chen Yang observed closely and indeed saw that each jade bead was engraved with fine patterns inside, which were similar to some of the formations recorded in the Taishu Yangdao Jing in his mind. You also have special abilities, right? Chen Yang asked tentatively, for example, the ability to identify treasures. Chapter 6 When Wainer Calls. Yang Ruyu's hand trembled and tea spilled on the table. How did you know? She looked at Chen Yang with a complicated expression. This was the biggest secret of their family. Ms. Yang, you don't need to know how I know this, but I can assure you that I have no ill will towards you. Yang Ryu stared at Chen Yang for a moment and nodded, choosing to believe it. In the next hour, Chen Yang briefly explained his situation, of course hiding the embarrassing experience with Wanwana. Yang Ryu also revealed her life experience. After all, the biggest secret has been known by Chen Yang, so what else can't be said? After hearing what Yang Ryu said, Chen Yang understood. It turned out that the ancestors of the Yang family were a famous treasure appraiser family in the cultivation world, and they were good at making various spiritual tools and artifacts. But as the spiritual energy dried up, the family gradually declined. By Yang Ruyu's generation, she was the only one who inherited the talent of identifying treasures with her spiritual eyes. No wonder you can tell the authenticity and age of antiques at a glance. Chen Yang said. Yang Ryu nodded. Not only that, I can also see their qi on the objects. The older and better the antiques, the stronger the qi. She pointed at Chen Yang's chest and said, the aura on you is the strongest I've ever seen. Your head is like a little sun. The two had a very pleasant conversation and agreed to cooperate in treasure hunting in the future. Before leaving, Yang Ryu returned the Arhat coin to Chen Yang. Oh, right, Yang Ruyu suddenly remembered something. There are a few new faces coming to the antique street recently. Be careful, they might be targeting you. Chen Yang didn't care. The unfamiliar face Yang Ruyu mentioned was from the supervisory department. Back downstairs in the rental house, Chen Yang met Lin Xiaoxian again. This time she was wearing a taekwondo uniform and seemed to have just returned from training. Oh, are you rich? Lin Xiaoxian raised her eyebrows and looked at the high-end tea gift box in Chen Yan's hand, which was given by Yang Ruyu. Chen Yan smiled, a little look. He took out the rent from the envelope and handed it over. This is the rent you owe, and the extra 1,000 is interest. Lin Xiaoxian took the money but showed no intention of giving way. Chen Yang, you have been acting really strange these past 2 days. She leaned in and sniffed. You smell like a woman's perfume, and there is another indescribable smell. Chen Yang took a half step back. Are you born in the year of the dog? Don't give me that. Lin Xiaoxian suddenly lowered her voice. Were you responsible for the sudden power outage yesterday? As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxian suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Yang's collar. At the moment her palm touched Chen Yang's chest, a faint golden light burst out from the point of contact between the two. Lin Xiaoxian retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted, with a shocked expression. You too. She stuttered and couldn't form a complete sentence. Chen Yang was also surprised. Yeah, what does that mean? Lin Xiaoxian looked around, pulled Chen Yang upstairs quickly, and locked the door immediately after entering his rental house. Listen, I don't know how you became a cultivator, but I warn you, don't cause trouble in my house. She continued with a serious look. My grandfather is from the Lin family. Lin family? Chen Yang was confused. Lin Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. Hasn't anyone heard of the Lin family in Qianhai province? Seeing that Chen Yang was indeed at a loss, she sighed. It seems that you are a wild person. She took out a jade pendant from the ravine. Do you recognize this? The jade pendant was simple in shape, with the word Lin engraved on it, exuding a faint spiritual aura. Chen Yang focused his attention and saw a golden thread as thin as a hair flowing inside the jade pendant. Is this a protective magic weapon? You have some good eyesight. Lin Xiaoxian let go of the jade pendant and slid back into the ravine. I am from the side branch of the Lin family. Although I didn't receive the true teachings, I still have some basic eyesight. She stared at Chen Yang's chest and said, you have to learn to restrain yourself, otherwise you will get into trouble sooner or later. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. I've been in trouble. He briefly talked about the matter of the supervisory department. Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up after hearing this. How about this? Your rent will be waived from now on, and in exchange you have to teach me some cultivation techniques. Me? Teach you? Chen Yang was surprised. You are not from the Lin family. Side branch. You are not qualified to learn the core skills. Lin Xiaoxian interrupted impatiently. I don't need you to teach me everything, just give me some pointers. Chen Yang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. More friends mean more paths, especially if they are from a cultivation family. Lin Xiaoxian smiled with satisfaction and took out a yellowed booklet from her backpack. As a gift, this is for you. Chen Yang took it and looked at it. On the cover was written, Bajikan Manual. It's an external martial art, but it works well when combined with internal breathing. Lin Xiaoxian explained, this is the introductory book my grandpa gave me. Thank you. You should leave now, or people will misunderstand you. I'm a wealthy woman with such good looks, and you're afraid of being misunderstood. Lin Xiaoxian was a little annoyed. This guy was so anxious to get rid of her. Didn't the scent of a young girl smell good? I feel itchy when I can't eat it. Chen Yang teased Lin Xiaoxian only because he was quite familiar with her. How do you know you can't eat it if you haven't even tried it? Chen Yang was a little confused when he heard this. My heart is moved. Stop dreaming. You are still not worthy of my attention. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian walked away. Chen Yang shook his head while waiting for Lin Xiaoxian. He flipped through their boxing manual. Compared with their Taishu Yangdao Jing, this is indeed just a rough skill, but it is just right for him to practice now. Especially the part about force techniques, which is very helpful for a novice like him. That night, Chen Yang tried to combine Bajikan with the breathing method of Taisujing, and the effect was surprisingly good. After a set of punches, the speed of the spiritual energy in his body increased by more than twice. Tempering the body. Xuanji said in surprise, rapid progress. Chen Yang felt the surging power in his body, and his confidence increased greatly. He took out the peace locket that Yang Ruyu had given him, which already had a little spiritual energy, and placed it in the palm of his hand, absorbing the weak spiritual energy in it according to the method taught by Xuanji. As the spiritual energy entered his body, the mark on his chest became slightly hot, and a few more pages of the Taishu Yangdao Sutra appeared in his mind. This time, it was about the detailed method of cultivating the clairvoyance. It seems that as my cultivation level improves, the contents of the scriptures will be gradually unlocked. Chen Yang suddenly realized. Just as he was about to continue practicing, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Yes, it's me. Wanwana's soft but nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yang, I may need your help. Aunt Wang? What happened? Chen Yang held the phone tightly, his heart pounding. On the other end of the phone, Wanwana's breathing was a little rapid. I have some physical problems. Ever since you hugged me all night that day, Her voice became lower and lower. It's hard to explain over the phone. Can we talk in person? Chen Yang glanced at the dark night outside the window. Now. It's too late now. Let's go tomorrow. Wanwana seemed to have calmed down a little. 10 o'clock in the morning, Jingshan Tea House in the city center, the elegant seats on the second floor. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang looked at the mark of the Shentian pearl on his chest, and his mind was filled with thoughts. What happened to Wanwana? Did the Shentian pearl have any effect on her? Xianji, do you know what's going on? He called out to the spirit of the weapon in his heart. You had physical contact with her for a long time, so it was inevitable that the spiritual energy entered your body. Xuanji's voice was a little tired. Ordinary people can't withstand the Taishu spiritual energy. At the very least, they will feel uncomfortable, and at the worst, their bodies will explode and die. Chen Yang's heart tightened. What should I do then? Either destroy her dantian or help her refine it. Chapter 7. You know this is impossible. Hearing this, Chen Yang tended to the latter. The next morning, Chen Yang got up early and circulated his spiritual energy according to the Taishu Yangdao Jing to consolidate his body tempering level. After a night of practice, he became more proficient in controlling his clairvoyance and could actively trigger it when needed instead of it appearing suddenly and uncontrollably. I'm going to meet Aunt Wang today, so I have to get ready. He rummaged through his closet and found the most decent set of clothes, a dark blue casual suit that he bought for a job interview when he graduated from college. Jingshan Tea House is a well-known old brand in Haicheng, with antique decoration and famous for its privacy. Chen Yang arrived half an hour early, asked for a private seat in the corner of the second floor, and ordered a pot of biluochun. At 10 o'clock, Wanwana showed up on time. She was wearing a beige suit, sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, and seemed to be deliberately keeping a low profile. But even so, her elegant temperament and graceful figure still attracted a lot of attention. Auntie Wang. Chen Yang stood up to greet her. Wanwana nodded slightly, sat down opposite him, and took off her sunglasses. Chen Yang then realized that Wanwana looked pale, with obvious dark circles under her eyes, but strangely, her skin was smoother and more delicate than the last time they met, and even had an unnatural luster. Call me Wana, don't call me auntie. As soon as the words came out, the air between the two seemed to freeze. Wanwana was stunned. She didn't expect why she would say such a thing. In an instant, her ears felt hot and her cheeks flushed slightly, like a shy girl. She subconsciously lowered her head and touched the edge of the teacup with her fingertips, as if this could hide her inner panic. What are you talking about? The name Wanner is too intimate and has a hint of ambiguity. What's more, the man in front of her was none other than her daughter's ex-boyfriend, a young man who was 16 years younger than her. How could she say such a thing? So embarrassing. What happened? Chen Yang deliberately avoided the title. Wanwana took a sip of tea and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Since that night, I started having strange dreams. In the dream, someone was teaching me how to breathe, meditate, and do some strange movements. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Even stranger, I found that I could see things that ordinary people couldn't see, such as the light on people. Chen Yang's heart was shocked. Isn't this the ability to observe qi that only practitioners have? Also, Wanwana continued, my waist injury has healed. Back injury. Chen Yang was puzzled. He had never heard Zhao Yuqing say that. I had lumbar disease for many years and had seen countless doctors, but it was useless. Wanwana's eyes flashed with surprise, but after that day, the pain completely disappeared, and even the hospital's examination showed that I was cured. Chen Yang's chest felt warm, and the Shenqian pearl vibrated slightly in his body. Xuanzhe's voice first rang in his mind. This is a sign of Zhuangke's spiritual body awakening. The spiritual energy in her body has begun to liquefy. If it is not channeled, her meridians will burst and she will die within 5 days. Chen Yang's face suddenly changed, and the teacup in his hand cracked with a click. What's wrong? Wanwana was keenly aware of the abnormality, and her almond-shaped eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light, which was a sign of her initial mastery of the ability to observe qi. Nothing. Chen Yang tried to remain calm. Apart from these, what else is there? I can now hear the waiters whispering 10 meters away, and smell what the guests at the next table had for breakfast. Last night Yuqing called me, and I could even hear her voice with a man. She suddenly stopped talking, realizing that she had mentioned a name that she shouldn't have. There was an awkward silence. I need to teach you how to control these abilities. Chen Yang finally broke the silence, otherwise they will backfire on you. Wanwaner's eyes flashed with hope. Can it really be controlled? I didn't dare go home these days, for fear that my husband would find something wrong. Let's find a quiet place and start now. Chen Yang stood up to pay the bill, deliberately ignoring the slight discomfort in his heart when Wanwana mentioned her husband. Go to Haiyu Garden. I own a property there. In room 701, building A, Haiyu Garden. What should I do? Take off your coat. You? Wanwana was both embarrassed and angry. She was left with only one coat after taking it off. She thought Chen Yang was trying to take advantage of her. As if he understood what Wanwana meant, Chen Yang said, my cultivation is still shallow and I can't do it through the outer garment at the moment. Wanwana struggled internally for a long time and finally took off her coat. Sit cross-legged and close your eyes. Chen Yang's voice was a little dry. At the age of 36, his figure was more slender than that of a 20-year-old girl. This was the result of years of yoga practice. I will guide you to feel the direction of the spiritual energy in your body. When his fingertips lightly touched Wanwana's brow, Wanwana trembled all over. As soon as Chen Yang's spiritual power penetrated into her body, it was entangled by a powerful suction force. Xian Qi's spiritual body was instinctively seeking jewel cultivation. Wanwana suddenly cried out in pain and fell backwards. Chen Yang hurriedly grabbed her shoulders, but saw spider web-like golden lines appearing on her neck, which was a sign of spiritual energy overload. Their faces were close together, and Wanwana's rapid breathing brushed Chen Yang's jaw. Her pupils turned completely golden, and her lips were an unnaturally bright red. Chen Yang, I'm so hot. She grabbed Chen Yang's collar unconsciously, and sweat broke out on her cheeks. Xian Ji's voice exploded in Chen Yang's mind. We must practice jewel cultivation immediately. Her spirit body has begun to devour itself. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and injected most of the pure yarn spiritual power in his body into Wanwana's forehead, temporarily suppressing the runaway spiritual power. Wanwana gradually calmed down in his arms. The golden patterns faded away, but her face became paler. What happened to me just now? Wanwana asked weakly, and then found herself almost half lying in Chen Yang's arms, and she struggled to sit up in panic. Your condition is more serious than I thought. Chen Yang said in a low voice, you have a special physique called Zhuangke's spirit body. Once this physique is activated, it will continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, but you cannot transform it yourself. What will happen? Wanwana grasped the key point sharply. Chen Yang was silent for a moment. If you don't dredge it in time, the spiritual energy will burst your meridians. Wanwana's face turned pale. Is there any solution? There are 2 methods. Chen Yang said with difficulty, one is to destroy the dantian, but you will lose all the benefits you have now, and your waist injury will relapse. What about the other one? Wanwana looked into his eyes for the first time. Her woman's instinct allowed her to guess the answer. Jewel cultivation. Chen Yang almost squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth. Through close contact, let the spiritual energy circulate and transform between the 2 of us. The room was so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. Wanwana's face turned from white to red, and then from red to white. She suddenly stood up. You know this is impossible. Her voice was unusually resolute. You are my daughter's ex-boyfriend. I am 16 years older than you. I have a husband. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. I just told you all the options. Although the method of destroying Dantian is painful, but I will be tortured by back pain. Tears suddenly flowed from the corners of Wanwana's eyes, but you know. This period of time is the first time in 19 years that I feel that I am truly alive. She choked up and couldn't continue. The two of them sat in silence, the air filled with an inexplicable awkwardness and some inexplicable emotions. Chapter 8 by Yuqing. 5 days. Finally, Chen Yang broke the silence. You still have 5 days to think about it. I have temporarily suppressed the spiritual power in your body, but it is only a temporary solution. Chen Yang got up and left. Wanner. He suddenly turned around and used this intimate name for the first time. If the symptoms suddenly get worse, feel free to contact me. Leaving Haiyu Garden, Chen Yang sighed, and the Shentian pearl in his chest felt slightly hot. Xuanzhe's voice was a bit teasing. Boy, you are moved. Shut up. Chen Yang was angry, but he couldn't refute. When he hugged Wang Wanner again, he did feel a kind of throbbing that transcended age and status. What's even more terrifying is that he suspected that Wang Wan also felt it for a moment, and their heartbeats were synchronized. After leaving, Chen Yang did not go home first, but went to a Chinese medicine clinic in the city center. Since he got the Shentian pearl, he has developed a strong interest in medicine. There are also many contents related to medicine in the Taishu Yangdao Jing, and he wants to verify whether it is reliable. Renshan Hall is the most famous Chinese medicine clinic in Haicheng. It is an antique 3-story building with a plaque reading "The Reincarnation of Huer Tuor" hanging in front of the door. As soon as Chen Yang entered the door, he was attracted by a quarrel. My father clearly had a cold, but you treated him as if he had a fever. Now his condition has worsened. You are responsible. A young woman was arguing at the front desk. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a slim figure under her white coat, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her oval face, and an intellectual temperament with a bit of sharpness. Dr. Bai, don't worry, Mr. Li is seeing him again. The receptionist explained with sweat on her forehead. Chen Yang moved closer out of curiosity and happened to see a white-haired old man in the clinic feeling the pulse of a middle-aged man on the bed with a frown on his face. Through the open door, Chen Yang subconsciously activated his clairvoyance and saw a cloud of black air wrapped around the middle-aged man's lungs, while his liver was glowing an abnormal red light. The lungs are cold, the liver is hot, the yin and yang are reversed. He muttered to himself, not noticing that his voice was a little louder. Dr. Bai turned his head suddenly. What did you say? Chen Yang came back to his senses and waved his hands awkwardly. Nothing, just talking casually. Dr. Bai grabbed him and said, no, what's the basis for what you just said about cold lungs and hot livers? Facing the woman's sharp gaze, Chen Yang had no choice but to explain. The patient's face is pale but his cheekbones are red, his cough is heavy but his sputum is small and thin, which is a sign of external cold and internal heat. In addition, his left hand keeps pressing under his right ribs, which is obviously discomfort in the liver area. Dr. Bai's eyes widened. Which medical school are you from? I taught myself Chinese medicine. Chen Yang was vague. At this time, Mr. Li came out of the clinic, shook his head and sighed. Dr. Bai, your father's condition is complicated, and I am not very knowledgeable. I am afraid. It's lung cold and liver heat, and the yin and yang are reversed. Dr. Bai suddenly said, pointing at Chen Yang, this gentleman's diagnosis just now. Upon hearing this, Elder Li's face suddenly darkened, and his grey eyebrows almost stood up. Absurd. I have been practicing medicine for 50 years, and I have never heard of the fallacy of cold lungs and hot livers. He turned to Dr. Bai and said sternly, Dr. Bai, as a doctor of Western medicine, are you going to listen to the nonsense of this quack? The air in the clinic froze instantly. The nurses at the front desk quietly poked their heads out, and the patients in the corridor also stopped and looked in. Chen Yang was neither humble nor arrogant. In the 37th article of Treatise on Febrile Diseases, it is said, after 5 or 6 days of typhoid fever, there is alternating chills and fever, hardness and distension under the hypochondrium, which is exactly the symptom of external evil entering the interior and mixed chills and fever. How dare you? Elder Li shouted angrily, how dare you, a young boy, use the Treatise on Febrile Diseases to pressure me? He turned to Dr. Bai again, your father clearly has a febrile disease entering the body, and the heat and poison are blocking the lungs. But my father has never had a fever. Dr. Bai interrupted suddenly, his eyes flashing sharply behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Mr. Lee, the heat-clearing prescription you prescribed has made his coughing and bleeding worse after 3 days of continuous use. How do you explain this? Mr. Lee was speechless for a moment, his face flushed red. At this time, a violent cough was heard in the ward, followed by the nurse's exclamation, "The patient is vomiting blood." Dr. Bai's face changed drastically, and he rushed into the ward. Chen Yang didn't care about anything else and followed him. The middle-aged man on the bed looked pale, with bright red blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, and his breathing was as rapid as a bellows. Without saying anything, Chen Yang opened the needle bag on the table. Seeing this, Mr. Lee shouted, "What are you doing? Who will be held responsible if something goes wrong?" "I'm responsible." Dr. Bai suddenly stood beside Chen Yang and said firmly, "Let him try." Chen Yang glanced at her and quickly took out 3 silver needles. His technique was so fast that before anyone could see clearly, the 3 needles had already landed on the old woman's Taiyuan, Laiku and Ganshu points. The needle tails trembled slightly and made a subtle buzzing sound. What kind of acupuncture method is this? Old Lee frowned and thought. In less than 3 minutes, the middle-aged man's breathing gradually stabilized and the bruises on his face faded. Chen Yang wrote another prescription, ephedra 6 grams, asram 3 grams, aconite 9 grams. Wait. Elder Lee snatched the prescription away. Using such a hot medicine to treat coughing up blood. Are you trying to kill someone? Chen Yang said calmly, "This is Zhongjing's Mar Huang Fu Zi Shi Shintang with modifications. It is their holy recipe for treating lung cold and stagnant heat. If you don't believe it, you can take 1 dose first and observe." Dr. Bai took the prescription and looked at Chen Yang with complicated eyes. "I will boil the medicine myself." Li Lao was so angry that his beard was shaking. He pointed at Chen Yang's nose and said, "Boy, if anything goes wrong, I will make sure you are responsible for it." Chen Yang just smiled faintly and turned back to the corridor. No one noticed that his fingers hidden in his sleeves were trembling slightly. The 3 needles just now almost exhausted his spiritual power. Half an hour later, Dr. Bai brought a bowl of decocted medicine and gave it to the middle-aged man. After a while, the middle-aged man's old eyes slowly opened, and Chen Yang also left quietly, just about to walk out of Renshin Hall. Etc. Hearing this, Chen Yang turned around and looked at Dr. Bai, who was walking towards him quickly. "What's the matter, young lady? Thank you for saving my father. It's a piece of cake. My name is Bai Jiqing. You definitely didn't learn this on your own." Bai Jiqing's eyes were burning. "When you were observing the patient just now, a golden light flashed in your eyes. What special technique was that?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect her to observe so carefully. "You are seeing things. It may be caused by the reflection of light. Don't fool me." Bai Jiqing lowered her voice, "I know there are a group of special people in this world. They are different from others." Then she raised the wooden box in her hand and opened it, revealing a row of silver needles. "For example, this set of Lingshu needles is just an ordinary silver needle in my hands, but in the hands of some people, it can bring the dead back to life." Chen Yang stared at the set of silver needles, and his clairvoyance was automatically triggered. He saw a faint aura wrapped around the needles, which were obviously not ordinary items. "What do you want?" he asked first. Bai Jiqing smiled, "I'll give it to you as a reward for saving my father, but I want to cooperate with you. I will provide the patients and the venue, and you will provide the special medical skills. The profits will be split 30% and 70%, and you will get 70%. Chen Yang thought for a moment and shook his head, "I don't have time to see patients." But he remembered several simple prescriptions recorded in the Taishu Yandao Jing. "I can provide some special prescriptions, and you can make and sell them, and I will also be 7. Make a deal." Bai Jiqing readily agreed, and the two reached a preliminary agreement. Before leaving, Bai Jiqing handed Chen Yang a business card with an address handwritten on the back. "My private clinic, special cases are accepted on weekends. If you are interested, come and see it." As soon as he walked out of Renshin Hall, Chen Yang's cell phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoxian. "Chen Yang. There's a thief in your house," she said hurriedly. "The door lock has been pried open, and the house is a mess. Come back and check." Chapter 9, Attack. When Chen Yang rushed back to the rental house, Many neighbors had gathered downstairs, and Lin Xiaoxian was talking to two policemen. Seeing him coming back, Lin Xiaoxian hurried to meet him. "Are you okay?" She looked Chen Yang up and down, with a strange look in her eyes. "I thought something happened to you." Chen Yang shook his head and looked at the pried open door. "Is the loss big?" "This is what's strange." Lin Xiaoxian lowered her voice. "Nothing was lost, but your mattress was cut open and the wall was knocked, as if someone was looking for something." Chen Yang's heart trembled. According to what Lin Xiaoxian said, the person who came must be looking for something. It just so happened that after I obtained the Shenqian pearl and became a cultivator, the purpose was obvious, but who could it be? "You are Chen Yang, come here and count the belongings to see if anything is missing." A leading policeman looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang nodded and cooperated with the police to complete the record, and then carefully checked the room. It was indeed as Lin Xiaoxian said. The intruders searched every corner, even opened the food in the refrigerator, but did not take away any valuables. "Nothing is missing. Have you offended anyone recently?" Chen Yang shook his head. "Since we are not here, we will withdraw. We will find the intruder as soon as possible." After the police left, Lin Xiaoxian whispered, "This is not an ordinary thief." Chen Yang nodded, and suddenly noticed a few blurry footprints on the windowsill. The intruder left through the window. "Have you really not offended anyone recently?" Lin Xiaoxian asked. Chen Yang was about to answer when the mark of the Zhuantianzu on his chest suddenly became extremely hot, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart. He pounced on Lin Xiaoxian and pressed his big hand on their murder weapon. "Be careful." Almost at the same moment, the window glass shattered and a dark shadow from the west rushed in like a ghost. The visitors were all dressed in black and wearing strange white masks. Their movements were too fast to be human. The leader punched Chen Yang in the face, and the fist whistled with a sound of breaking through the air. Seeing this, Chen Yang, who had been tempered by their Western body, quickly stood up and turned his head to avoid it, but was still hit on the shoulder, and he felt a sharp pain. He took advantage of the situation to retreat, knocking over the coffee table before he could stabilize his body. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaoxian shouted sharply, standing up and assuming a fighting stance. The man in black didn't answer at all. 3 of them rushed towards Chen Yang, and 1 stopped Lin Xiaoxian. Fists and feet suddenly broke out in the narrow rental house, and the furniture was broken into pieces. Chen Yang was fighting 1 against 3, barely using the bajikan he had just learned to parry, but the opponent was obviously a well-trained martial artist. After a few rounds, he had been hit several times and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. "Shenji! What should I do?" he cried anxiously in his heart. At the critical moment of life and death, you can try their soul-devouring technique in their Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Xuanzhe's voice was solemn, "But the risk is huge, use it with caution." Before he could think, a man in black had already taken out a dagger and stabbed him. At the critical moment, Chen Yang reversed the root of the spiritual energy in his body according to their Taishu Yangdao Jing, and the mark of the Zhuantianzu on his chest suddenly glowed with green light. Soul Devourer. Chen Yang formed his hands into claws and grabbed the dagger. A strange scene happened. The force of the dagger was like a drop in the ocean, and the man in black was shaking all over, as if he had been electrocuted. "R. My internal strength." A terrified cry came from behind the mask. Chen Yang felt a warm current coming from the other person's body through the dagger and into his own meridians. His originally exhausted strength quickly recovered and was even stronger than before. The other man in black was shocked when he saw this, and kicked Chen Yang in the chest. Chen Yang did not dodge or evade, but took the kick head on, and at the same time grabbed the other's ankle and used the soul-devouring technique again. What kind of evil power is this? The man in black struggled in fear but was unable to break free. He watched helplessly as his internal energy, which he had cultivated for many years, was sucked away bit by bit. At the same time, the outcome of Lin Xiaoxian's fight was decided. The man in black who had stopped her was knocked to the ground, his mask shattered, revealing a strange middle-aged face. Lin Xiaoxian didn't know when a dagger appeared in her hand, and the tip of the sword was against the opponent's throat. "Who are you?" she asked coldly. The man in black gritted his teeth and said nothing. Suddenly, white foam came out of his mouth and he was dead in the blink of an eye. It turned out that there was poison in his teeth. "Damn it!" Lin Xiaoxian cursed and turned to Chen Yang. At this time, Chen Yang had already drained the inner strength of the second black-clothed man and was confronting the last man. Seeing his companion's miserable state, the man did not dare to step forward, but stepped back a few steps. Go ahead. Chen Yang's eyes were cold, feeling the surging power in his body. After absorbing the internal energy of the two warriors, his cultivation level was close to the 5th level of body tempering. The man in black shot out a hidden weapon from his sleeve. Chen Yang dodged it and took the opportunity to jump down like a black shadow and disappear into the darkness. He ran away. Lin Xiaoxian looked at Chen Yang. Are you okay? What kind of kung fu did you just do? Chen Yang shook his head, and suddenly his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The backlash of the soul-devouring art began, and the two external forces rushed into his body, and his meridians felt like they were cut by a knife. Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxian hurriedly supported him. Help me protect the Dharma. Chen Yang sat cross-legged with difficulty, practicing their Taishu Yangdao Jing mental method, trying to refine the external-internal force. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxian stayed beside Chen Yang and observed Shi Ju vigilantly. As time went by, the pain on Chen Yang's face gradually eased, and a faint green light began to appear around him. Suddenly, his body shook, a slight explosion sounded from his body, and a stronger breath emanated. Lin Xiaoxuan's eyes widened, he seems to have become stronger. Chen Yang opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in them. He took a long breath, stood up and stretched his muscles. His joints crackled, and his muscle lines became clearer. At the same time, he kept thinking that he should not use the soul-devouring technique unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise he might end up playing with fire and getting burned. Thank you. He sincerely thanked Lin Xiaoxian. Don't give me that. Where were you pressing just now? Lin Xiaoxian interrupted him with a blush on her face. I didn't mean it because the situation was urgent just now. Chen Yang was also a little embarrassed. Humph. I'm not satisfied with this reason, but... Lin Xiaoxian pointed at the mess in the room. How do we deal with this? And there are also those two corpses. Chen Yang then remembered that the two men in black who had been drained of their internal energy were still lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they were already useless. He squatted down to check and found a small tattoo of the word on the back of their necks. Wang family. Chen Yang then searched a mobile phone from a man in black, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and quickly browsed the call records. The most recent message was sent half an hour ago. The target residence has been confirmed and the search has begun. The sender's note is San Yi. Why is the Wang family targeting me? Is it because of Wanner? Chen Yang crushed his phone. I have to move to another place. What Chen Yang didn't know was that the Wang family came to him not because of Wang Wanner, but because there was a spy from the Wang family in the supervisory department. He told the Wang family about the opportunity he got, which is why the Wang family took action against him. I'm usually not here, so you can move in with me first. Lin Xiaoxian thought for a moment, but there's a condition. I want to learn that move you just made. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. That move is called the soul-devouring technique. You can't learn it and it's too risky and not suitable for you. Seeing Lin Xiaoxuan's disappointment, he added, but I can teach you other methods suitable for women to practice. As the two were talking, sirens suddenly sounded outside the window. Chapter 10, Destiny has already written the answer. Why are the police here again? Chen Yang frowned. The doorbell rang, and a cold female voice came, Mu Qingxue from the supervision department. Please open the door. Chen Yang and Lin Xiaoxian looked at each other, the latter quickly hid the dagger, and Chen Yang went to open the door. Standing outside the door was Mu Qingxue in uniform, followed by two men in special uniforms. She glanced at the mess in the house and the men in black on the ground, and sighed. I knew something was going to happen. They broke into my house and started the fight first. Chen Yang defended. Mu Qingxue waved her hand, signaling two of her men to deal with the scene, take the Wang family warriors who broke into their house privately back. She walked up to the two men in black who had been drained of their inner strength, and after checking them, she showed a surprised expression. Useless, how did you do it? I don't think I need to tell you this. After a pause, Mu Qingxue did not ask any further questions and took out a document from her briefcase. Sign. Sign what? Disclaimer. Mu Qingxue said calmly, it proves that the Wang family warriors were the first to attack in this conflict, and you were acting in self-defense. If you sign it, the supervision department will suppress the investigation, otherwise. Chen Yang glanced over it and signed. Mu Qingxue put away the document and warned before leaving, the Wang family will not let this go. You'd better leave Haicheng and stay out of the spotlight. Why should I stay out of the spotlight? Shouldn't your supervisory department take care of it? Chen Yang looked at Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue gave him a deep look and said, we will handle this matter. If you make such a big fuss next time, it won't be solved by just signing a document. Oh, then I need the supervision department to give me a result as soon as possible. They won't fool me and let it go just because the other party is the Wang family, right? Chen Yang was not afraid at all. Naturally, he was not afraid because he had not abused his abilities. He wanted to see how the supervisory department would handle it. You? Mu Qingxue was speechless. What do you mean by you? Miss Mu, if you know that I am a victim, shouldn't the constraints be equal? Or are you in the supervision department also the same? Presumptuous. The two people brought by Mu Qingxue shouted at the same time. Mu Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she said, I'll give you an explanation. That's good. Now that you know it was done by the Wang family, do it as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Chen Yang ordered them to leave. After the people from the supervision department took away the men in black and the bodies, Lin Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally they left. You are in big trouble now. The Wang family and the supervision department are targeting you. Chen Yang was not too worried. After breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering, his confidence increased greatly, not to mention the trump card of Zhuantianzhu. Let's pack up and move first. He began to pick up the scattered items. Lin Xiaoxian helped to clean up, and suddenly took out a small wooden box from under the bed. What is this? Chen Yang took it and saw that it was the tea set that Yang Ruyu had given him. Fortunately, it was not broken. When he opened the box, the aroma of tea filled his nose, which made him feel refreshed. Good stuff. Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Spiritual tea. Chen Yang nodded. A friend gave it to me. Your friend is quite generous. Lin Xiaoxian said enviously, this quality of spiritual tea costs at least 100,000 yuan per ounce. Chen Yang's hands trembled and he almost dropped the box, so expensive. After packing up, the two moved to Lin Xiaoxian's villa in the east of the city at night. It was much more spacious than the rental house, a 2-story building with simple and modern decoration. It's safe for now. Lin Xiaoxian threw a key to Chen Yang. This is the property under my name. The Wang family can't find it. Chen Yang thanked him and suddenly remembered something. By the way, how do you know martial arts? That short sword is not ordinary, right? Lin Xiaoxian smiled mysteriously. Although the Lin family didn't teach me the core skills, they still taught me the basics of martial arts. She drew a short sword from her waist. This Jingshuang is a gift from my grandfather for my adulthood. It can cut iron like mud. She hesitated for a moment, then added, actually, my grandpa wants to see you. Your grandpa? Lin Jinyue, the younger brother of the current head of the Lin family. Lin Xiaoxian said shockingly. Chen Yang's heart was shocked. Lin Jinyue wanted to see him? Was it a blessing or a curse? Thinking of this, Chen Yang asked, Miss Lin, why does your grandfather want to see me? Because you are a wild person, grandpa is very interested in you. Think about it. Lin Xiaoxian did not force it. Rest first, I will take you to a place tomorrow. It was late at night, and Chen Yang was tossing and turning in his bed in his new home. Too many things happened today: the sudden attack of the Wang family, the power of the soul-devouring art, the breakthrough before the battle, the invitation of the Lin family. Everything happened too fast. He took out the peace locket given by Yang Ruyu and played with it, and suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the weekend and Bai Jiqing had invited him to a private clinic. It seems that I have to learn the art of clones. Chen Yang laughed at himself and began to practice with his legs crossed. The internal energy of the two warriors absorbed today has not been fully refined yet, so it is a good opportunity to consolidate the 5th level of body tempering. Wanwana was also tossing and turning in sleep like him. Since Chen Yang left, Wanwana didn't dare to go home, but drove to the company first. At this moment, the words jewel cultivation burned in her mind like a branding iron, and every time she thought about it, her ears burned. She grabbed the bottle of iced mineral water and pressed it against her cheek. The water drops slid down her neck into her collar, but it couldn't extinguish the inexplicable heat in her body. What's wrong with me? She looked at her reflection in the French window. What Wanwana didn't know was that her skin was glowing with a pearly luster, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes had disappeared, and even her lips, which had been dull for years, had turned bright red. Xian Cha's spirit was reshaping her body, but it also made the forbidden thought clearer. After looking at the phone for a long time, she decided to call her husband Zhao Wen and tell him that she would not be going home today. After a long wait, a mechanical female voice announced coldly that no one answered the call. Wanwana put down the phone with a wry smile. In the 20 years of marriage, Zhao Wen never missed her calls. After a sleepless night, when the morning light shone through the blinds, Wang Weiner made a decision. She carefully put on her makeup, covered her dark circles with sunglasses, and drove back to Qianhua Water House. Pushing open the door of the master bedroom, the turbid air mixed with the smell of perfume hit me in the face. Zhao Wen's suit jacket was thrown casually on the ground, and his tie was wrapped around the bedside lamp like a dead snake. Wanwana mechanically picked up the shirt to send for washing, but suddenly froze in place. On the snow-white collar, a rose-red lip print was staring at her mockingly. With a click, the bathroom door opened. Zhao Wen, wrapped in a towel and wiping his hair, came out. When he saw his wife, he was obviously stunned. "Why did you come back so early today?" Wanwana held up her shirt and said in a terrifyingly calm voice, "Explain." Zhao Wen's expression quickly changed from panic to anger. "It's been 20 years, and you always use back pain as an excuse. Do you still expect me to be a monk?" He snatched the shirt away. "Anyway, you know in your heart that our marriage has long been a marriage between two families." Xian Cai's spirit body was surging violently at this moment. Countless images flashed before Wanwana's eyes: Zhao Wen kissing his female secretary in the hotel elevator, secretly deleting flirtatious text messages in front of her hospital bed, and even secretly obstructing Chen Yang's relationship with his daughter Yuqing 3 years ago. "I see." She suddenly smiled. "Then from now on, you are free." Zhao Wen looked at his wife in horror. Are you crazy?" Wanwana ignored Zhao Wen. She turned around and took one last look at the wedding photo on the wall. In the photo, her younger self was still wearing protective gear around her waist. That was the permanent injury left after she blocked an attack from a competitor for Zhao Wen. Taking a deep breath, Wanwana left Qianhua Water Palace and headed to Haiyu Garden. Zhao Wen had no intention of trying to keep her. He knew that even if Wanwana wanted a divorce, the Wang family would not agree. It had been raining outside the window, and the raindrops were winding on the glass like tear marks. Wanwana suddenly realized that Xian Cai's spirit chose to awaken at this moment, and perhaps fate had already written the answer. Chapter 11: What a rubbish the Tongxian realm is. In the villa in the east of the city, Chen Yang practiced all night long. As the Taishu Yangdao Jing mental method was circulated, the mark on the Shentian pearl heated up slightly, and wisps of green spiritual energy circulated back and forth in the body. With each circulation, the meridians widened a bit, and the muscles and bones became tougher. "Boy, I have a new discovery. There is a secret hidden in that Arhat coin." Chen Yang woke up from his practice and saw the sun rising outside the window. He took out the Arhat coin. "Xuanji, what's so special about Arhat money? You inject spiritual power into it." Hearing this, Chen Yang injected a trace of spiritual power into it according to Xianji's guidance. Fine lines gradually appeared on the surface of the coin, and it turned out to be a miniature map. It's actually the Taishu Villa." Xuanji's voice was filled with excitement. "Although it's just a map of the villa, maybe there are ruins of the Taishu Palace in this world." Chen Yang carefully identified that the map should show an underground structure somewhere in Daxia. There was a palace-like pattern in the center, and a few small ancient seal characters were engraved next to it, Taishu Buyuan. How come this Taishu Villa appears here? Chen Yang muttered to himself. The only explanation is that the world you are in may have been formed after the plane collapsed in ancient times. The remains of Taishu Palace are in this plane. Chen Yang memoized the map and prepared to explore it later. Just as he collected the Arhat money, the doorbell rang. Lin Xiaoxian stood outside the door in sportswear, holding breakfast in her hand. "Did you sleep well? I'll take you somewhere after you finish eating." "Where are you going?" "Oh, you'll know in a minute." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxian hugged Chen Yang's arm. Feeling the touch, Chen Yang swallowed. "Are you comfortable?" "Oh, I don't understand what Ms. Lin means." "TSK. Just pretend. Lin Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at Chen Yang. The two drove the Lamborghini for half an hour before arriving at a secluded manor on the outskirts of the city. The two guards at the gate saluted immediately after seeing Lin Xiaoxian. Miss. Is Grandpa here? The master is practicing in the backyard. Lin Xiaoxian nodded and led Chen Yang through the front hall to a spacious martial arts arena. In the center of the arena, a white-haired old man was doing boxing. His movements seemed slow, but they brought about thunderous sounds. The fallen leaves around him moved without wind, spinning and dancing with his fists. What a strong internal force! Chen Yang exclaimed inwardly. The old man finished the last move, ended his exercise and turned around. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with a resolute face, eyes like lightning, and high bulging temples, which showed that he had deep internal strength. Xiaoxian is here. The old man spoke in a loud voice, but his eyes swept over Chen Yang as if it was real. Is this the boy you mentioned? Lin Xiaoxian nodded. Grandpa, he is Chen Yang. Lin Jinhua took a few steps closer and suddenly slapped Chen Yang on the shoulder. This palm seemed casual, but it was actually as fast as lightning and fierce. Chen Yang instinctively used his spiritual power to dodge sideways, and at the same time, his right hand formed a claw and grabbed the opponent's wrist. The two separated as soon as they touched, and each took a half step back. Good boy. Lin Jinyue's eyes flashed. Good reaction. Chen Yang was secretly shocked. At that moment, he felt that the opponent's internal strength was as deep as the sea. If he really attacked, he might not be able to survive more than 3 moves. I heard that you defeated 3 Wang family warriors yesterday. Lin Jinyue led the two of them to the inner room. Chen Yang looked at Lin Xiaoxian, who stuck out her tongue. Don't blame Xiaoxian. Lin Jinyue sat down and made tea. What happened in Haicheng cannot be hidden from our Lin family. Even if she doesn't tell me, I'll know soon enough. He handed Chen Yang a cup of tea. Try it, Wui Mountain Da Hongpao, 30 years old. Chen Yang took a sip and immediately felt a warm current flowing from his throat to his dantian, which lifted his spirits. Spiritual tea. I know what I'm talking about. Lin Jinyue nodded with satisfaction. Can you tell me about your master? Facing this unfathomable old man, Chen Yang decided to answer half-truthfully. I accidentally got an ancient artifact and learned the cultivation method from it. I don't have a formal master. Lin Jinyue was not surprised. Inheritance through chance. It's common. No wonder Xiaoxian said you are a wild one. He put down the teacup. Why did the Wang family target you? I don't know. Maybe he found out that I got the opportunity inheritance and wanted to covet it. This is just Chen Yang's guess. Perhaps it is related to Wang Wanner. Humph, the Wang family has become increasingly unbearable over the years. Lin Jinyue showed disdain. They killed a junior for such a small matter. No wonder they are declining day by day. Then Lin Jinyue continued, I invited you here today because I have a suggestion. He stood up and stood with his hands behind his back. Although my Lin family is the overlord of the entire Qianhai province, we also need to absorb fresh blood. You have good talent. If you are willing to join me, I can protect you from harassment from the Wang family. Chen Yang didn't expect the other party to be the first to accept the offer, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Xuanzhe's angry voice helped Chen Yang make the decision. How can a piece of trash from Tongxian realm be worthy of accepting you as a disciple? Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Chen Yang considered his words, but I already have an inheritance, I'm afraid. Lin Jinyue glanced at Chen Yang. He was a master of the Tongxian realm, and many people begged to become his disciples. Chen Yang's performance made Lin Jinyue feel that the inheritance he received should not be simple. That's fine. I don't force you to become my disciple, I just hope to establish a cooperative relationship. My Lin family can provide training resources and shelter, and you can help me do things occasionally. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. We can discuss this. The two discussed in detail and reached a preliminary agreement. Chen Yang became a guest of the Lin family and enjoyed certain resource support, but would not participate in the internal affairs of the Lin family. In exchange, he needed to regularly identify some antiques for the Lin family. Lin Jinyue had apparently learned about his treasure identification ability from certain channels. This is for you. Before leaving, Lin Jinyue took out a handwritten copy, the complete version of Bajikan, which is much better than the incomplete copy you got from Xiaoxian. Chen Yang thanked it, took it, and flipped through it casually, and found that there were indeed many subtle changes in it, as well as corresponding internal skills. However, Lin Jinyue called Lin Xiaoxian aside and told her to spend more time with Chen Yang. After leaving the martial arts hall, Lin Xiaoxian seemed very happy. Grandpa is rarely so polite to others. He must admire you very much. Chen Yang nodded. Your grandfather's cultivation is unfathomable. Of course. Lin Xiaoxian said proudly, Grandpa is the second most skilled practitioner in the Lin family, with a cultivation level of the 7th level of Tongxian, which ranks him among the best in the entire cultivation world. After returning to their villa, Chen Yang remembered Bai Jiqing's invitation and borrowed a car from Lin Xiaoxian. Although Chen Yang doesn't have a car, he has a driver's license, which he took for Zhao Yuqing. Why do you want to borrow the car? I can drive you. No, I have something that may take some time. Well, be careful yourself. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian returned to her room. Coming to the garage and looking at the fiery red 911, Chen Yang marveled at the financial resources of the Lin family. At the same time, I am also curious. It is hard to understand why such a rich woman would rent out her house and collect rent. Bai Jiqing's private clinic is located in a quiet villa area in the north of the city. Unlike the simple and quaint Renshin Hall, this one is more like a high-end clinic with modern decoration and advanced equipment. You're here. Her white coat couldn't hide her impressive figure, and her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with excitement. I just happen to have a special case that I need your help with. Well, take me to see it. Chapter 12, Film Queen Shen Bingqing. Bai Jiqing led Chen Yang to a treatment room, where a middle-aged man was lying on the bed with a pale face and weak breathing. Liver cancer is in the advanced stage and Western medicine has given up on treatment. Bai Jiqing whispered, I want to try your special method. Chen Yang used his clairvoyance to observe and saw that the patient's liver was covered by a cloud of black gas and his life force was almost cut off. He recalled the medical chapter in the Taishu Yandaojing and came up with an idea. I need a few medicinal herbs. He listed a few. Bai Jiqing ordered people to quickly prepare the necessary items. Chen Yang first used an alcohol lamp to heat the silver needle, then used his spiritual power to insert the needle into the patient's liver meridian acupoints with a special technique. With each injection, he injected a trace of Zhuantiansu's spiritual energy, and silently recited the Qingmu rejuvenation mantra in the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. After 9 injections, the black gas in the patient's liver was significantly lightened, and his complexion also improved a lot. It's amazing. Bai Jiqing observed the changes in the patient's liver through ultrasound equipment. The tumor is shrinking. The treatment lasted for 2 hours, and Chen Yang almost exhausted his spiritual power, but the effect was remarkable. The patient's liver tumor shrank by nearly half, and various indicators improved significantly. After 3 more treatments, it should be cured. Chen Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Bai Jiqing grabbed his hand excitedly. Do you know what this means? Cancer can be cured. We can save thousands of people. Chen Yang shook his head. It's not that simple. This treatment requires special energy. I can only treat 2 or 3 people a day, and... He pointed to his pale face, it consumes too much energy. Bai Jiqing calmed down, I understand. Then we can target high-end customers, charge high fees, and use the money to subsidize ordinary hospitals. You decide. My time is limited. Chen Yang spoke. Oh, by the way, Bai Jiqing suddenly remembered something. I have a friend who wants to see you. She is. Before he finished speaking, the door of the clinic was pushed open, and a woman wearing a mask and sunglasses walked in. Even though she was covered tightly, her outstanding temperament and slim figure were enough to make people's eyes shine. Bingqing, why did you come in? Bai Jiqing frowned. The woman took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. It turned out to be the popular movie star Shen Bingqing. Sorry, I just can't wait. Shen Bingqing's voice was soft and anxious. Is this the miracle doctor you mentioned? Chen Yang was stunned. Although he was not a fan of stars, he had seen several blockbusters starring Shen Bingqing, but he did not expect to see the real person here. Chen Yang, this is Shen Bingqing, my best friend from college. Bai Jiqing introduced. Bingqing, this is the special doctor I was talking about. Shen Bingqing looked into Chen Yang's eyes for the first time. Dr. Chen, can we talk alone? I need your help. Sure. Chen Yang nodded. Being able to be alone with a goddess is what many people dream of. Bai Jiqing took the 2 of them to another treatment room. You guys chat. After saying this, he walked away. The door of the clinic closed gently, leaving only Chen Yang and Shen Bingqing. The screen goddess seemed a little embarrassed at the moment, her slender fingers twisted together nervously. Dr. Chen, my situation is a little special. Her voice was soft, with an imperceptible tremor. Yuqing said that maybe only you can help me. Chen Yang motioned for her to sit down. Tell me about the symptoms first. Shen Bingqing hesitated for a moment, then slowly unbuttoned the top two buttons of her shirt, revealing a patch of skin below her collarbone. On her skin, which should have been snow white, spider web-like blue lines spread, as if ice crystals were growing under the skin. Cold marrow disease. Chen Yang blurted out, and the record of this strange disease in the Taishu Yangdao Jing immediately emerged in his mind. The innate cold air enters the marrow, and when it occurs, it feels like thousands of needles piercing the bones, and the pain is unbearable. Shen Bingqing's eyes widened. How can you know so clearly? I have consulted many famous doctors and no one can give an accurate diagnosis. Chen Yang did not explain, but stretched out his index finger and gently touched the blue pattern. As soon as he touched it, a piercing chill ran into his body along his fingertips, causing him to shiver. When was the last time you had an attack? The night before yesterday. A trace of fear flashed in Shen Bingqing's eyes. The intervals between each attack are getting shorter and shorter, and the pain is getting more and more severe. Western medicine says it's a rare neurological disease that can only be relieved by analgesics. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Cold marrow disease is not considered a terminal illness in the cultivation world, but it is quite difficult to treat. It requires pure yang energy to slowly dissolve the coldness in the bone marrow. With his current cultivation level, it will take at least 5 treatments to cure it. It can be cured, but it takes time. He said truthfully, it can relieve the symptoms today and delay the next attack. Tears welled up in Shen Bingqing's eyes. Really? Well, lie down. Upon hearing this, Shen Bingqing's pretty face flushed. This was the first time she lay in front of a man. Chen Yang didn't care, as doctors don't differentiate between men and women. The Zhuangtiansu spiritual energy was introduced into the main meridians of Shen Bingqing's body through silver needles. Unlike the treatment of cancer patients, this time he used the fire-removing cold method recorded in the Taishu Yangdao Jing. Each needle carried warm spiritual power to specifically restrain the cold. Shen Bingqing groaned, an unnatural blush appeared on her face. It's so warm, like a hot spring. This muffled groan made Chen Yang's mind flutter. He shook his head and concentrated on inserting the needle. He didn't notice that the movie star was looking at him with curious and complicated eyes. An hour later, the treatment was over and the blue lines under Shen Bingqing's collarbone had obviously faded. It's amazing. She looked in the mirror and was pleasantly surprised. The pain is completely gone. Chen Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just temporary suppression. To cure it completely, it will take another treatment, once a week. Shen Bingqing suddenly said, Chen Yang, I don't know how to thank you. She paused. As for the consultation fee, Dr. Bai has already paid. Chen Yang smiled. You two are good sisters, so I'll give you a friendship price. Shen Bingqing shook her head. That's different. She took out a check from her bag and filled in a number. This is a deposit. I'll give you a big reward after you're cured. Chen Yang glanced at the number on the check and his heart skipped a beat. 1 million. Is this just the deposit? Also. Shen Bingqing took a step closer to Chen Yang and smiled sweetly. The elegant scent of her perfume penetrated into Chen Yang's nostrils. Next week is my birthday party. I want to invite you. After a pause, Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Shen Bingqing was extremely happy seeing this, and they exchanged contact information. I'll let you know in advance when the time comes. Remember, you can't break your promise. After saying that, Shen Bingqing put on a mask and sunglasses and left. Bai Jiqing then walked in and saw the check in Chen Yang's hand, and raised her eyebrows. How much did she give? She is worthy of being a movie queen with a salary of tens of millions. This is too much. Chen Yang felt a little uncomfortable. Take it. Bai Jiqing smiled. It's just a few days' income for her. By the way. She lowered her voice. Did you feel anything special during the treatment? Chapter 13. Wang Weiner invites, Yang Ruyu is attacked. What special feeling? Oh, didn't you see the big star? What did you see? Are you playing dumb with me? What do you think you'll see when you unbutton your shirt? This. Chen Yang was a little speechless. Bai Jiqing was right. He indeed glanced at him a few times out of the corner of his eye. Look at you, you're such a loser. You weren't like this when you were facing Zhao Yuqing. As soon as Bai Jiqing finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. Excuse me. It's okay. I'm just curious how you know about the relationship between Zhao Yuqing and me. Of course I need to get to know you. I see. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It was dusk when he left the clinic. Chen Yang had just started the car when his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. It's me. Wanwana's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you free tonight? I want to see you. Chen Yang could tell something was wrong with her. What happened? Hi you garden, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang frowned and drove to Hai Yu Garden. Half an hour later, Chen Yang arrived at the door of room 701 and rang the doorbell. Soon the door opened and a strong smell of alcohol hit me. Immediately afterwards, Wanwana fell into Chen Yang's arms. You're here. Why did you drink so much? Chen Yang asked with a frown. I want to divorce Zhao Wen. Chen Yang was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, what happened? Fine. Wanwana didn't want to say anything, so Chen Yang didn't ask any more questions. How do you feel these past 2 days? I used the breathing method you taught me, and it's getting better now than before. That's good. I'll check it for you again. Chen Yang picked up Wanwana and brought her to the living room, where he placed her on the sofa. I have no strength left, help me. Wanwana looked at Chen Yang with a dazed look and seemed to have made some decision. But at this moment, Chen Yang had no distracting thoughts in his mind and took off Wanwana's coat. He placed his palm gently on her abdomen. A trace of the mysterious sky bead's spiritual energy probed Wanwana's internal condition. Hum. Wanwana suddenly hummed softly, her body trembling slightly. Chen Yang's spiritual power circulated in her body for a week, and he found that the energy in her meridians had begun to become violent and could break through the meridians at any time. Chen Yang withdrew his hand. However, Wanwana felt a little disappointed because Chen Yang did not take the next step. Is the situation very bad? It's okay, I'll think of a way. Thanks. After saying that, Wanwana closed her beautiful eyes, and soon the sound of even breathing was heard. Chen Yang carried him into the bedroom and then into the living room. He would not take advantage of anyone unless he had no choice. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I heard Wanwana's cell phone ringing. It was Zhao Yuqing calling, probably saying something like she wasn't going home. Chen Yang just took a look and began to meditate and practice. The next day, the sky was turning pale. After finishing his training, Chen Yang glanced at Wanwana and left. Returning to Lin Xiaoxuan's villa, Chen Yang found that the lights in the living room were still on. Lin Xiaoxian was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with their Bajikan manual spread out in front of her. Are you back? She didn't even raise her head. Is the actress pretty? Chen Yang laughed. How do you know who I'm going to meet? It's going viral on WeChat Moments. Lin Xiaoxian held up her phone. Shen Bingqing posted a photo with a mysterious doctor. Although his face wasn't shown, I recognized the coat. Chen Yang got closer and saw that it was indeed his own back. Shen Bingqing wrote, I met a miracle doctor and was reborn Tilder. She is good at publicity. Chen Yang shook his head and walked towards his room. Wait. Lin Xiaoxian stopped him. Grandpa asked me to tell you not to go to the antique street recently. Why? The Wang family and the Zhao family have stationed spies there, waiting for you to show up. Lin Xiaoxuan's expression was serious. Zhao family. Chen Yang frowned. The Zhao family is more powerful than the Wang family. If they join forces, it will be troublesome. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Just as he was about to go back to his room, his cell phone rang again. This time it was Yang Ruyu, and her voice on the other end of the phone was unusually urgent. Chen Yang, hurry to the store. Hello. There was no response from the other end of the phone, so Chen Yang left without delay. Hey, where are you going? Something's going on. Chen Yang didn't even turn his head. The antique street was quiet and deserted late at night, and most of the shops had already closed. Chen Yang parked his car at the back door of Yarjajai, and as soon as he got out of the car, he smelled a faint smell of blood. Boss Yang. He called out vigilantly, his spiritual power flowing to his eyes, allowing him to see in the dark as if it were day. The back door was ajar. Chen Yang gently pushed it open, and the smell of blood suddenly became strong. His heart tightened and he walked in quickly, only to see the inner room in a mess. Yang Ruyu collapsed on the ground, her chest was a sea of blood. Boss Yang. Chen Yang rushed over to help her up and found that there was a deep wound on her left chest that could be seen to the bone, and blood was constantly gushing out. Yang Ruyu's face was pale, and she barely opened her eyes. You're coming. She took out a bloody cloth bag from her arms. Take it and go quickly. Chen Yang took the cloth bag, which was cold and heavy to the touch, like a metal object. But saving people was the most important thing now, so he stuffed the cloth bag into his pocket and tore open Yang Ruyu's clothes to check the wound. Who did it? They are from the Zhao family. Yang Ruyu breathed weakly. They are looking for this. She pointed at the cloth bag and then fainted. Chen Yang felt her pulse, which was so weak that it was almost unnoticeable. Conventional medical treatment would definitely be too late, so he had to use extraordinary measures. Xianji. Is there any way to save her? The injury is too severe. You can try the Taishu 9 needles or the yin and yang will be in harmony. Xuanzhe's voice sounded in my mind. Jewel cultivation. Chen Yang was stunned. Doesn't that mean? It's a matter of life and death, Xianji urged. Make a decision quickly, she won't last more than 10 minutes. Chen Yang looked at Yang Ruyu's increasingly pale face and decided to use the Taishu 9 needles. Although it consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it was the only way. After all, he and Yang Ruyu were not very familiar with each other. Taking the Lingshu needle that Bai Jiqing had given him from the car, Chen Yang took off Yang Ruyu's coat and began to perform acupuncture. 1 shot stops bleeding, 2 shots regenerates, 9 shots bring rejuvenation. 9 needles were inserted at the same time, and Chen Yang could see that the wound on Yang Ruyu's chest was healing. There were also some bloodshot on her face. After putting away the needle, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. Fortunately, there was some spiritual energy on the Lingshu needle, otherwise he would not have enough spiritual power to perform the 9 needles. Looking at the beauty beside him, Chen Yang took off his coat and covered her with it, then sat cross-legged to recover. The next day, Yang Ruyu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened and she looked at Chen Yang, who was sitting cross-legged in a stable state of mind. Then he looked down at himself. You? Yang Ruyu exclaimed. Chen Yang opened his eyes and turned his back. Sorry, it's an emergency. There was the rustling sound of someone getting dressed behind him, followed by Yang Ruyu's gentle voice. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. How does it feel? Chen Yang turned around and looked at Yang Ruyu, who was blushing. I feel like I'm okay with it. That's good. By the way, she pointed at Chen Yang's pocket. Did you see that thing? Chen Yang then remembered the blood-stained cloth bag. He took it out and opened it. Inside was a piece of bronze fragment with strange patterns engraved on it. Chapter 14, Fragments of the Grand Void Order. This is. I don't know. I found it in the antique street. It exudes an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The next day after I bought it, the Zhao family attacked me. I guess it was because of this. Boy, this is a fragment of the Taishu order. Xuanzhe's voice was a little excited. First it was the map in the Arhat coin, and now it's a fragment of the Taishu order. Maybe there really are ruins of the Taishu palace in this world. Chen Yang's heart was shocked, and he carefully examined the bronze fragments. As soon as he touched them, the mark of the Zhuantianzu on his chest became extremely hot, and the patterns on the fragments actually glowed, resonating with the spiritual power in his body. Yang Ruyu on the side covered her red lips. After calming himself down, Chen Yang said, "It's no longer safe here. The Zhao family won't give up. Well, I plan to close Yarjajai for a while. Let's change our clothes first." Chen Yang coughed dryly. Yang Ruyu's jade hand, which had originally covered her chest, was now moved away, and Chen Yang felt a little dizzy. Hearing this, Yang Ruyu blushed again, but quickly regained her composure. "Wait for me." Yang Ruyu stood up and walked into the inner room. Soon, Yang Ruyu, dressed in a bright red cheongsam, appeared in front of Chen Yang. "Does it look good?" "It looks good." Chen Yang nodded without hesitation. "This is the first time I've seen someone wear a cheongsam so charmingly. Thank you for your praise. The fragment is yours. I don't have the ability to protect it. Yang Ruyu was happy. Chen Yang did not refuse. After helping Yang Ruyu clean up the store, Chen Yang was about to leave when Yang Ruyu suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Can I treat you to a meal some other day?" After a pause, Chen Yang nodded. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the villa. Chen Yang entered the house quietly, only to find Lin Xiaoxian sitting in the living room waiting for him. "Where did you go?" She frowned and asked, then noticed the blood on Chen Yang's clothes. "Are you hurt?" "It's not my blood." Chen Yang simply told about Yang Ruyu being attacked. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoxian's face became serious. Why would the Zhao family attack her? "You asked me this, but I don't know either." Chen Yang spread his hands and went upstairs. He did not tell anyone about the fragments of the Taishu order. The next day at noon, Chen Yang received a call from Bai Jiqing, saying that an important client had specifically asked him to treat her. When he rushed to the clinic, he was surprised to find that it was Wanwaner who was waiting for him. "Wan, why are you here?" Chen Yang wanted to call her Wanner but stopped himself. After all, Bai Jiqing was there, and the name Wanner was too intimate. "Jiqing is the daughter of my good friend. Auntie Wang, you guys chat first. I have something else to do now." After saying this, Bai Jiqing left. After Bai Jiqing left. "Don't get me wrong, you didn't the night before last." Wanwana blushed. "I heard that she has a miracle doctor here, so I want to give it a try." "Fine. I heard that you are also treating Shen Bingqing." Chen Yang was stunned and didn't understand how Wanwana knew this. "You are very familiar with her. Bingqing is my cousin." Wanwana smiled. "I had dinner with her last night and we talked about you." Chen Yang then understood why he felt Shen Bingqing's temperament was somewhat familiar. It turned out that she and Wanwana were cousins. "By the way, Bingqing's birthday party is this weekend." Wanwana took out a gold-stamped invitation from her bag. "She heard that I was going to seek medical treatment from you, so she asked me to pass it to you. I hope you can attend." Chen Yang took the invitation and found that the venue was on the top floor of the most luxurious imperial hotel in Haicheng. "I will go." Seeing that Wanwana was hesitant to speak, Chen Yang said, "Wanna, just say whatever you want to say. Yuqing will go back too. Wanna, what do you think my relationship with her is? Do you like Bingqing?" Wanwana thought that Chen Yang did not take advantage of her drunkenness because of Shen Bingqing. "Why do you ask? She and I are just ordinary friends." "That's good," Wanwaner said quickly. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked at Wanwana in a daze. "No, nothing." Wanwana quickly fled, saying, "It's so embarrassing. Why am I so excited?" As soon as Wanwana left, Chen Yang's phone rang again. This time it was a completely unfamiliar number. "Mr. Chen Yang," asked a cold female voice. "It's me." "What's the matter, Miss Mu?" "We detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the antique street last night. We need your cooperation in the investigation." Chen Yang frowned. "Miss Mu, are you bored?" Mu Qingshue's voice became even colder. "Report to the supervisory department within an hour, otherwise I will personally invite you to come over." Chen Yang had no choice but to drive there. When he went out, he saw Wanwana and Bai Jiqing chatting. He said hello and left. The supervisory department is located in an inconspicuous grey building next to the city hall. Chen Yang gave his name at the front desk and was immediately taken to the interrogation room on the 3rd floor. Although it was called an interrogation room, it was arranged like an ordinary office, except that the walls were obviously thicker and the door was specially made. Mu Qingxue sat at the table, still wearing the same neat uniform, with short and neat hair and eyes as sharp as a knife. "Sit down." She pointed to the chair opposite. Mu Qingxue then turned on the tablet on the table and played a blurry surveillance video. The video showed that there was a strong energy fluctuation near Yarjajai in Antique Street last night. "Did you cause the attack on Yang Ruyu? I'm asking you if you're sick. What does the attack on Boss Yang have to do with me? You?" Mu Qingshue's anger was rising and falling, which made Chen Yang feel a little better. "Where are you looking, asshole? TSK, wrap it tighter if you don't want anyone to see it." "You? What are you talking about? I'll leave if nothing else happens. Don't I have anything to do all day long?" After saying that, Chen Yang stood up. "Stop." Mu Qingxue stood up suddenly. Okay, the people should not fight against the officials. I did go to Yarjajai, and when I arrived, I found that Boss Yang was injured and treated him. But I am very curious why you only targeted me. The perpetrators were the Zhao family. And you have not yet given me an explanation for the Wang family's attack on me. I'm not targeting you. This is just a routine matter. We will handle the Zhao family. As for the Wang family, there is no evidence. Wang Changhe said that those people are no longer members of the Wang family. Har, I finally understand. The supervisory department is a joke. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. After saying this, Chen Yang turned and left. You'd better be careful of the Zhao family. Be careful? I'm not made of clay. Chen Yang, who had just arrived at the parking lot after leaving the supervision department, frowned. He looked around Shizhou vigilantly and found a black Mercedes parked not far away. The windows were dark and he couldn't see clearly inside. There is murderous intent. Xuanji said, 3 ants from the western heaven of body tempering. Hearing Xuanji's words, Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief and pretended not to notice, and walked towards his car. As soon as he opened the car door, there was a sound of breaking air behind him. He instinctively dodged sideways, and a flying knife rubbed his cheek and penetrated deeply into the car door. That's a good reaction. A lazy male voice sounded. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and a young man in elegant clothes stepped out. He was about 25 or 26 years old, handsome but a bit sinister. Behind him followed 2 bodyguards, one strong and one thin. Both of them had bulging temples, which showed that they had profound internal strength. Zhao Yuqing. Chen Yang guessed. The man raised his eyebrows. You know me? That's easy. He walked closer slowly. Hand over the bronze fragment. What fragments? Don't play dumb. Zhao Yuqing sneered, Yang Ruyu, that bitch, would rather die than tell me where she is. But you rushed to Yarjajai afterwards. I guess she is with you now. Chen Yang secretly circulated his spiritual power, ready to attack at any time. I don't know what you are talking about. Looks like we have to use force. Zhao Yuqing sighed, break both of his legs, and leave him with a breath. Chapter 15, Fierce Fight in the Parking Lot, Spirit Eruption. Hearing this, Chen Yang suddenly jumped up. He kicked the ground with his right foot, and the concrete floor cracked instantly. He shot towards Zhao Yuqing like a cannonball. You're looking for death? One of the sturdy men roared, and his fist as big as a casserole came towards him with a sound of breaking through the air. Chen Yang did not dodge, and his right hand turned into a claw, trying to take the punch head on. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard, and the sturdy man's expression changed from ferocious to unbelievable. His fist was crushed by Chen Yang with one hand, and his 5 fingers were twisted into weird angles. The skinny bodyguard took the opportunity to go behind Chen Yang and slashed at the back of his neck with a knife. This attack was as fast as lightning, and even a sharp whistle sounded in the air. Without even turning his head, Chen Yang reached back with his left hand and grabbed the other person's wrist accurately. The thin bodyguard's face changed drastically, and he tried to pull his hand away but it didn't move at all. Too slow. Chen Yang said lightly, exerting force on his hands suddenly. R. With a scream, the skinny bodyguard's wrist bones were crushed. The smile on Zhao Yuqing's face finally disappeared. He slowly turned the jade ring. Interesting, it seems I have to personally. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yang appeared in front of him like a ghost, and kneed him hard in the abdomen. Zhao Yuqing hastily blocked with his arms, but was still knocked back by the blow, and his back hit the Mercedes-Benz hard, and the entire body of the car was dented. Puff! Zhao Yuqing spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of shock. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Chen Yang approached slowly, and the ground shook slightly with every step. It's my turn now. Who ordered you to collect the fragments? His voice was icy cold. Zhao Yuqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Boy, if you go against my Zhao family, you will not end well. I advise you to kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, and hand over the fragment. Idiot. Just when Chen Yang was about to take action again, his cell phone rang. Looking at the screen, Chen Yang frowned and pressed the answer button. Chen Yang, I feel so uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Yang answered the phone, Zhao Yuqing pounced on him and used his right hand as a claw to grab his throat. Chen Yang had already expected Zhao Wuji to do this, so he kicked Zhao Wuji away and quickly walked towards his car. He knew that Wanwana's life was in danger and she would die if she was any later. The 911 sped along the street, causing honking of horns. Half an hour later, Chen Yang kicked open the door of Wang Weiner's house, and the scene in front of him made him breathless. The entire living room was in a mess, and all the furniture was in pieces. Wang Wana curled up in the corner, her skin flushed abnormally, and spiritual energy formed a vortex around her. Her dress was soaked with sweat and clung to her body, outlining her breathtaking curves. Chen Yang. Wang Wana raised her head with difficulty, her eyes filled with tears. I can't control myself anymore. Xuanzhe's voice was more serious than ever before. Shen Cai's spirit body exploded prematurely. We must practice jewel cultivation immediately to relieve it, otherwise she will be burned to ashes by her own spirit power. Chen Yang rushed forward, and just as he touched Wang Wana's arm, he felt a burning spiritual power rushing into his body along his arm. His meridians instantly felt like they were burned by a raging fire, and the pain made his eyes go black. Run the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Xuanzhe shouted, use the Shenqian Pearl as a medium to establish a spiritual power circulation first. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, picked up Wang Wana by the waist, rushed into the bedroom and put her on the bed. Wang Wana let out a painful groan and tore her clothes uncontrollably with her hands. I feel so uncomfortable. Her voice trembled. Chen Yang no longer hesitated and leaned over to kiss Wang Wana's lips. The moment their lips touched, Wang Wana's body trembled violently. As time went by, a huge torrent of spiritual power rushed into Chen Yang's body. Chen Yang felt that his meridians were about to burst. He endured the severe pain and guided the two spiritual powers to circulate in his body according to the method of Taishu Yangdao Jing. Gradually the pain disappeared, and Wang Wana's spiritual power was like a spring breeze and rain, nourishing every inch of his meridians. Chen Yang's cultivation began to grow at an alarming rate. The 9th level of the body tempering realm. The 1st level of Ningyuan realm. The spiritual energy liquefied in the dantian, forming a small vortex. But this is not the end. The 2nd level of condensation. The 6th level of condensation. 1st to the 9th level of condensation. When the energy tide reached its peak, the bamboo slips of Taishu Yandao Jing in Chen Yang's mind suddenly vibrated violently, and the 10th bamboo slip slowly unfolded. Boom! A purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, piercing through the roof and striking Chen Yang. But not only was he not injured, he absorbed all of the lightning bolt. Taishu Thunder Method Heavenly Punishment. Chen Yang recited the name unconsciously, and a purple lightning pattern appeared on the palm of his right hand. Wang Wana also reached her peak at this time, and her cultivation level leapt to the 6th level of the body tempering realm. The spiritual energy around her gradually subsided, and her skin returned to its normal whiteness, but still had a faint blush. The morning light shone through the broken roof onto the messy bed. Wang Wana's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. When she found herself lying in Chen Yang's arms, her ears turned red with shame. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I didn't expect that Zhao Yuqing wasn't Wana's biological daughter. Are you happy then? Happy. Chen Yang nodded and gently stroked her long hair. Wana will not be tortured in the future. Hearing this, Wang Wana was surprised to find that she could clearly sense the flow of spiritual energy in Chen Yang's body. Even more amazingly, as soon as she moved her mind, a wisp of pink spiritual energy condensed at her fingertips. This is. Xian Qia's spirit body has fully awakened. Chen Yang explained, from now on, you have officially embarked on the path of cultivation. After being shocked and excited, Wang Wana suddenly asked, Chen Yang, did the Wang family take action against you? I tried but failed. How did Wana know about this? Although I am a side branch, I can still know some things. Wang Changhe has reached the 9th level of body tempering, so you have to be careful. A trace of helplessness flashed across Wang Wana's beautiful eyes. As a woman and a member of a branch family, she had no say in the Wang family. It's only the 9th level of body tempering. The skills I practiced can be regarded as a dimensionality reduction attack in this world. Of course, this is also thanks to Wana. Wang Wana's cheeks blushed when she heard this. She naturally understood what Chen Yang meant. At this moment, Chen Yang's phone started vibrating wildly. It was Lin Xiaoshuan's call. Chen Yang, where are you? What is it? Can you accompany me to a party? What party? Chen Yang thought to himself, could it be Shen Bingqing's birthday party? Wang Wana, who was standing by, listened carefully and recognized the voice of a young woman. Class reunion. Why should I go to your class reunion? I'm not going. Are you going or not? Chen Yang could feel Lin Xiaoxuan's angry look on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but look at Wang Wana's erbai. Wang Wana pinched Chen Yang's waist with a blushing face. I have something to do next week. Whatever you want, it's settled. The phone was hung up. Chen Yang. Who is she? Wang Wana asked. Landlord. Is there such a young landlord? I don't believe it. Wang Wana looked at Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxian. The surname is Lin, could she be from the Lin family? Well, her grandfather is Lin Zhenyue, second master of the Lin family. Wang Wana was shocked and then asked, are you planning to go with her? There was a hint of jealousy in Wang Wana's voice. Since I promised Shen Bingqing to attend her birthday party, I will not break my promise. After a pause, Wang Wana spoke. After all, Lin Xiaoxian is backed by the Lin family. If there is no conflict in your schedule, you can go with her, but you can't touch her. Chapter 16, Encounter at the Mall. Wang Wana warned. Jealous. Chen Yang smiled jokingly. Who ate it wrong? I just what? You? Wang Wana punched Chen Yang's chest with her pink fist. It was the first time she experienced the feeling of heartbeat and love. Okay Wana, I don't have that intention towards Lin Xiaoxian. That's what you said. Wang Wana said seriously. The day after tomorrow is Bingqing's birthday party. I'll go with you to buy some clothes. Wang Wana leaned on Chen Yang's chest, listening to the strong heartbeat. Are you not afraid of being seen? I'm afraid. But I want to choose the clothes for you myself. Good. Chen Yang nodded, thinking that he should dress decently to attend Shen Bingqing's birthday party. Afterwards, the two washed up and went to a shopping mall a little further away from Haiyu Garden. Cosmopolitan, a men's counter. Wang Wana's slender fingers gently stroked Chen Yang's collar, adjusting the dark blue suit he had just tried on. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and her breath carried a faint scent of jasmine. This suits you very well. Her voice was gentle, but she couldn't hide her jealousy. If Lin Xiaoxian saw it, she would pester you again. Chen Yang chuckled and covered her restless little hand with his warm palm. What, are you jealous? Who is jealous? Wang Wana's ears turned red instantly and she pulled her hand back in panic. Through the reflection of the mirror, Chen Yang saw a familiar figure standing in front of the jewelry counter. Zhao Yuqing was holding the arm of a young man affectionately. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a brand-name suit, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist sparkled under the light. Changed again. Chen Yan sneered. The last time he saw him in Chenshui Huafu, he was a greasy middle-aged man, but now he has found a young rich second generation. Wang Wana also saw this scene through the mirror, and her body suddenly stiffened. She subconsciously let go of Chen Yan's arm, and hurriedly took 2 steps back to hide in the fitting room. What's wrong? Chen Yan frowned. Yes. It's Yuqing. Wang Wana's voice trembled, her fingertips tightly grasping the curtain. I can't let her see me with you. Chen Yang then realized how awkward it would be if the mother and daughter saw each other. He stood in front of the fitting room calmly, observing Zhao Yuqing in the distance through the gap between the hangers. Zhao Yuqing wore a fiery red hip skirt and red stockings today, with heavy makeup on. She was holding a diamond necklace around her neck, and said to her male companion with a sweet smile, Mingxian, does this look good? The man named Liu Mingxian pinched her face frivolously. By all. But. He said something in a low voice, which made Zhao Yuqing hit his chest coquettishly. Chen Yang's stomach churned. Once upon a time, Zhao Yuqing also acted like this to him, but at that time they could only eat spicy hot pot at a roadside stall. It seems that the reason why Zhao Yuqing wants to date me is probably because I am more capable. Chen Yang. Wang Wana half showed her pale face from the gap in the curtain. Should we change places? At this moment, Zhao Yuqing suddenly turned her head and looked towards the men's clothing area. Chen Yang quickly turned sideways, but it was too late. Chen Yang. A sharp female voice pierced through the noise of the mall. The rapid tapping of high heels approached, and Zhao Yuqing dragged her male companion towards them aggressively. Wang Wana hurriedly pulled the curtain tight, but Chen Yang still saw her instantly pale face. Hey, isn't this my poor ex-boyfriend? Zhao Yuqing's red lips curled up in a sarcastic arc. Why, you finally bought some decent clothes. Liu Mingxian looked Chen Yang up and down, sneering contemptuously. Yuqing, this is the guy you said can't even afford Starbucks. I'm the one who played the rest, how do you feel? Chen Yang interrupted Liu Mingxian. Liu Mingxian's expression suddenly changed. You are looking for death. Chen Yang, shut up. Are you hooking up with some rich woman? Zhao Yuqing interrupted sharply. She suddenly reached out to pull the curtain of the fitting room. Let me see who is blind. Bang! Chen Yang grabbed her wrist with such force that she cried out in pain. Let Yuqing go. Liu Mingxian swung his fist and hit her. Chen Yang didn't even turn his head, and casually blocked it with his left hand. With a crisp crack, Liu Mingxian fell to the ground, covering his wrist and howling like a pig being slaughtered. My hand. Zhao Yuqing's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly she caught a glimpse of a familiar beige skirt under the curtain. She was startled and suddenly opened the curtain. Empty. There was only a slightly swaying ventilation window and fluttering beige curtains. Chen Yang stared at the empty fitting room, his chest seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand. A car horn sounded outside the ventilation window. The next second he took out his cell phone, and a message from Wanwana appeared on the screen. Sorry, Chen Yang. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. Just a few simple words, but he seemed to see her typing with trembling fingers. Seeing that there was no one inside, Zhao Yuqing shouted angrily, Chen Yang. How dare you attack young Master Liu? The scream brought Chen Yang back to reality. Liu Mingxian was still kneeling on the ground wailing, and many customers had gathered around to watch the excitement. The mall security was rushing over, and noisy calls came from the intercom. Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Yuqing coldly. Take care of your new love. After saying that, Chen Yang turned around and left. Behind him, Zhao Yuqing cursed hysterically. Who do you think you are? You deserve to be poor forever. After leaving the store, Chen Yang immediately called Wanwana. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up, and suppressed sobs came from the receiver. Wanner, which district are you in? B2, parking space 12 in area D. Her voice was heavily nasal. Chen Yang walked quickly towards the elevator. When the door closed, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Yuqing supporting Liu Mingxian and walking in another direction. The man's face was pale and his wrist was swollen like a steamed bun. He must be going to the hospital. The underground parking lot was dark and damp. Chen Yang quickly found Wang Weiner's white BMW. The car window was covered with dense mist, and a curled-up figure could be vaguely seen inside. He opened the car door, and a scent of jasmine mixed with tears hit him. Wanwana sat in the driver's seat with her knees hugged. Her makeup was smudged, and the mascara was smudged under her eyes, like two dark clouds of haze. I'm sorry. She said hoarsely, I shouldn't have let you escape alone. Chen Yang silently sat in the passenger seat and held her in his arms. Wanwana resisted at first, but eventually she cried silently on his shoulder. He could feel her trembling, like a frightened bird. That Liu Mingxian, Wanwana suddenly looked up, a sharp flash in her eyes, is not a good guy. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Do you know him? The young master of the Liu family is a well-known playboy. She wiped away her tears and regained some calmness in her voice. He was in the news last month because of a female model, but was later suppressed by the Liu family. Hearing this, Chen Yang really wanted to say that your adopted daughter Zhao Yuqing is not a good person either. In order to seek freshness, I am not picky about food. Seeing Chen Yang remain silent, Wanwana realized that she shouldn't mention Zhao Yuqing again. Chen Yang, let's go to another mall. Wanwana looked apologetic. Etc. In the rearview mirror, a man in a black windbreaker and a baseball cap was approaching stealthily. Are you from the Wang family or the Zhao family? Wanwana asked nervously. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. Chapter 17 Zhao Yuqing's suspicion. Stay in the car. Chen Yang pushed the door open and came out, approaching like a ghost. The man in black was quick to notice the movement and raised his head. Chen Yang saw clearly that there was a hideous scar under his left eye. Seeing this, the scarred man turned and ran away. Chen Yang was about to chase him when he heard Wanwana screaming. Chen Yang! There's something making noises under the car. The electronic sound of beep, beep came from under the car, and the frequency became faster and faster. Bomb! Chen Yang rushed back, picked up Wanwana who had already gotten off the car, and rushed away. The two of them had just run 10 meters away. Boom! The huge explosion shook the entire parking lot. The shock wave threw the two people away. Chen Yang turned in the air and used his body to protect Wanwana, but his back hit the concrete pillar heavily. Alarms rang throughout the parking lot, and the fire extinguishing system sprayed water mist all over the sky. Through the thick smoke, Chen Yang saw the scarred man standing at the emergency exit, making a throat-slitting gesture to him, then turned and disappeared into the stairwell. Are you okay? Wanwana checked Chen Yang's back in a panic. It's okay. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes flashing with lightning. Buddha has 3 points of anger. Someone treats me as clay. Wanwana's face turned pale. Is it the Zhao family? Or? It doesn't matter. Chen Yang helped her wipe the water off her face. No one can escape. Wanwana originally wanted to buy a few suits for Chen Yang, but she didn't expect that the twists and turns made her lose her mood. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, Wana, I'll take you home. Afterwards, Chen Yang sent Wanwana back to Haiyu Jiayuan and left alone. After thinking for a while, he went to Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. The scarred man would not make any further moves after his failure. Chen Yang did not intend to act rashly before figuring out the situation. As soon as I pushed open the door of the villa, a burst of cheerful laughter from a variety show hit me in the face. In the living room, Lin Xiaoxian was sitting cross-legged on a leather sofa, her black low-cut dress revealing a large area of snow-white skin, her slender legs casually crossed under her denim shorts. She was holding a bag of potato chips in her hand, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Are you back? Lin Xiaoxian put down the potato chips and jumped quickly to Chen Yang's side. The scent of jasmine. Chen Yang reluctantly pushed away her face that was too close to him. Stop it. Lin Xiaoxian pouted. Accompany me to the class reunion on Monday. Chen Yang thought about it and realized that Shen Bingqing's birthday party was on the weekend, so since there was no conflict, he nodded and agreed. As my male partner for the class reunion, you have to dress appropriately. We still need to go to the mall. Chen Yang frowned. He really didn't want to go shopping in the mall. What do you mean? Lin Xiaoxian suddenly leaned closer to the two dazzling white lights. Who did you go to the mall with just now? No, I just went to the tea house with a friend. Real? Yes, really. Chen Yang said calmly. No need to go to the mall, I've already bought it for you. Lin Xiaoxian trotted upstairs and came down a moment later carrying a bag with a luxury brand logo printed on it. Try it on first. Chen Yang opened the bag suspiciously, and inside was a well-tailored black suit. The fabric felt cool and silky to the touch, and was obviously worth a lot of money. This. Go try it on. Lin Xiaoxian pushed Chen Yang into his room. If it doesn't fit, you can change it tomorrow. 5 minutes later, when Chen Yang changed into his suit and came out, Lin Xiaoxian was drinking juice through a straw and choked when she saw this. Ahem. Shit. She wiped the corner of her mouth in embarrassment, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. This is too. Chen Yang in front of him had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his tall figure was perfectly outlined in a black suit. The dark lines on his forehead were faintly visible under the light, which was both low-key and exuded a noble aura that could not be ignored. How is it? Chen Yang pulled his collar uncomfortably. Lin Xiaoxian suddenly came closer and stretched out her hand to help him adjust his collar. Her rare serious expression made her look a little more mature. Black really suits you. Her fingertips accidentally brushed Chen Yang's neck, bringing a slight chill. The two were so close that he could smell the faint citrus perfume on her body. Okay. Lin Xiaoxian suddenly took a step back and returned to her heartless look. I'll pick out a few accessories for you tomorrow. I guarantee that my classmates will be impressed by them at the party. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. No need to be so exaggerated. Of course. Lin Xiaoxian clenched her fist. You represent my reputation. Chen Yang was about to speak when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wanwana. Are you home safe? I had someone check the surveillance footage of what happened in the parking lot just now. The scarred man might have been sent by the Zhao family. He frowned slightly and replied, It's okay, we'll talk about it in detail when we meet tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxian tilted her head and looked at him. Who is it? A friend of mine. Chen Yang put away his phone. When are you going to buy things tomorrow? 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xiaoxian jumped upstairs. I'm going to pick out clothes to wear on Monday. Oh, by the way. She turned around the corner of the stairs. Remember to get ready to see my stunning look. Oh, then I'll have to give you a good review. As night fell, Chen Yang called Wanwana and asked if she wanted him to go over and accompany her. No need, don't come over. Yuqing seemed suspicious at the mall during the day. Just as Wanwana finished speaking, Zhao Yuqing's voice came from outside the door. Mom, are you there? I won't talk to you anymore, Yuqing is here. After saying that, Wanwana hung up the phone. Chen Yang put down the phone on the other end of the line. He knew that Wanwana didn't know how to explain to her daughter. Not caring, Chen Yang sat cross-legged and began to practice. Seaview Garden. Why are you here, girl? Wanwana looked at Zhao Yuqing who walked in. Mom, why do you look so nervous? You kid, why should I be so nervous when you're here? By the way, didn't you always like to wear stockings when you went out before? Why aren't you wearing them today? Wanwana looked at Zhao Yuqing's slightly red thighs. She remembered that when she saw her in the mall, she was wearing a red hip wrap and red stockings. Now the red stockings are gone. Broken. Zhao Yuqing said without caring. Upon hearing this, Wanwana understood that it was Liu Mingxian who broke it. But she couldn't say it, otherwise her relationship with Chen Yang would be exposed. By the way, Mom, why did you move here suddenly? Did you have a fight with Dad? Don't get involved in our affairs. Oh, by the way, where's your beige dress, Mom? Wanwana's heart skipped a beat, and she said calmly, in the closet. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? No, I just thought it looked nice and wanted to try it on. Hey you little bitch, does that fit you? Yes, my mom's bust is bigger than mine, so it doesn't fit. You damn girl, are you looking for a fight? Wanwana pretended to hit him. By the way, Mom, what happened between you and Dad? This is between him and me. Wang Wan put down her arms. You are already grown up, it's time for you to find someone and get married. Hey, I'm still young and want to play for a few more years. Chapter 18, Wang Weiner's husband's warning and temptation. When the morning sun shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, Chen Yang had already completed a night of practice. He slowly finished his practice, and the light of the Zhuantianzu mark on his chest gradually faded. The attack in the parking lot last night made him realize that the Zhao family has begun to use any means necessary. I'll go to Yang Ruyu's place in a couple of days to see if there's any treasure that can help me break through to the profound realm. Chen Yang. Get up. Lin Xiaoxuan's voice came along with the sound of dong dong knocking on the door. If you don't go out now, you will miss your appointment. Chen Yang opened the door and was startled. Lin Xiaoxian had put on exquisite makeup, which was rare today. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail. She was wearing a white off-shoulder shirt and a light blue denim skirt. She exuded a youthful and energetic aura. How is it? She turned around proudly. I'm going for the pure style today. Chen Yang nodded honestly. It looks good. That's it. Lin Xiaoxian handed over a paper bag with a smile. Breakfast, eat on the way. I have an appointment with a VIP shopping guide, and she will be there on time at 10 o'clock. Having said that, Lin Xiaoxian pulled Chen Yang out. In the VIP room on the top floor of Dahao Shopping Center, Chen Yang was manipulated by Lin Xiaoxian and the shopping guide like a model. This Hermes tie goes well with the suit. Lin Xiaoxian held a dark blue tie with dark patterns in front of Chen Yang's chest. Try this pair of Ferragamo shoes. The salesgirl attentively handed over a Patek Philippe watch. Ms. Lin, you have a good eye. This reference 5711 just arrived today. It is limited to 100 pieces worldwide. Chen Yang looked at the 7-digit price on the price tag and frowned. Too exaggerated. That's not an exaggeration. Lin Xiaoxian took the lead and put it on his wrist. How can a guest of the Lin family not have a decent watch? 2 hours later, Chen Yang was dressed completely new from head to toe. He wore a dark blue custom suit with a pure white shirt underneath, a low-key and luxurious Hermes bow tie, a watch with a cold metallic luster under the light, and even his socks were from an Italian handmade brand carefully selected by Lin Xiaoxian. Perfect. Lin Xiaoxian clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. You were definitely the most handsome at the party. The saleslady beside him couldn't help but admire. Mr. Chen's temperament is really suitable for formal wear. When checking out, Chen Yang looked at the long string of numbers and couldn't help but whispered, "These are too expensive." Lin Xiaoxian swiped the card nonchalantly. "Don't get me wrong, Grandpa said this is a necessary investment." She leaned close to Chen Yang's ear, and her warm breath brushed over his earlobe. "Besides, as my male partner at the class reunion, you have to be the most handsome one in the room. I think you want to support me. You are beautiful, but don't think you are that beautiful. You still can't meet my requirements. Come on, let's go have lunch first." Lin Xiaoxian took Chen Yang and left. In the French restaurant on the top floor of the shopping mall, Lin Xiaoxian was cutting steak with great interest while Chen Yang was sipping red wine. "Shen Bingqing, you will go to this banquet, right?" Lin Xiaoxian suddenly spoke. "She did invite me. It is said that the Shen family has invited half of the business community." She whispered, "The Zhao family and the Wang family will send people over, and even the top leaders of the supervision department will be present." Chen Yang took another sip of red wine. "It's quite a scene." "Of course. She's a famous actress." Lin Xiaoxian suddenly lowered her voice, "But I heard that she has some special health conditions." Chen Yang paused. "How could such a secret be known to outsiders?" "Who told you that?" "My grandpa." Lin Xiaoxian blinked. "He said that in every generation of the Shen family, there will be one person who gets a strange disease and will not live past the age of 23. After hearing this, Chen Yang understood that Shen Bingqing was the unfortunate person in the Shen family, but if she had met him, the tragedy would not have happened. It was already evening when the two returned to the villa. Lin Xiaoxian was happily matching clothes in the living room, not paying any attention to Chen Yang beside her. Seeing this, Chen Yang returned to his room with a dry mouth. Just as he was about to practice, he received a video call from Wanwana. Wanwana on the screen had regained her former elegance. She saw Chen Yang wearing designer clothes and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Ms. Lin's work." Chen Yang nodded helplessly. "It's hard to refuse such a kind offer." "It suits you very well." Wanwana said softly, "I will arrive later tomorrow." She hesitated. "Yuqing will go too." Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged. "I know." After the two chatted for a while and hung up the video call, Chen Yang's phone rang again. This time it was Shen Bingqing, and the time shown on the caller ID was already 11 o'clock in the evening. "Chen Yang." The voice on the other end of the phone was cheerful. "You must come tomorrow." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." "Well, I'll wait for you." Time passed and it was the weekend evening. As dusk fell, Chen Yang drove Lin Xiaoxian's 911 alone into the circular driveway of the Imperial Hotel. "Welcome." The doorman took the key respectfully and his eyes lingered on his $1 million watch for a moment. The top-floor banquet hall of the Imperial Hotel was brightly lit. Chen Yang handed over the gold-stamped invitation, and the waiter immediately bowed and led the way. "Miss Shen specifically said that you are her most important guest." The moment the door of the banquet hall opened, the melodious sound of violins filled the air. The crystal chandelier illuminated the entire space like daylight, and the champagne tower sparkled beside the central fountain. Chen Yang adjusted the cuffs of his dark blue suit and glanced across the room, only to find that Wanwana had not arrived yet. "Chen Yang." A sharp female voice came from behind. Zhao Yuqing held Zhao Wuji's arm, wearing a silver deep V dress that outlined her proud curves. "Why are you here? Are you following me again? What a joke! What does my presence here have to do with you? And is someone like you worthy of my following?" Chen Yang laughed sarcastically. Zhao Wuji shook the champagne glass. Although he had murderous intentions in his heart, he was no match for his grandfather. He just had to wait for his grandfather to come out of seclusion. However, it would be nice to mock Chen Yang first. It cost a lot of money to rent this outfit, right? Chen Yang took a glass of whiskey from the waiter's tray, the amber liquid flowing under the light. "Mr. Zhao's injury has recovered well." He glanced at him meaningfully. "Next time I will be more careful." "You?" Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. "Chen Yang." A deep male voice suddenly interrupted. Zhao Wen, wearing a tuxedo, came to Zhao Wuji's side. When they saw the person coming, Zhao Wuji and Zhao Yuqing called him second uncle and dad, respectively. "Dad, Chen Yang is pestering me." Zhao Wen glanced at Zhao Yuqing and raised his hand. "Mr. Zhao." Chen Yang smiled and spoke, looking over his head to see if there would be any green light. "I didn't expect you to know cousin Bingqing." Zhao Wen knew that Chen Yang must have been invited to come in, and it was not because of pestering as his daughter said. It's just fate. Thank you for coming to my cousin's birthday party, but I warn you to stay away from Yuqing and Bingqing. Seeing Zhao Wen reaching out his hand, the moment the two hands were clasped together, Chen Yang felt a hint of cold, spiritual power coming from the other party's palm. He quietly activated the Shenqian pearl and devoured the spiritual power. Zhao Wen frowned slightly. He felt that Chen Yang's internal strength was profound and he didn't look like a beginner at all. Zhao Yuqing looked at the undercurrent between the two in confusion, while Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes, trying to find a clue from it. Chapter 19, Confession, Rejection. Hey, there's something wrong between the second master of the Zhao family and that young man. Li Zhuchuan, the head of the Li family, spoke with interest. The young man that brother Li mentioned is named Chen Yang. He is the ex-boyfriend of the daughter of the second master of the Zhao family. The person who spoke was Xuan, director of the Haicheng branch of the supervision department. According to what Minister Xu said, it would be too much of a loss to target a junior like Zhao Laoer. Li Zhuchuan sneered. The Li family and the Zhao family have always been at odds. Dear guests. Their host's voice came through the speakers. Please welcome tonight's protagonist, Miss Shen Bingqing. In the audience, Mr. Chen. A waiter handed over an amber whiskey. Miss Shen specially prepared 25-year Macallan for you. Thank you. Chen Yang took the wine glass and looked at Shen Bingqing, who had just entered the banquet hall. The next second the banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were on Shen Bingqing, who was wearing a silver white fishtail dress. The popular film queen had her long hair tied up today, revealing her elegant swan neck. An ice crystal-like pendant embedded in the ravine was particularly eye-catching. Shen Bingqing's eyes wandered among the crowd, and finally locked onto Chen Yang accurately. She raised the corners of her lips slightly, and walked towards him in full view of everyone. Dr. Chen. Her voice was like a spring hitting a stone. I am most happy that you are here. This title made the guests around him look surprised. Chen Yang understood that this was a hint to the people present that he was a doctor, and the two of them knew each other because of the doctor-patient relationship. Happy birthday. Chen Yang raised his glass to say, are you feeling better? Shen Bingqing took a step forward and suddenly reached out to help him adjust his crooked bow tie. This intimate gesture caused the faces of several wealthy young men nearby to change slightly. Much better, thanks to your special treatment, and you looked so handsome today. She deliberately emphasized the words special and so handsome, and her eyes moved with a meaning that only Chen Yang could understand. The effect of the last treatment was very lasting. Several suppressed exclamations were heard around him. Chen Yang could feel several jealous eyes piercing his back. Zhao Yuqing stood not far away, the champagne glass in her hand was almost crushed, and Zhao Wuji beside her had a terribly gloomy face. Ms. Shen. A deep male voice interrupted the conversation. Who is this? Chen Yang turned around and saw a man in his 50s, wearing a custom suit, approaching. He recognized that this man seemed to be Director Zhang, an investor in a recent big-budget movie. Director Zhang, this is my friend, Dr. Chen Yang. Shen Bingqing naturally took Chen Yang's arm. He is also my personal health consultant. Director Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he shook Chen Yang's hand enthusiastically. I've heard a lot about you. Bingqing has indeed looked much better recently. It turns out that there is a master who is guiding her. Director Zhang, you're welcome. The dance music started at the right time, and Shen Bingqing gently tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve. Will you dance with me? This request may sound normal to others, but Chen Yang was keenly aware of the slight tremor coming from her fingertips. He calmly grabbed Shen Bingqing's wrist, and the Zhuantiansu's perception was instantly activated. An extremely unstable cold energy was surging in Shen Bingqing's body. It's my honor. Chen Yang led her to the dance floor and took the opportunity to lower his voice. The coldness in your body. Well, I feel like I'm losing control again and I need you to heal me again. Shen Bingqing's breath sprayed on his ears, with an unusually cold feeling. You can do it after the banquet. Her words were interrupted by a commotion. Chen Yang turned around and saw Wen Wan'er wearing a dark green dress, as elegant as an aristocrat from a classical oil painting. However, his eyes froze slightly when he saw the two people on the dance floor. Shen Bingqing suddenly leaned close to Chen Yang's ear, and this action seemed extremely ambiguous to others. My cousin is here, do you want to go and say hello? Zhao Yuqing and I have already broken up. What does it mean for me to go and say hello? Chen Yang frowned. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. It has passed. As time passed, the dance ended, applause broke out, and Shen Bingqing saluted gracefully. The moment she stood up, her body swayed. Chen Yang quickly supported her waist. Chen Yang! Zhao Yuqing screamed, "Let go of my aunt!" Zhao Wuji followed closely behind, with a look of sarcasm on his face. Dr. Chen. Could he be a gynecologist? Suddenly, several snickers were heard in the banquet hall. Shen Bingqing stared at Zhao Wuji with an unpleasant expression. "Mr. Zhao, please be careful with your words. If you feel bored, you can leave." Her voice was not heavy, but Zhao Wuji's face changed. Shen Bingqing was the cousin of his aunt Wang Weiner. The two of them were somewhat related, but now he was embarrassed because of Chen Yang. Wang Weiner came over at some point, and she was filled with anger that Zhao Yuqing was getting involved with her nephew again. If I had known that she was so fickle, I should not have adopted her to save the Zhao family's reputation. Sorry Bingqing, happy birthday. It's okay, cousin. Shen Bingqing responded with a smile, then turned to Chen Yang. "Dr. Chen, can you accompany me to the terrace to get some fresh air?" Amid the surprised or jealous gazes of the crowd, Chen Yang and Shen Bingqing walked towards the open-air terrace outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Chen Yang, do you know why I entered the entertainment industry?" "Have no idea." Chen Yang looked at the traffic flowing below. "Because I won't live past 23, and I don't want to leave any regrets in my life." After a pause, Chen Yang said, "With me here, you will be safe. You can really break the Shen family's curse." Shen Bingqing looked at Chen Yang with her body trembling. Before, she thought that Chen Yang could only alleviate her illness or at most delay it. Chen Yang's answer was to ensure that he would be safe. Really? It's not a curse that one such case will occur in every generation of the Shen family. I can resolve it. Do you have a girlfriend now? Shen Bingqing suddenly asked with a slightly blushing face. The movie queen wants to be my girlfriend. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. May I? Shen Bingqing asked what was on her mind for some unknown reason. Aren't you afraid of causing scandal? I'm afraid, but we can get along secretly. Then, I don't want to have an affair anymore, and I don't want to talk about sex now. Chen Yang was referring to Wang Weiner, but Shen Bingqing didn't know it. Are you rejecting me? Chen Yang did not answer after hearing this. If he nodded, it would be too hurtful. After all, today is Shen Bingqing's birthday. Just when the atmosphere was silent, a man came over and looked at Chen Yang carefully. He is quite handsome, and also has medical skills. He is qualified to be the son-in-law of my Shen family. Seeing Shen Bingqing, he immediately said, "Wang Tingting, shut up. Dr. Chen and I are just friends." Oh, shouldn't the words male and female be added in front of it? "Hello, auntie." Chen Yang called out to someone. He knew that the other person was Shen Bingqing's mother, as he could tell from how similar they looked. Chapter 20. Someone has so many phone calls. Wang Tingting looked Chen Yang up and down. "Dr. Chen," she suddenly changed the subject, lowering her voice by an octave, "can you really cure Bingqing's disease?" "Don't worry, auntie," Chen Yang chose his words carefully, "I can cure Miss Shen's illness." "Great. As long as you can cure Bingqing, I will marry her to you. How about that? My Bingqing has never been in a relationship before." Wang Tingting. Shen Bingqing pulled her away with some shame and anger. Since he had done what he promised Shen Bingqing, Chen Yang planned to go back. He looked at Wang Weiner in the distance and left quietly. It was almost midnight when he returned to Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. Chen Yang entered the house very carefully, fearing to wake up Lin Xiaoxian, who was already resting. As soon as he took off his coat, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Video call request, Wang Weiner. Chen Yang raised his lips and went to his room before answering the call. Wang Weiner's delicate face immediately appeared on the screen. She seemed to have just finished a shower, her hair was still dripping with water, and she was only wrapped in a white bath towel that seemed to be about to fall off. Extremely. What did my dear cousin talk to you about? Chen Yang's Adam's apple rolled. Even through the screen, Wang Weiner could still easily stir his heartstrings. I miss Weiner. Hearing this, Wang Weiner blushed slightly. It's too late, let's do it tomorrow. No, you haven't answered my question yet. Chen Yang planned to tell the truth about Wang Weiner's question. After all, who knows whether Shen Bingqing said anything to Wang Weiner? Your cousin seems to have taken a fancy to me. What else? Wang Weiner looked at Chen Yang on the phone. I declined. Since you told the truth, I'll wait for you at Qianhai Club tomorrow night. Wang Wan's voice became smaller and smaller. Hearing this, Chen Yang was glad that I told the truth. It seemed that the two sisters, Wang Wana and Shen Bingqing, could talk about anything. Then Wana, you must be mentally prepared. I am very powerful. Humph. Who's afraid of who? Wang Weiner said confidently. Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxuan's voice sounded outside. I'm going to hang up first. You have to stay here for me, alone in the dead of night. Wang Wana heard Lin Xiaoxuan's voice. Receive. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, then stood up and opened the door. Why aren't you asleep yet? Humph. It's all because of someone who wore the suit I bought for you to attend Shen Bingqing's birthday party. Well, I don't have any other decent clothes. I really like the outfit you picked for me. No, I have to buy something better than this before the class reunion tomorrow. Chen Yang, it's not necessary. It is necessary. Then you decide. But first make it clear that I don't have the money to pay you back. Buying another set of clothes would cost another 7 figures. Who asked you to return it? Am I prettier or is Shen Bingqing prettier? This is an easy question if Shen Bingqing is not here. Of course you are beautiful. Real. Well, I swear to God. Chen Yang said seriously. You're good at talking. Get up early tomorrow and go buy clothes. I'm going to bed now. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian turned around happily, but turned back the next second and asked, Do you want to come together? Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang's embarrassing look, Lin Xiaoxian laughed so hard that she bent over. Chen Yang felt warm in his heart. Just teasing you. After she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxian jumped upstairs. After Lin Xiaoxian left, Chen Yang shook his head, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Wen made a tentative move today, and it was estimated that the Zhao family would take action soon. However, the 10th page of Taishu Yandaojing, Taishu Lei Far Qianzhu, has been unfolded, allowing oneself to summon the power of heavenly calamity. With the heavenly punishment, everyone below the 3rd level of the spirit realm is an ant. But now there is a lack of an opportunity to destroy the Wang family and the Zhao family. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoxian took Chen Yang to the mall again, and the prices of the clothes they bought this time were even more outrageous. Chen Yang was also speechless at the woman's thoughts, and also lamented the luxury of the rich. Are you satisfied now? Chen Yang followed Lin Xiaoxian carrying a lot of bags. He. Go home quickly. What? Chen Yang was puzzled. Oh, you'll know when we get home. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian pulled Chen Yang away. Chen Yang's phone rang in the car, and the caller ID showed Yang Ruyu. Chen Yang pressed the answer button without hesitation. Ruyu, did something happen to you? Nothing, you forgot I said I would treat you to a meal. No time. Lin Xiaoxian took over the conversation. Hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Ruyu, it's really not possible today. I have something to do, let's do it another day. Okay, let's contact each other another day. Lin Xiaoxian was very satisfied with Chen Yang's words. Satisfied? It's okay. Lin Xiaoxian said without turning her head. But just as she finished speaking, Chen Yang's phone rang again. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Bai Jiqing calling. Someone has a lot of calls. Chen Yang touched his nose. Hello, Dr. Bai. Chen Yang, I have a difficult patient here and I need your help. Now. Well, do you have time? No, even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxian took over the conversation again. Tell me what symptoms you have first. If it's not urgent, I'll go over tomorrow morning. Chen Yang said. The patient's condition is rather special, so I'd better wait for you to come and diagnose it yourself. Since I can't die, I'll go there tomorrow. Chen Yang's words made Bai Jiqing feel a little embarrassed, while the old man next to her twitched his mouth. The middle-aged man next to the old man was on the verge of exploding, but he couldn't get angry until the phone was hung up. Well, you must come tomorrow. Chen Yang nodded and hung up the phone. Judging from the fact that Bai Jiqing did not attend Shen Bingqing's birthday party, it should be because of this patient. This person's identity should not be simple. I rejected another one, that's good enough. Just barely made it through. Lin Xiaoxian was still very happy. At the same time, by Jiqing's clinic. Father, this boy is so ungrateful. How can you say that? First, he doesn't know my identity. Second, he has his own things to do, which is normal. But it's nothing, let's go and come back tomorrow. The old man smiled and stood up and looked at Bai Jiqing. Girl, I have something else to deal with, so I'll go back first. Grandpa Su, take care. Soon, Lin Xiaoxian and Chen Yang returned to the villa. What can we say now? Help me see, which one should I wear tonight? That's it. Chen Yang couldn't understand how women thought. Isn't this important? Come upstairs with me. Lin Xiaoxian pulled Chen Yang upstairs without question. Seeing that he was about to enter Lin Xiaoxuan's room, Chen Yang quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" "Change your clothes." "Is it appropriate for me to change clothes while you do it?" Chen Yang was speechless. This was too obvious. How do you know if it fits if you're not here? You're overthinking it. There's a bathroom in my room. I can change in the bathroom and you can wait in the room. This way I don't have to run upstairs and downstairs. This. Chen Yang was speechless. Chapter 21 Retribution is coming. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian took out several dresses from the closet and walked into the spacious bathroom. Chen Yang's eyes unconsciously looked at the open wardrobe. Suddenly I felt my brain congested. There were semi-enclosed ones in all colors and styles, and they were all thin, 2 sets. Chen Yang quickly turned around and saw an even more terrifying scene. Lin Xiaoxian was changing clothes, and the way she threw clothes away. Chen Yangshuo took it and turned to go downstairs. "Little guy, let's see how long you can endure this," Lin Xiaoxian said proudly in the bathroom. Not long after, Lin Xiaoxian came downstairs and pretended to glare at Chen Yang. "Why did you come downstairs?" I think this dress suits you very well. Isn't it a little too little? After all, there are still my former classmates here." Lin Xiaoxian looked at Chen Yang. "You look good in anything when you are beautiful, but this one is good." Chen Yang praised him, otherwise he didn't know how long he would be tortured to death. However, Lin Xiaoxian had no intention of letting Chen Yang go. "No, I'll go change." After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian twisted her waist and went upstairs. Soon she changed into a black hip-hugging miniskirt and a white casual shirt, creating a hazy feeling. "How is it?" Lin Xiaoxian turned around, and the scent of a young girl came to his face. "This is a nice one." "Okay, that's it. Why are you still standing there? You're going to be late," Lin Xiaoxian said as she pulled Chen Yang out. This time Chen Yang was driving and Lin Xiaoxian was sitting in the passenger seat. The gathering place was at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the city center. In the elevator, Lin Xiaoxian suddenly whispered, "There is something I need to tell you in advance. There is a guy named Zhu Zihao. His father is in the system. He pursued me in college." Chen Yang understood. "Do you need me to play the role of a jealous boyfriend?" "No. I mean he might cause you trouble. As long as it doesn't touch my bottom line, I won't argue with him." This is also because Chen Yang considers that Zhu Zihao is Lin Xiaoxuan's classmate. "No need. If he causes you trouble, just give him a good beating." The elevator door opened, and a clamorous noise came rushing in. The entire restaurant on the first floor was booked, and 36 people gathered in 2s and 3s under the crystal chandelier. Chen Yang immediately noticed the tall man standing next to the champagne tower. The man was wearing a suit that was obviously too tight, his muscles almost bursting through the fabric, and he was staring at them with a gloomy look. "He is Zhu Zihao," Lin Xiaoxian said in a low voice. "The campus beauty of Lin University." A woman with wavy curly hair screamed and rushed over, "Oh my god, you are still so beautiful. This is..." Her eyes roamed over Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxian took Chen Yang's arm and said, "My friend, Chen Yang. Such a handsome friend." Several girls exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. Zhu Zihao's face turned pale. He had wanted to take advantage of this party to sleep with Lin Xiaoxian, but he didn't expect someone to come and get in the way. "I wonder where Mr. Chen is employed?" the wavy-haired woman asked with a smile. Chen Yang was about to answer when a shadow loomed over him. Zhu Zihao had already walked over, and his nearly 1.9-meter tall physique brought a strong sense of oppression. Private clinic. Chen Yang answered without paying attention. Bai Zhiqing's place was indeed private. Oh? So there's no staffing. Zhu Zihao sneered. Xiaoxian, is this the level of your dating? The restaurant suddenly became quiet. Lin Xiaoxuan's expression suddenly changed. Zhu Zihao. Show some respect. Respect. Zhu Zihao opened his mouth exaggeratedly. Does he deserve it? As he spoke, Zhu Zihao raised his hand and wanted to pat Chen Yang on the shoulder. But Chen Yang slightly turned sideways, letting the other party's hand fall empty. Drunk. I'm drunk. Zhu Zihao grinned and suddenly grabbed a bottle of freshly opened red wine. Come on, if you're a man, drink this bottle. If you don't dare to drink, get out. There were several exclamations from the crowd. Lin Xiaoxian wanted to step forward, but was gently stopped by Chen Yang. He took the bottle and drank it all in full view of everyone. His Adam's apple rolled regularly and a drop of dark red wine slid down his chin and sank into the collar of his shirt. After a few breaths, Chen Yang put down the empty bottle, his face normal. As a cultivator of the 9th level of the condensation realm, this little bit of alcohol could not numb him. Zhu Zihao's face turned pale upon seeing this. He didn't expect that this seemingly frail doctor could drink so much. Just as he was racking his brains to think of a new trick, a man with gold-rimmed glasses named Zhang Ming came over and whispered something. A sinister light flashed in Zhu Zihao's eyes. You've got guts. He slammed the table. Waiter, bring me the bottle of drunken immortal brew I saved. Hearing this name, the faces of several local students changed drastically. Lin Xiaoxian grabbed Chen Yang's wrist and said, Zhu Zihao, you passed. Why, you want to hide behind a woman? Zhu Zihao ignored Lin Xiaoxuan's warning and looked at Chen Yang jokingly. At the same time, the waitress had already brought out an antique porcelain bottle and handed it to Zhu Zihao. This wine is a secret recipe passed down from my family. Even the best drinker will get drunk after 3 glasses. Chen Yang scanned the wine with his spiritual sense and immediately discovered that there was something mixed in the wine, a toxin that could paralyze the nerves. If an ordinary person drank it, they would either fall into a coma or suffer respiratory depression, which could be life-threatening. There was a flash of cold light in Chen Yang's eyes. This was beyond the scope of ordinary provocation. Zhu Zihao, you've gone too far. Lin Xiaoxian was completely furious. It's okay. If I drink, will you drink with me? Of course. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning and die miserably. Zhu Zihao promised, but in his heart he was thinking that when you fall, I will still have the final say. Okay. Chen Yang took the porcelain cup. Amid the gasps of the crowd, he drank 3 cups in a row, then turned the cup upside down on the table. It tastes good, but it lacks the aftertaste. Zhu Zihao was dumbfounded. This drunken immortal powder had never failed to work. He had personally seen a 200-pound strong man fall to the ground and convulse after drinking a glass of wine. And this doctor in front of him actually smiled at him? It's your turn. Chen Yang had taken another cup without knowing when, filled it with drunken immortal wine and pushed it to Zhu Zihao. Are you afraid to drink your own wine? The scene was completely silent. Everyone was watching Zhu Zihao's naked counterattack. Zhu Zihao's face turned pale and he stood up angrily, wanting to leave. He naturally knew what was mixed in the wine. Mr. Zhu, are you leaving? Chen Yang suddenly said in a cold voice. Everyone present looked at each other, and the look in their eyes towards Zhu Zihao was like, if you can't afford to play, then don't embarrass yourself. It's just because of the Zhu family's power that they dare not show it. Zhu Zihao ignored him and left with a grim look on his face. Just as he reached the door, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck him. The next second, he fell down with his head held high and stopped breathing. Seeing this, the people at the scene were terrified. Why did thunder strike? Zhu Zihao was struck to death by lightning. There was a commotion at the scene. Chen Yang sighed, retribution has come. But Lin Xiaoxian widened her beautiful eyes, and she realized that it was Chen Yang who did it. You killed young Master Zhu, Director Zhu will not let you go. Zhang Ming said tremblingly that although he didn't know what happened, he wanted to find a scapegoat. Otherwise, they would all be doomed if the Zhu family blamed them. Chen Yang was undoubtedly the best choice. You farted. Lin Xiaoxian glared at Zhang Ming. Although the Zhu family was nothing, there was still the supervisory department and Chen Yang would get into trouble. After all, the supervisory department represents Daxia, and the Lin family can only maneuver around it. Chapter 22. You really fell in love with me. As the sirens pierced the night sky, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall outside, and the rain trickled down the glass, refracting the neon lights into distorted blocks of color. Lin Xiaoxian felt bad. If she hadn't asked Chen Yang to attend her class reunion, this wouldn't have happened. I heard the police outside and the hall was in chaos. Several girls hugged each other and sobbed, while the boys huddled in the corner with pale faces. Zhang Ming would cast resentful glances at Chen Yang from time to time. Don't move. The fully armed police rushed in first, shooting their guns at everyone present. The team was led by a middle-aged police officer with graying hair on his temples. When he saw the charred corpse on the ground, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Mr. Zhu, young Master Zhu. He squatted down to check his pulse. As soon as his fingers touched Zhu Zihao's neck, they retracted as if they had been electrocuted. A faint thunder power still remained on the surface of the corpse. What happened? The old police officer stood up and swept his sharp eyes over the crowd. The deputy director's son died in his jurisdiction. How is he going to explain this when he returns? Zhang Ming immediately jumped out and pointed at Chen Yang. It was him. He must have used some evil magic to kill young Master Zhu. They were just drinking. Shut up. Lin Xiaoxian interrupted sharply. The surveillance can prove that Chen Yang did not make any moves the entire time. The old police officer frowned and waved to the technician to adjust the surveillance. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open again, and a chill instantly swept through the entire space. Chen Yang frowned. The person who came was Mu Qingxue, who came here because of the smell. The middle-aged police officer was obviously relieved when he saw the person coming. He knew that he could distance himself from the matter as long as the supervision department stepped in. He was only seen reporting the situation to Mu Qingxue in a low voice. But Mu Qingxue's eyes never left Chen Yang from beginning to end. She knew that Zhu Zihao's death was related to Chen Yang. After a pause, Mu Qingxue said, Chen Yang, come with me. Why? Lin Xiaoxian stood in front of Chen Yang. Do you have any evidence? Mu Qingxue sneered. The supervisory department can summon anyone unconditionally under special circumstances. Those who disobey orders will be charged with treason. The temperature in the restaurant dropped sharply with those last 6 words. Chen Yang snorted coldly. What a great official power. You need to give me a reason, otherwise I won't buy it even if it's the supervision department. Is cooperating with the investigation enough? Can. After that, Chen Yang said to Lin Xiaoxian, go home and wait for me. Well, I'll wait for you at home. Lin Xiaoxian nodded. The rain outside was getting heavier. Chen Yang was taken to a black car that looked like a prisoner's car. The car and the body were specially made, and it was impossible to see inside from the outside. After getting in the car, Mu Qingxue sat opposite Chen Yang, staring at Chen Yang with her beautiful eyes. She was certain that Zhu Zihao's death was caused by Chen Yang, but it was too unbelievable that such a horrific method could happen just a few days later. Tell me, did you cause Zhu Zihao's death? Guess. Chen Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. How dare you? The sturdy man in the front row shouted, but Mu Qingxue raised her hand to stop him. She stared at Chen Yang for a long time, and suddenly said, don't take the iron law of the supervision department as a joke, otherwise the Lin family will not be able to save you. Mu Qingxue naturally knew Lin Xiaoxian's identity. Why are you staring at me, woman? Are you attracted to me? Chen Yang looked Mu Qingxue up and down, finally stopping at her chest. To be honest, I am very satisfied with your figure. If you like me, I might let you be my second wife. Hearing this, the sturdy man driving the car shuddered and used too much force with his right hand, causing the car to veer off course. Mu Qingxue in the car crashed headfirst into Chen Yang's arms. You really have fallen in love with me. As he spoke, Chen Yang took action. Although this woman was a professional, she had been causing trouble for him time and time again. Since there was a chance, he had to charge her some interest. Are you bastard? Mu Qingxue stood up in a panic. At the same time, the sturdy man driving the car stepped on the brakes with a cold sweat, and heard that Chen Yang had taken advantage of their team leader. Mu Qingxue's body was about to fly out after the sudden stop, but Chen Yang quickly pulled her into his arms again. Chen Yang, go to hell. After she finished speaking, Mu Qingxue greeted Chen Yang's eyes with her pink fist. However, Chen Yang reached out, grasped the snow-white and delicate fist, and kissed it. "R. I'm going to kill you." "Team leader, calm down, calm down." After hearing what several of his subordinates said, Mu Qingxue realized that he had made a fool of himself. After glaring at Chen Yang fiercely, he sat back opposite Chen Yang and said, "Why are you just standing there driving?" "Yes, yes." Just after Chen Yang was taken away, Lin Xiaoxian called her grandfather Lin Jinyue. Upon learning that Chen Yang was taken away by Mu Qingxue, she asked the reason. Lin Xiaoxian briefly recounted what happened. Lin Jinyue on the other end of the phone frowned. Thunder struck Zhu Zihao to death. "Grandpa, please think of a solution quickly. The supervisory department doesn't have the guts to convict me, a guest official of the Lin family, without any evidence." A black car was speeding on the street. The atmosphere in the car was very depressing, and there was no more disturbance along the way. Half an hour later, the car drove into the supervisory department, and it was still the same interrogation room. After Chen Yang was brought in, Mu Qingxue and her subordinates left. It seemed that because of the embarrassing incident in the car before, Mu Qingxue needed to calm down. Not long after, Mu Qingxue pushed open the door and walked in. The hair on both sides of her pretty face was wet, probably because she had washed her face with cold water to cool down. "Chen Yang, I don't have time to waste with you. Zhu Zihao's father, Zhu Qinxiong, is the deputy director of the Haicheng police station. Do you know how serious the consequences will be if you kill his son?" "I didn't kill that person." "Are you trying to pin the crime on me, team leader Mu?" Chen Yang looked at Mu Qingxue calmly. "Then why was Zhu Zihao struck to death by lightning in the private room right after he had a conflict with you?" Chen Yang smiled. "Team leader Mu, do you believe in karma? Maybe he has done too many bad things and God can't stand it anymore." There was a sudden knock on the door of the interrogation room. "Team leader. Emergency." Mu Qingxue took a deep breath, stood up and opened the door. A young female clerk stood outside, handed over a document and whispered a few words. Mu Qingxue's expression changed, she closed the door and returned to the table. "I didn't expect that the second master of the Lin family would protect you. You can go now." Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. He knew that it was Lin Xiaoxian who contacted old man Lin Jinyue. He didn't expect that the Lin family had such a high status that even the supervisory department had to give them face. But Mu Qingxue suddenly changed the subject. "During this period, you are not allowed to leave Haicheng and accept summons at any time. I'm also giving team leader Mu a warning. Don't bring me here again before you have evidence. Practitioners have restrictions but also rights. HMPH. Don't let me catch you." Chen Yan smiled slightly. "Team leader Mu, your mascara is smudged." Mu Qingxue was stunned and subconsciously touched the corner of her eyes. Then she realized that she had been tricked and her face turned pale. As soon as Chen Yang walked out of the interrogation room, he was stopped by a middle-aged man. "A good dog doesn't get in the way." Chen Yang spoke in a bad mood. He recognized the person. According to his appearance, this person should be Zhu Zihao's father Zhu Qinxiong. "Mu Qingxue, I need an explanation." Zhu Qinxiong looked at Mu Qingxue who had just walked out, with no intention of giving way. "Director Zhu, in what capacity are you talking to me? If you have any questions, go to the minister, or go to Mr. Su, or you can find evidence yourself." "You?" Zhu Qinxiong was furious, but he didn't dare to act recklessly as this was the supervisory department. Chapter 23 Chen Yang is taken away. "Qingxue, if everything is okay, I'll leave first. We can talk at home another day." Chen Yang blinked at Mu Qingxue. "Roll." Mu Qingxue let out a soft cry. This bastard was so arrogant. "Bye, don't think about me, especially at night." After saying this, Chen Yang left in a leisurely manner. Zhu Qinxiong on the side roared, "I don't care who you are, you must pay for my son's life. Then you have to find the thunderbolt, which killed the Avildor." When he walked out of the supervision department building, the rain had stopped. Chen Yang took a deep breath of fresh air and found Lin Xiaoxian waiting anxiously at the door. "Chen Yang." Lin Xiaoxian rushed over and looked him up and down. "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" "They have no evidence." Chen Yang said with a smile. "That's good. Lin Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Did you call your grandfather? Of course I have to inform Grandpa if something happens to you. He will go to the Lin family when he has time. There is something he needs you to take a look at. Tell the old man to wait until I finish what I'm doing. Go home quickly. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian stuffed Chen Yang into the passenger seat. The two went towards the villa in the east of the city. Did you kill Zhu Zihao? Didn't you see it? Chen Yang didn't say it clearly. Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxian slammed on the brakes, and the Lamborghini made a sharp braking sound. What are you doing? Chen Yang looked at Lin Xiaoxian in confusion. The next second, Lin Xiaoxian stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. I was so worried about him, but he actually hid something from me. The two of them didn't say anything along the way, and after returning to the villa, they went back to their rooms. After practicing all night, Chen Yang got up early and went to Bai Jiqing's clinic, so that he could get ready as soon as possible and meet Wanwana. Not long after I left the villa, Bai Jiqing called. Chen Yang, are you here? Yeah, on the way. As Chen Yang said this, he turned right and drove into a remote road. A black SUV behind him suddenly accelerated. At the same time, another black SUV in front of him was coming towards him. Chen Yang was forced to step on the brakes. Hearing the brake sound, Bai Jiqing quickly asked, "What's wrong, Chen Yang?" "Hang up first, someone is blocking the road." As soon as I hung up the phone, several plainclothes officers got out of two SUVs without police markings. It seems that the Zhu family does not intend to wait for legal procedures. Chen Yang whispered to himself. Then a middle-aged man came over and knocked on Chen Yang's car window. "Mr. Chen Yang." The man showed his police ID. "I am Captain Wang of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Municipal Bureau. There is a case that needs your assistance in investigating. Please come with us." The certificate was genuine, and Chen Yang saw at a glance that the figure in the SUV in front was Zhu Qinxiong. He was dressed in casual clothes, and the hatred in his eyes almost became tangible. "Now." Chen Yang pointed to his watch, "I have an emergency patient. It won't take too long." Captain Wang said in a firm tone and reached out to open the car door. Chen Yang got out of the car after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, because there would be vehicles passing by from time to time and he could not use force. As soon as he got out of the car, two police officers grabbed his arms, one on the left and one on the right, with suspiciously strong force. Then Zhu Qinxiong got out of the car. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang looked at Zhu Qinxiong with a playful look. Zhu Qinxiong's face was as gloomy as the sky before a rainstorm. "My son is dead, do you think I won't dare to touch you because the Lin family is backing you up? Zhu Zihao died of a lightning strike. I believe the forensic report clearly states this." Chen Yang said calmly, "Is Deputy Director Zhu planning to abuse his power to punish the victim? Take him away. Kill him on the spot if he resists," Zhu Qinxiong shouted, turning and walking towards the police car. Chen Yang was stuffed into the back seat, with a police officer sitting on each side. The car did not go to the city police station, but to the East City branch, which was Zhu Qinxiong's territory. On the third floor of the East City police station, Chen Yang was taken into an interrogation room without surveillance. The room was small and stuffy, with a glaring desk lamp on the only table. Zhu Qinxiong pointed to the iron chair opposite. Understanding what was going on, the two policemen pressed Chen Yang onto an iron chair and handcuffed his hands to the back of the chair. Although this was against normal procedure, he did not resist. "Tell me, at 7:48 last night, you had a conflict with my son Zhu Zihao in the revolving restaurant. At 8:03, he was struck by lightning and died. Was it you who did it?" Zhu Qinxiong stared at Chen Yang with bloodshot eyes. "The surveillance footage shows that I didn't do anything to him." Chen Yang responded calmly. Zhu Qinxiong slammed the table and said, "Bullshit. How could my son be struck to death by lightning if you didn't do anything? You must have used some tricks." Deputy Director Zhu, Chen Yang looked into his bloodshot eyes, "Are you sure it was me? If I had that ability, shouldn't you be careful? And are you sure you want to pin this unfounded crime on me? Here, I have the final say." Zhu Qinxiong took out a syringe from the drawer. "Do you know what this is? Sodium thiopental, a confession agent. One injection and you'll vomit everything out." Chen Yang frowned. This was a forbidden interrogation method, and Zhu Qinxiong had completely disregarded the rules. Your son did die from a lightning strike. Chen Yang suddenly changed his strategy, but do you know why the lightning struck him so accurately? Zhu Qinxiong's hand stopped in mid-air. What do you mean? As a father, you really don't know what Zhu Zihao has done over the years. Chen Yang lowered his voice and said, the fire in the abandoned factory in the western suburbs 3 years ago, the disappearance of a female student from the Conservatory of Music 2 years ago, and last year. Shut up. Zhu Qinxiong's face turned pale instantly. None of this has anything to do with my son. The reason why Chen Yang knew these was naturally because they were given by the Lin family. There was a sudden knock on the door of the interrogation room, and a police officer poked his head in panic. Director Zhu, team leader Mu from the supervision department is here with his men. Zhu Qinxiong's temples throbbed. Tell them to wait. Just tell them the interrogation isn't over yet. As soon as the police officer left, Zhu Qinxiong rushed in front of Chen Yang, and the needle almost stabbed his neck. I'll ask you one last time, how did my son die? I told you. Chen Yang remained motionless. It's retribution. Just as the needle was about to stab, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open. Mu Qingxue walked in with an old man and a middle-aged man, followed by Bai Jiqing. Zhu Qinxiong. Mu Qingxue shouted, how dare you abuse your power and illegally detain me? Put down your weapons immediately. Zhu Qinxiong's hands trembled violently and the syringe fell to the ground with a pop. Bai Jiqing quickly stepped forward to check on Chen Yang's condition. Chen Yang, are you okay? I'm fine, but if it's any later I might get into trouble. Chen Yang looked at the old man and the middle-aged man who followed in. He could tell that the two were not ordinary people, and their aura was extremely powerful. Take him away. I'll call Lao Zhang later. His subordinates have really become more capable. Hearing this, Zhu Qinxiong looked at the old man who spoke in shock. Old Zhang. That was his boss's boss. Who is this old man? Mu Qingxue looked at Zhu Qinxiong coldly. Director Zhu, please come with us now. You can't do this. Zhu Qinxiong roared hysterically, my son is dead. He killed him. Zhu Zihao died in a natural disaster. The forensic report clearly states that. Mu Qingxue had a blank expression. And you are suspected of abusing banned drugs and conducting illegal interrogations. The evidence is irrefutable. Afterwards, Zhu Qinxiong and several trembling plainclothes officers were taken away by people from the supervision department. Chapter 24, A Hateful Guy. Grandpa Su, I'll go get busy first. Go ahead. After the old man spoke, Mu Qingxue nodded to Bai Jiqing, and it was obvious that the two knew each other. Chen Yang. Hurry up and help Grandpa Su. Don't worry, your meridians are disordered and there are signs of possessedness. You can live for at most 3 months. Chen Yang spoke without reservation. He had already investigated Su Kunyu's cultivation and injuries the first time he saw him. The old man and the middle-aged man were stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect that Chen Yang would tell them the cause of the disease just by meeting him. Can it be cured? Bai Jiqing's face turned pale. There are 2 methods, one is to disperse the power and the other is to break through. It's impossible to disperse the power. The middle-aged man said immediately. Then there is only the second breakthrough, but the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm is your limit, and it is difficult to break through. I'm Su Kunyu. Do you mean there's still a chance? Su Kunyu grasped the key point. Yes, but we need to find some medicinal herbs and treasure spiritual stones that contain special energy. Chen Yang looked at Su Kunyu. He knew that this person had a high status in Daxiar. He wanted to see if he could get any useful information from him. You are quite a thief, you can actually say something without making any noise. Xuanzhe's voice sounded in my mind. I'm not stupid. Chen Yang replied with some contempt. Although there are not many energy stones, there are some. As for the medicinal materials, please let me know. Su Kunyu coaxed his hands. Bai Jiqing took out a fountain pen, and her wrist paused slightly every time Chen Yang called out the name of a medicine. Most of these herbs were unheard of, and some of them even had no idea how to write. 9 nether orchid, 1000-year blood ginseng, mysterious ice ganoderma. Bai Jiqing repeated softly, and when she looked up, her eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were full of doubts. Chen Yang, do these really exist? Chen Yang did not answer immediately, but looked at Su Kunyu. You should have heard of it. Su Kunyu's old eyes flickered slightly, and his wrinkled fingers tapped the wooden chair under his arm. The black ice Ganoderma appeared once in Changbai Mountain 30 years ago and was bought by the Li family in Kyoto. I remember there is half a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng stored in the military warehouse. Upon hearing this, Sukunyu's son, the middle-aged man Su Jingyang, suddenly changed his expression. Father, that is a strategic reserve, I'm afraid. My old life is not as important as a strategic reserve. Sukunyu snorted, and turned to Chen Yang with a softer tone. My friend, the most difficult one to find is probably the 9-nether orchid, right? Sukunyu had only heard of it but had never seen it. Chen Yang nodded. According to medical records, if it is born in an extremely yin place, it will germinate in 100 years and bloom in 100 years. But he changed the subject. If there are enough energy stones, it can be replaced. The room fell silent for a moment. Bai Jiqing pushed her glasses nervously, her eyes moving between Chen Yang and Sukunyu. Sukunyu suddenly smiled, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Young friend, I'm afraid you want these things not only to treat my illness, right? Chen Yang met his gaze calmly. Each of us takes what we need. Har har har, that's great. Sukunyu suddenly laughed, and his laughter caused his injury to turn into a cough. What a good way to get what you want. I will prepare the herbs and energy stones as soon as possible. Sukunyu looked at Chen Yang, but before that, can you help me relieve the pain? The feeling of my meridians burning is really unbearable. Chen Yang nodded and reached out to touch Sukunyu's pulse, and a trace of spiritual power was inserted. The situation inside the old man's body was worse than it looked on the surface. The 3 main meridians were twisted and knotted, and the spiritual power was running around like a headless fly. There were cracks in the dantian, and it could collapse at any time. I'll use the silver needles to relieve your pain first. Chen Yang took out the Lingshu needles that Bai Jiqing had given him from his arms, but it can only be suppressed temporarily. You still need those medicinal herbs to cure it completely. Sukunyu looked at the silver needle in Chen Yang's hand, then looked at Bai Jiqing. Grandpa Su, what are you looking at? Bai Jiqing felt a little guilty. Girl, when did you give the heirloom to my friend? I remember your mother told you before she died that the Lingshu needle was your dowry. Chen Yang widened his eyes when he heard Sukunyu's words, which also had such a meaning. Chen Yang, don't get me wrong. I told you before that this is the medical fee for saving my father. Bai Jiqing's pretty face turned slightly red. Oh, little girl, this is the first time I see you being shy. Grandpa Su, can you be more serious? Bai Jiqing felt a little embarrassed and she didn't dare to look at Chen Yang. Okay, Grandpa Su, I won't say any more. I'll have to trouble you then. No problem. For the next half hour, Chen Yang concentrated on acupuncture. 9 silver needles were inserted into Sukunyu's key points one by one, and each needle was accompanied by a trace of the spiritual power of the Shentian pearl, combing the old man's disordered meridians like spring breeze and rain. Bai Jiqing was so absorbed in watching that she unconsciously moved closer to record. When she discovered that there was a faint mist lingering around the end of the needle, she couldn't help but exclaim, This is unscientific. There are many things that science cannot explain. Mu Qingxue suddenly walked in, her tone complicated. What this guy did cannot be described by common sense, and he is a nasty guy. Mu Qingxue turned her face away, but her ears turned slightly red. Sukunyu squinted his old eyes and looked at Chen Yang. This kid was so charming. He felt sorry for his grandson. After the last needle was placed, Sukunyu breathed a sigh of relief, and the sickly blush on his face faded away. I never thought that I would be able to see the lost Taishu 9 needles in this lifetime. Mr. Su has good eyesight. Chen Yang put away the needle and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can the herbs be prepared within 3 days? Your condition is worse than I thought. Jingyang? Sukunyu looked at his son. Su Jingyang nodded. I will contact the military right away. Su Jingyang walked aside. Would you like to join the supervisory department? Don't. Your plan is a good one, but I don't get along with someone. Hearing this, Sukunyu glanced at Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue snorted coldly. Who wants to work with you? Sukunyu smiled and stood up without saying anything. I'll have to trouble you to go to the Su family in Kyoto in 3 days. Before leaving, Su Jingyang looked at Chen Yang deeply and said, Dr. Chen, I'll leave my father's illness to you. Chen Yang nodded calmly. It's a doctor's duty. After seeing off the Su family father and son, only Chen Yang, Bai Jiqing and Mu Qingxue who had not left were left in the clinic. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Bai Jiqing broke the silence. Chen Yang, I'm leaving first. I'll go with you. After saying that, the two of them walked away together. Mu Qingxue glared at Chen Yang's back. Chen Yang, Bai Jiqing hesitated for a moment. Can those herbs really cure Grandpa Su's injuries? Yes. But it is also the medicinal herb I need. That's good, but I heard that you've been in trouble recently. Bai Jiqing turned and looked at Chen Yang. How did Dr. Bai know? Chen Yang was puzzled. Auntie Wang told me that she wanted me to help you. Wang Wanner. We are in real trouble. Then why don't you accept Grandpa Su's invitation? If you join the supervision department, these troubles will be solved. I don't think so. As for those troubles, I can solve them myself. Real. Dr. Bai, are you worried about me? Looking at Chen Yang's half-smile, Bai Jiqing's cheeks turned slightly red. Chapter 25 Cold Poison Outbreak. Don't get me wrong, I'm just concerned about you as a friend. I'm just kidding, come on, I'll take you back. As he was walking, Chen Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. Sorry, my car is not here. Seeing Chen Yang's actions, Bai Jiqing chuckled somewhat gently. I'll take you there. Thanks. These two words are very insincere. Bai Jiqing suddenly said. Well, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? Let me think about it. Bai Jiqing pondered for a moment and said, okay, let's go eat spicy hot pot. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He didn't expect Bai Jiqing to choose spicy hot pot. What's wrong, can't I? Bai Jiqing was curious. No, I just didn't expect you rich people would like to eat this kind of food. Is it because Zhao Yuqing doesn't like it? Bai Jiqing covered her red lips and spoke again before she finished her words. Sorry. It's okay, I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. The two of them got on Bai Jiqing's white beetle and came to the alley entrance of Fuman Street. Let us go with this one. Bai Jiqing pointed to a small shop with a faded sign on the corner. The words Lao Zhong Malatang spelled out by red lead tubes were missing strokes, making it look like Lao Chang Martian Tang. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows as he looked at the store. The store's front was less than 5 meters wide, with plastic tables and chairs squeezed on the greasy floor tiles. Several young men who looked like college students were slurping wide noodles, sweating profusely from the spiciness. Are you sure? Chen Yang couldn't help but confirm, I know a place with a better environment. It's right here. Bai Jiqing had already opened the car door. I came here often when I was in college. The taste is the most authentic. Good. Entering the store, the two people's attire was out of place here. They attracted the sound of so handsome and swallowing saliva. Chen Yang watched Bai Jiqing skillfully take a plastic basket from the counter and start selecting ingredients. When she bent over in front of the freezer, her fair waist was exposed. It makes people want to hug her. What are you standing there for? Bai Jiqing turned around and handed him a basket. Aren't you going to treat us? Chen Yang took the basket and accidentally touched her fingertips. A faint electric current startled both of them. Bai Jiqing quickly retracted her hand, and the tip of her ear turned slightly red. How do you like spicy food? She changed the subject and added a handful of lettuce to the basket. Not bad. Chen Yang took a skewer of beef balls. By the way, where do you live now? Bai Jiqing asked without turning her head. Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. You and Lin Xiaoxian are in love. Landlord and tenant, that's all. Chen Yang quickly clarified, but added in his heart, at least for now. Oh. After choosing the ingredients and handing them over to the boss Chen Yang and paying, the two found a seat by the window and sat down. The plastic chair creaked, and Chen Yang, who was over 1.8 meters tall, looked a little funny sitting on it. Here. Bai Jiqing took out a wet wipe from her bag and handed one to Chen Yang. Wipe the table. Thanks. Soon the spicy hot pot was served, with a layer of sesame seeds floating on the red oil soup base, and the aroma was fragrant. Bai Jiqing couldn't wait to taste it, and it was so spicy that she stuck out her tongue but couldn't stop. Slow down. Chen Yang handed over the tissue. Bai Jiqing wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth embarrassedly. I haven't eaten for a long time. The two of them were eating and chatting, and soon Chen Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Xiaoxian. Hello. As soon as Chen Yang answered the phone, Lin Xiaoxuan's hurried voice came from the receiver. Chen Yang. Where are you? The traffic department called and said my car was towed away. Did something happen to you? Chen Yang held the phone farther away. Zhu Qinxiong is causing trouble, but I'm fine now. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Where are you now? I'll be there right away. No, I'm. Chen Yang glanced at Bai Jiqing across from him. I'm having dinner with a friend and will be back later. Friend. Lin Xiaoxuan's tone suddenly became alert. Female. Before Chen Yang could answer, Bai Jiqing picked up a piece of fish tofu and said, try this, it's their signature dish. As soon as the words were spoken, the other end of the phone became eerily quiet. Let's talk about it when we get back. Chen Yang hung up in a hurry and met Bai Jiqing's inquiring eyes. Lin Xiaoxian is worried about her car. Bai Jiqing pursed her lips and smiled, just worried about the car. Chen Yang was about to explain when his phone rang again. This time it was Wang Wana. After looking at Bai Jiqing, Chen Yang chose to go aside to answer the phone. Chen Yang, where are you now? Bing Qing's condition is not very good. Can you go to her house now? I will send you the address. Okay, send me the address. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang looked at Bai Jiqing apologetically. I have something to do and I have to leave first. What happened? Bai Jiqing immediately put down her chopsticks. Shen Bingqing's condition is not very good. Then I'll take you there. After a pause, Chen Yang nodded, and the two of them got on Bai Jiqing's beetle. Chen Yang secretly sent a message to Wang Wana. Bai Jiqing will be there. Jinxiu Villa is the highest-end villa area in Haicheng, and Shen Bingqing's mansion is located in the most private corner of it. The security guard let Bai Jiqing in only after she showed an ID. The two men drove the car to the courtyard of Shen Bingqing's mansion. Aren't you, where is Bingqing? Bai Jiqing looked at a middle-aged woman. The young lady is in her room. This must be Dr. Chen. Please go and see her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's spiritual sense penetrated his body, locked onto Shen Bingqing's position, and quickly walked upstairs. In Shen Bingqing's bedroom, the curtains were closed, leaving only a dim wall lamp. She sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, her fingers tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, and her breathing was a little hurried. Hearing the door opening, Shen Bingqing looked up at the two people coming in. Chen Yang, Ji Qing, you are here. Bingqing, how are you? Bai Jiqing quickly came to the side, while Chen Yang rested his hand on Shen Bingqing's wrist, and the spiritual energy of the Shentian pearl flowed through his body. I feel so cold. Shen Bingqing threw herself into Chen Yang's arms. Hold me tight. Seeing this, Bai Jiqing quietly left the room. I will give you acupuncture, but this treatment will be more painful than the first time. The cold poison has penetrated deep into your bone marrow. If you forcibly remove it, the cold will backfire. Shen Bingqing bit her lip, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. As long as it can be cured, I can endure any pain. Chen Yang nodded. Lie down and relax. Shen Bingqing slowly lay down, folded her hands on her abdomen, and her chest rose and fell slightly. Chen Yang's eyes fell on the blue lines spreading below her collarbone. Those lines were denser than last time, like ice crystals growing under the skin, faintly exuding a chill. This time, we need to stimulate the acupuncture points near the heart meridian first. The cold air may rebound violently. Chen Yang reminded, if you can't stand it, you can stop. Shen Bingqing closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath. Let's get started. Chen Yang said no more, pulled down his collar, picked up the first silver needle with his fingers, and accurately inserted it into the Qiantu point below her collarbone. As soon as the needle tip entered the body, Shen Bingqing's body trembled violently, and a visible chill spread along the golden needle, and even condensed a thin layer of frost at the end of the needle. Hum. She groaned, her fingers gripping the bed sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white. Chen Yang did not pause, and inserted the second and third needles into the Tanzhong and Juke points respectively. The three needles formed a small, three-yang locking cold formation to forcibly suppress the raging cold in her body. As the silver needles stimulated her, Shen Bingqing's breathing became more and more rapid, and the blue lines on her skin began to wriggle violently, struggling like a living thing. Her forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and her teeth were chattering unconsciously. Chapter 26. Don't lend me your car to pick up girls next time. Hold on, this is the most critical step. Chen Yang whispered, his right palm slowly covering her heart, and a warm spiritual power slowly flowed in. R. Shen Bingqing suddenly screamed, her body convulsing violently, as if thousands of ice spikes had pierced her bones. She turned her head and bit Chen Yang's arm tightly, refusing to make any more sounds. Bingqing. Bai Jiqing rushed in and her pretty face blushed when she saw Chen Yang's hand on her breasts. Chen Yang frowned, and continued to increase his spiritual power in his palms, fighting fiercely with the cold air. He could feel that the cold poison in her body was extremely stubborn, and there were even signs of backlash. Chen Yang no longer hesitated. He pinched his left hand and chanted the pure yarn cold suppression curse from the Taishu Yang Dao Jing. The spiritual power in his right hand suddenly burst out. Boom! A wave of hot air exploded with Chen Yang's palm as the center, and the cold air in Shen Bingqing's body was forced to a corner, and the blue lines emitted a visibly cold air. At the same time, Shen Bingqing's body finally relaxed and she fainted in Chen Yang's arms, her pajamas soaked with sweat, outlining her perfection. Chen Yang took out the needle and breathed a sigh of relief, although this time it was dangerous. Fortunately the effect is good. The root of the cold poison has been eliminated by more than half. If we do it 2 more times, it will be completely eradicated. Bai Jiqing quickly stepped forward and gently wiped the sweat off Chen Yang's forehead with a towel. You don't look good. It's just that I consumed too much energy. I just need to rest for a while. Chen Yang put Shen Bingqing down. It's all right now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As if sensing something, Shen Bingqing woke up and held Chen Yang's hand. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Can't you have dinner with me? As she spoke, Shen Bingqing pulled Chen Yang's hand. Some other time. Well, that's what you said. Shen Bingqing's joy was beyond words, and suddenly a thought popped into her mind, which was that she hoped her illness would never be cured. In this way, Chen Yang will never leave me. Chen Yang nodded and left. The person is gone. Bai Jiqing looked at Shen Bingqing who was grinning foolishly beside her. Hearing this, Shen Bingqing came back to her senses. Jiqing, why are you with Chen Yang? Why can't I be with him? Don't forget that the reason you knew Chen Yang was because of me. Bai Jiqing felt inexplicably uncomfortable. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me first come first served? So what? The 2 women kept talking to each other, neither of them giving in. Finally, Shen Bingqing spoke first. I'm sorry Jiqing, I shouldn't have done this. We sisters don't talk about this. You must be hungry. Let's go out and eat something. Bai Jiqing didn't care either. Inside the taxi, Chen Yang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, raised the corner of his mouth because he discovered someone was following him. Is it the Wang family or the Zhao family? Don't make me wait too long. Chen Yang thought to himself. Chen Yang got out of the car at the gate of Lin Xiaoshuan's villa in the east of the city. The car that had been following him had already left, and it seemed that it just wanted to see if there was any chance to take action. When Chen Yang pushed the door open, Lin Xiaoxian was curled up on the sofa, hugging a pillow in her arms. She raised her head after hearing the noise, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. You're back, she said calmly, but she couldn't hide her concern. Did you enjoy your meal? Chen Yang casually hung his coat on the hanger, and raised his lips slightly. Why, checking up on me? Who cares? Lin Xiaoxian threw the pillow in her arms over. Next time, don't lend me your car to pick up girls. Chen Yang easily caught the pillow and smelled it, then chuckled. It smells so good. Asshole. Lin Xiaoxian stood up angrily, but accidentally stepped on empty air and her body tilted and she was about to fall. Seeing this, Chen Yang quickly caught Lin Xiaoxian. With a gulp, Chen Yang swallowed his saliva. Lin Xiaoshuan's collar in his arms was vacuum pink. Following Chen Yang's gaze, Lin Xiaoxian lowered her head. After screaming, she ran to the 2nd floor. At this moment, Chen Yang really wanted to rush up to the 2nd floor. No, I have to go find one later. Boy. Don't forget to practice. Xian Ji's words echoed in his mind. The combination of work and rest is the combination of yin and yang. Besides, I have already reached the 9th level of the condensation realm. If I want to break through to the profound realm, I must have the help of a treasure. Chen Yang turned and went into his room. By the way, Xuanji, I hear your voice seems to be much brighter than before. Hearing this, Xianji did not fly out of the Shentian pearl. At this moment, she was as solid as a real person, with smooth and fair skin that made Chen Yang a little dazed. Although Chen Yang didn't know what a fairy looked like, he thought it should be like Xianji. This is because your cultivation has improved, and the spiritual energy in your body nourishes the Shentian pearl, and I will also benefit from it. I see. Time passed quickly and it was evening. Chen Yang ordered takeout and also ordered one for Lin Xiaoxian. I'm going to go out for something later, so you don't have to wait for me to come back. Who wants to wait for you to come back, smug? Lin Xiaoxian glared at Chen Yang unhappily. Well, I'll go to the Lin family with you the day after tomorrow when I come back from Kyoto. Why are you going to Kyoto? Lin Xiaoxian sat up and looked at Chen Yang in confusion. There is a patient in Kyoto. Are you alone? Of course, I'm going to get treatment. What do you think I'm going to do? TSK, there are too many women around someone. Don't say anything nonsense. I have a cooperative relationship with them. Besides, it's not normal for me to have a girlfriend. You mean your girlfriend is among them? Lin Xiaoxian stared at Chen Yang's eyes, as if trying to see if he was lying. No. Chen Yang shook his head. Pause. I'm done eating. Don't forget to clean up after you go out. Lin Xiaoxian felt much better. After Lin Xiaoxian went upstairs, Chen Yang received a text message from Wang Weiner, Tianhai Club 802. Wanner has passed by. Not yet. I don't know when you'll be done. I'm done. I'll wait for you at 9 o'clock. Then I'll go over now. Tianhai Club is famous for its privacy. Even some cultivation families dare not provoke the power behind it. The privacy of every guest will be protected here. Half an hour later, Chen Yang took a taxi to the door of Tianhai Club. He reported the room and was allowed in after verification. Wang Wanner was leaning against the French window in the room, her silk pajamas outlining her graceful curves. When she heard the door lock click, she turned around and smiled. I'm 7 minutes late. Chen Yang locked the door and pressed her against the glass. I dealt with some things. Their warm breaths intertwined, and Wang Wanner's fingertips brushed across his shirt buttons. The girl from the Lin family. Jealous. He lowered his head and bit her earlobe. Who is jealous? Wang Wanner said proudly, but she groaned because of Chen Yang's hand. Be gentle. The mark from last time will take 3 days to disappear. The neon lights flickered outside the window, reflecting two overlapping figures. Wang Wanner suddenly pressed against his chest. How is my cousin's cold poison? 2 more times should be enough to heal. At this moment, Wang Wanner's phone suddenly vibrated. She panted and glanced at the screen. Her face suddenly changed. Wait. It's Yuqing's call. Wanner, are you sure you want to answer the call now? Chapter 27 Tianhai Auction, Opportunity to Take Action. The two ignored Zhao Yuqing's call and Wang Wanner fell asleep only in the early morning. As time passed, the morning sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Chen Yang opened his eyes and saw Wang Wanner beside him still sleeping soundly, her long hair scattered on the snow-white pillow and her breathing evenly. Chen Yang's cell phone screen lit up and Yang Ruyu called. Chen Yang got up quietly and walked to the window to answer the phone. Chen Yang, are you free at noon? I would like to treat you to a meal as a thank you for what you did last time. Yang Ruyu's voice was as gentle as water. Chen Yang wanted to refuse, but thinking that he had already refused her once, it would be inappropriate to refuse again, so he agreed. Okay, you decide the location. After hanging up the phone, Wang Weiner's lazy voice came from behind. Who? Yang Ruyu, ask me out for dinner. Chen Yang turned around and saw that she had woken up and was lying on her side, looking at him. Wang Wanner curled her red lips slightly. Lunch or dinner? Just having lunch. Chen Yang walked over and hugged her in his arms. Wanner is taking a rest. After he finished speaking, he bent down and kissed her on the lips. Then go ahead. Then Chen Yang washed up and left Tianhai Club. Wang Wanner picked up her phone only after Chen Yang left. Seeing Zhao Yuqing's missed call, Wang Wanner called back. Mom, why didn't anyone answer your phone yesterday? I was busy at the company yesterday and didn't hear it. Mom, why do I feel like you sound very tired? Zhao Yuqing wondered why her mother lied. She went to the company last night, and the person on duty clearly said that her mother was not in. And the weak voice on the phone sounded like she had just done some exercise. Could it be that mother? Maybe I'm too tired from work these days. Wang Wanner didn't know that this excuse she made Zhao Yuqing even more suspicious. Oh, then you should take some rest. By the way, Yuqing, what do you want to talk to me about? It's nothing. I just called to ask when I got home and found you weren't there. After Chen Yang left, he rushed to the address sent by Yang Ruyu. UGT house is Yang Ruyu's own private tea room. An hour later, the taxi stopped in front of UGT house. Second floor. Seeing Chen Yang getting off the taxi, Yang Ruyu quickly came down to greet him in person. She was wearing a simple cheongsam today, with her hair tied up in a bun, revealing her slender neck and her long snow-white legs that were faintly visible, tempting one to ponder. The jade bead bracelet on her wrist swayed gently with her movements. Chen Yang, you are here. Seeing her boss's flustered look and Chen Yang's handsome and wealthy appearance, the receptionist understood. How can I refuse a beautiful lady's invitation? Chen Yang said with a smile. Thanks. After saying this, Yang Ruyu took Chen Yang to the largest private room on the second floor. After sitting down, Chen Yang spoke first. The Zhao family hasn't come to trouble you these days, right? Yang Ruyu poured Chen Yang a cup of spiritual tea and sat opposite Chen Yang. No, it seems that I know that the fragment is no longer in my hands. That's good. Chen Yang took a sip of the spiritual tea without hesitation. Chen Yang, did the Zhao family come looking for you? Yang Ruyu asked with some concern. Yeah, but it didn't work. Seeing Yang Ruyu was a little worried, Chen Yang smiled and continued, don't worry, the Zhao family is no longer a threat to me. That's good. Yang Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you are quite knowledgeable in the antique business. Please help me find out if there is any information about such fragments. Pause. There is an opportunity right now. Tianhai Auction House will hold an auction in 5 days. I heard that the specifications are so high that even some big families in Kyoto have been alarmed. Maybe there will be the treasure you need. Oh, 5 days later will be enough. But the qualification to enter was very high and I just got a hard bench. Audience seats. Chen Yang was puzzled. Well, I'm sorry for my limited abilities. Yang Ruyu felt a little apologetic. What are you talking about? I'm not qualified yet. Even though it's an audience seat, you're allowed to bring one person. That's it, what's the point of sitting in the box other than showing off? Puff. Yang Ruyu couldn't help but burst out laughing, which made Chen Yang a little dazed. She was indeed a goddess-level girl, and her every move could touch a man's heart. As the two were chatting, it was almost time for dinner, and the waiter served a table of delicious food as Yang Ruyu had instructed. Chen Yang, try this steamed sea bass. I specially asked the chef to prepare it. Yang Ruyu served him the dish herself with graceful movements. Chen Yang nodded in thanks, but his eyes swept across the street outside the window without leaving a trace. A man in a baseball cap was pretending to read a newspaper, but his eyes kept glancing in the direction of the tea house. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Yang Ruyu keenly noticed his distraction. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Chen Yang retracted his gaze and smiled faintly, and I found that Boss Yang's tea house has excellent feng shui. Yang Ruyu covered her lips and chuckled, call me Ruyu, I didn't expect you know feng shui. I know a little bit. While the two were chatting, Chen Yang's spiritual sense quietly spread out, and he captured at least 6 auras outside the tea house that were locked onto this place. I hope you won't let me down this time. He sneered in his heart. The two chatted until the evening, and Chen Yang walked back to the villa alone. He didn't take a taxi because he was afraid that it would be inconvenient for some people to do it. As the sun set, the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased. He deliberately turned into a quiet alley with no one around, his hands in his pockets, and walked leisurely, as if he was completely unaware of the impending danger. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? He suddenly stopped and said without turning back. 6 black shadows flashed in front and behind the alley in an instant, led by Wang Li, the third son of the Wang family, and Zhao Wufan, a direct descendant of the Zhao family. Chen Yang, hand over the opportunity you got and I will leave you with an intact body. Wang Li spoke coldly, with spiritual energy surging around his body. It was actually the 8th level of the body tempering realm. Zhao Wufeng was playing with a blood-red dagger, grinning, I don't want any chance, as long as you hand over that bronze fragment, maybe I can save your life. Chen Yang turned around slowly, with a cold smile on his face, in that case, as long as you answer 2 questions, I will give you what you need. Tell me about it. Wang Li looked at Chen Yang jokingly. Who are you? Chen Yang wanted to confirm whether this was the reason for him to wait. I am the third son of the Wang family, Wang Li. Zhao family, Zhao Wufeng. Second question, did the Wang family know about my chance inheritance from the supervisory department? That's right. Very good, it's consistent with what I guessed. Before he finished speaking, the aura around Chen Yang suddenly exploded, and the pressure of the 9th level of the condensation realm swept out. Ningyuan realm. Wang Li and Zhao Wufeng were shocked. If you answer correctly, the reward is death. Run. Wang Li and Zhao Wufeng fled in different directions, as did the other Westerners. Har har. You'd better stay. As Chen Yang spoke, he stepped forward, and the pressure of the 9th level of the condensation realm poured down. Due to gravity, the movements of the 6 people seemed to be slowed down by more than 10 times. Chen Yang dodged and slapped the 6 people on the back one by one. Puff. The 6 people gushed blood and fell to the ground without breathing. Chapter 28 Zhao Yuqing's best friend Zhu Baobao. Chen Yang clapped his hands and left. Now he only needed Wang Wanner to make a statement, and then he could destroy the Wang and Zhao families. Otherwise it would be tragic if you killed the wrong person. Feeling the vibration in his pocket, Chen Yang took out his cell phone. Have you returned? Is it convenient for me to call? Chen Yang replied. The next second Chen Yang's phone rang. Chen Yang, what's wrong? Wang Wanner asked on the phone. Just now, Wang Li and Zhao Wufeng led people to attack me. Wang Wanner's heart skipped a beat. Where are you? I'll go over now. I'm fine. I killed them all. It's all right, it's all right. Wang Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. Let us not talk about the Zhao family. The Wang family attacked me twice, and I also have a temper. Hearing this, Wang Wanner understood what Chen Yang meant. My parents are gone, and the Wang family has nothing to do with me anymore. Then kill them all. Chen Yang, you can't do this. Wang Changhe is about to break through to the condensation realm. I'll kill him like I'm killing a dog. Chen Yang interrupted Wang Wanner's worries. Pause. I trust you. After getting Wang Wanner's confirmation, Chen Yang felt relieved. He planned to cure Su Kunyu's internal injuries and then destroy the Wang and Zhao families. Looking at the brightly lit living room, Chen Yang knew that Lin Xiaoxian was still asleep. He heard her voice as soon as he opened the door. I'm back. Well, you're not afraid of catching a cold dressed like this. Chen Yang looked at Lin Xiaoxian, who was wearing a low-cut black belly-bearing dress and denim shorts. Don't you men like this? Unless you're not a man. Chen Yang, whatever you want. After saying that, Chen Yang was about to walk back to their house. There's no water in the bathroom in my room. Can you help me check it out? Lin Xiaoxian spoke. Good. Chen Yang turned around and went to the second floor, and Lin Xiaoxian got up and followed him. In Lin Xiaoxian's room on the second floor, Chen Yang walked into the bathroom. As soon as he entered, he saw something that made Chen Yang smile bitterly. This woman really was tempting him all the time. Lin Xiaoxian was seen leaning against the room frame, staring into Chen Yang's eyes. Chen Yang turned on the faucet and found that there was indeed no water. He then lowered his head to check that all the valves were open and confirmed that he needed to contact the property management. We need to contact the property and ask them to check it out. I have to get up at night, so I'm going to sleep downstairs tonight. You can sleep on the sofa or sleep in my room after you take a shower. Well, I'll just sleep on the couch. Look at how useless you are. Can I really eat you? After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian turned around and went downstairs. That little girl is right. Look at how useless you are. Xuanzhe's voice sounded in my mind. Chen Yang was speechless. He really wanted to give the 2 girls to Tong El. After going downstairs, Chen Yang prepared to buy the plane ticket, but after entering his identity certificate, he found that someone had already booked a first-class ticket for him. Chen Yang thought of Baijiqing. At the same time, the meeting room of the Wang and Zhao families was filled with high-ranking officials, and the atmosphere was very depressing. They received a notice from the supervision department, asking the 2 families to claim the bodies of Wang Li, Zhao Wufeng and others. Wang family, Wang Changhe was forced to leave. Brother, we need to re-examine Chen Yang's strength in this matter. Wang He, the second son of the Wang family, frowned. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. In less than a month, Chen Yang has the strength to kill the third brother. His inheritance must be very powerful. What the patriarch said is that he must be killed before he grows up. But the Lin family will soon know about this. If we do it again, I'm afraid the Lin family will intervene. It doesn't matter. Doesn't the Zhao family also want to get the bronze fragment? We will wait and see what happens. The master of the family is wise. And the Zhao family? Zhao Wen looked at his eldest brother Zhao Qianlong. Brother, that kid already has the strength of the 9th level of the condensation realm. No wonder the Wang family wants the inheritance from this boy. Such an inheritance is wasted on the Wang family. Zhao Qianlong sneered. Compared to that bronze fragment, this boy's inheritance is nothing. A man in a black robe walked in from outside, with a strong smell of blood on his body. Seeing the arrival, Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Wen stood up and saluted. Your Excellency is right. My patience is limited. What Qian Shaman wants is the bronze fragment. Yes sir, we will get it as soon as possible. After the man in black robe left, Zhao Wen frowned. Brother, Chen Yang must be on guard after this failure. What should we do if he asks the Lin family for help? It doesn't matter. As long as the Lin family dares to interfere in this matter, there will be someone from the Blood Demon sect to deal with it. The next day, Tianhai International Airport. Chen Yang was wearing a well-cut black suit that made him look as tall and straight as a pine tree. He put one hand in his pocket and walked towards the boarding gate with steady steps. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. Chen Yang? Is it really you? Chen Yang turned around and saw a girl in a stewardess uniform staring at him with wide eyes. She was tall and straight, with a round face, and her legs were slender under her uniform skirt. The name tag on her chest read, Baby Ju. Zhao Yuqing's best friend. Ms. Ju. Chen Yang nodded lightly as a greeting. Zhu Baobao looked him up and down, his eyes full of disbelief. Oh my god, you have changed a lot. The last time I saw you, you were still wearing that washed-out shirt. She was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Chen Yang didn't care, and raised his lips slightly. People will always change. Zhu Baobao blinked, then suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. I heard that you and Yuqing broke up. Chen Yang's expression remained unchanged. That's right. So now you. Baby. It's time to board the plane. Another flight attendant waved at her in the distance. Zhu Baobao's original words were interrupted, and he finally just sighed. I'm serving in the first-class cabin, call me anytime if you need me. After saying that, she left in a hurry, her back as light as a butterfly. After the plane took off, in the first-class cabin, Zhu Baobao pushed the dining cart and quietly observed Chen Yang, who was resting with his eyes closed. The sunlight shines through the porthole onto his profile, outlining his angular features. His eyelashes are very long, his nose is high, his jawline is as sharp as a knife, and his whole person exudes a calm and dangerous aura. He is completely different from the boy he was a month ago. Sir, do you need a drink? Zhu Baobao asked softly. Chen Yang opened his eyes and said with a smile, warm water, thank you. Zhu Baobao poured a glass of water and handed it to Chen Yang. Thanks. You're welcome. After saying this, Zhu Baobao pushed the dining cart away. Bang! What are you doing? A greasy middle-aged man stood up and slapped the hot water off his body. I'm sorry sir, I didn't mean it. Just say it wasn't intentional, and that's it. Do you know how much this suit of mine cost? I'm really sorry sir, please take it off so I can help you clean it up. What bad luck. The middle-aged man took off his suit jacket, handed it to Zhu Baobao, and the corners of his mouth rose unnaturally. Chen Yang saw him secretly pulling off a button. But Zhu Baobao didn't find anything unusual and came back with the clean suit soon. Chapter 29. She looks at you in a wrong way. Excuse me sir, your suit. The middle-aged man took the suit and pretended to check it, then pointed at the cuffs. Why is there a button missing here? When Zhu Baobao saw the buttons on his cuffs disappear, his face changed drastically. Sir, I just helped you clean the water stains on your collar and didn't touch your cuffs. You mean I wronged you? The quarrel had already attracted the attention of the entire first-class cabin. Seeing the chief steward coming over here, Zhu Baobao's face turned pale. He was afraid that he would be punished or fired. Seeing this, the middle-aged man came to Zhu Baobao and whispered, as long as you stay with me for one night, this matter will be forgotten. You are shameless. I can't agree to it. Zhu Baobao looked at the middle-aged man angrily. What happened? The middle-aged flight attendant has come over. What happened is that your staff poured hot water on me and damaged my suit. I didn't damage this gentleman's suit, purser. Zhu Baobao's beautiful eyes were red. The flight attendant frowned upon hearing this. How could Zhu Baobao, who was always serious about his work, be so careless? But it had happened, and he still had to deal with it. I'm sorry, sir. This is our staff's negligence. We will deal with it. Etc. Chen Yang's words interrupted what the flight attendant was about to say. Chen Yang. Zhu Baobao came to Chen Yang with grievance. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Yang wiped away the tears from the corners of Zhu Baobao's eyes. Boy, you are so nosy that you don't even know how much you are worth. Oh, I have as much as you have. Har har, do you know who I am? I'm the East China manager of the Su Group. How dare you be compared to me? Su Group. It's one of the top 10 large groups in Daxia. Yes, I heard that the market value has exceeded 100 billion. Does it have anything to do with me? If you want to know the truth of this matter, just turn over the right pocket of your trousers. The middle-aged man felt a little guilty after hearing this. I don't know what you're talking about. Since you don't cooperate, I'll do it myself. After saying that, Chen Yang grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist, causing him to scream in pain. Then Chen Yang took out the black button from his right trouser pocket. Seeing this, the passengers around understood that it was the middle-aged man who had pulled off the buttons and hid them. He probably had evil thoughts because of the pretty stewardess. Scum. That's right, are all the senior executives of the Su Group this kind of people? More than that, tell me why the hot water splashed out. Chen Yang added some strength to his hands. I'm telling you, it was me who blocked the cart with my foot. At this moment, the middle-aged man's wrist was swollen and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Now that the matter had been clarified, Chen Yang let go. Thank you, sir. The flight attendant thanked him. After all, Zhu Baobao was his subordinate and he was also responsible if something went wrong. It's just a small matter. The matter had been resolved, and the flight attendant glanced at the middle-aged man covering his wrist and left. No matter how shameless this person is, he has no right to scold the passengers. Chen Yang, thank you. Tears welled up in Zhu Baobao's beautiful eyes. If it weren't for Chen Yang, she would have lost her job. Be careful next time. Pretty people are always coveted by some animals. Chen Yang looked at the middle-aged man coldly, and the middle-aged man said angrily, Boy, you wait for me. With that the middle-aged man left. After the plane landed smoothly, Zhu Baobao found Chen Yang. Chen Yang. Can you take me with you wherever you go? I'm scared. Baobao Zhu looked at the middle-aged man who had returned and was about to get off the plane in the distance. After a pause, Chen Yang nodded. Thanks. It's okay. I'll take you there wherever you live. Jinggeyuan, an apartment rented by the company. Let's go, then. As soon as they arrived at the hall, Chen Yang saw Bai Jiqing standing at the airport entrance. Her beautiful outfit made Chen Yang's eyes light up. Chen Yang. She trotted over, her eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses full of joy. Mr. Su asked me to pick you up. Wow, what a pretty and elegant stewardess. Bai Jiqing looked at Zhu Baobao who was standing beside her. Chen Yang smiled and said, My friend is in this trouble. Hello, my name is Zhu Baobao and you are very beautiful too. Zhu Baobao stretched out her jade hand and the two shook hands. It's that kid, break his legs for me. An untimely voice sounded. Hearing this, Bai Jiqing frowned. She looked at the dozen people who had gathered around her and said, Leave me now and pretend nothing happened. What a big tone. I'm the manager of the East China region of the Su Group. If you keep meddling in other people's business, I'll take you into my care as well. The greasy middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and here came another top-notch one. Chen Yang, what should we do? Zhu Baobao approached Chen Yang with trembling body. I'll handle it. Bai Jiqing took out her cell phone and called Su Kunyu. Since Bai Jiqing wanted to deal with Chen Yang, she was too lazy to do it. Grandpa Su, I met a man at the airport who claimed to be the manager of the East China region of the Su Group. He wanted to do something bad to Dr. Chen's friend. Damn it, girl, turn on the speaker. Hearing this, Bai Jiqing pressed the speaker button. I'm Su Kunyu. I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now, or I don't mind making you disappear completely. Su Kunyu. The middle-aged man was so scared that his body was shaking and yellow liquid was flowing out of his crotch. As a senior executive of the Su Group, he naturally knew this name, because he was the grandfather of their president and the helmsman of the entire Su family. You're fucking dumb. On the side. Chen Yang's mouth twitched, these words sounded like those of a gangster. Bai Jiqing couldn't help laughing as well. Mr. Su, I deserve to die. I'm going to get out of here right now. The middle-aged man fled with a deathly pale face. He knew that he was finished. Baby Ju stared at all this in a daze. Chen Yang actually knew Su Kunyu. Because he was Chen Yang's friend, the old man's words made the middle-aged man look ashen. Chen Yang seems to have changed a lot since breaking up with Zhao Yuqing. I had a crush on Chen Yang since college, but Chen Yang only had eyes for Zhao Yuqing. Now that they have broken up, do I have a chance? Zhu Baobao's beautiful eyes lit up, but then she remembered that her father and adoptive mother had already received the betrothal gifts. Please forgive me, little friend Chen. I will let Ruer give you an explanation for this matter. You are getting serious. As it should be, Miss Jiqing will take you to your residence first. Good. After Bai Jiqing hung up the phone, Chen Yang looked at Zhu Baobao. The matter has been resolved, please be careful. Chen Yang, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. Zhu Baobao looked at Chen Yang and said that no matter what happened in the future, she would thank Chen Yang. Okay, I'll contact you sometime. After saying this, Chen Yang and Bai Jiqing left together. On their way to the residence, Bai Jiqing looked at Chen Yang in the passenger seat and asked, how did you know her? Zhao Yuqing's best friend. Oh, she's looking at you in a wrong way. Don't joke, I have very little contact with her. Who are you kidding? A woman's instinct tells me that she has liked you for a long time. Hearing this, Chen Yang recalled the party where he and Zhao Yuqing established their relationship. Zhu Baobao seemed to be drunk for no apparent reason. Your feeling is wrong. Chen Yang said. After a pause, he said, Qing Xue is also at the Su family. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. What is she doing here? She said she was ordered to protect Mr. Su. Bai Jiqing pushed up her glasses, but I feel like she's here to keep an eye on you. The ghost is still there. She loves to be a follower and follow her. Chapter 30. If you don't want to marry, don't marry. Soon, Bai Jiqing brought Chen Yang to a villa. The Su family's property. Yes, Grandpa Su arranged it. It's good to have money. Chen Yang was filled with emotion as he looked at the luxurious villa in front of him. It's easy to get these with your ability. Forget it. I'm not interested in these things now. Just as Chen Yang finished speaking, a black Mercedes came speeding over. It's Qingru who's here. Mr. Su's granddaughter. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, the president of Su Group, a beautiful and strong woman. A car stopped suddenly beside the two of them, the door opened, and a woman wearing big sunglasses got out of the car. Her professional attire couldn't hide her proud figure, and her high heels were intimidating. Just based on her figure, Chen Yang could give her 90 points. After getting off the car, Su Qingru came to the trunk without saying anything. The trunk was opened, and she saw the middle-aged man she met on the plane dragged down. Woo woo. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I have brought the person to you. It is up to you to decide whether to kill or chop him up. Su Qingru took off her sunglasses, revealing her cold and invincible face. Aloof female CEO. Chen Yang said in his heart. Killing her will probably be what the old guy wants. Xianji's voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Xuanji, do you think I am an animal with a lower body? What did you call me, kid? Xuanji's figure appeared. Seeing Xianji, Chen Yang quickly glanced at Bai Jiqing and Su Qingru. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found that the two did not react. It seemed that he was the only one who could see Xianji. What happened to Xiao Xuanji? Boy, say it again and I promise to beat you so hard that one won't even recognize you. Hey, I'm talking to you. Su Qingru frowned. She felt that Chen Yang was very rude. The word gentle doesn't suit you at all. The one who was wronged is my friend. Why did you bring him to see me? You. Su Qingrou's chest heaved with anger. Are you seducing me? Chen Yang stared at the pair of jade peaks. You're looking for death. As she spoke, Su Qingru kicked Chen Yang in the face. Chen Yang didn't want to give her any slack and stepped forward with his strong back. He lifted Su Qingrou's long legs and pressed her against the car. You can't spoil a cold female CEO. Asshole. Let me go. Su Qingrou's pretty face flushed with shame and anger, while Bai Jiqing beside her stared with her beautiful eyes and covered her red lips. She was a famously cold beauty, and Chen Yang was completely offended. TSK, who do you think wants to carry you? You're too heavy. After saying that, Chen Yang stepped back, and Su Qingru kicked him sideways again. Chen Yang grabbed her ankle and pulled hard. The splits appeared. With your temper, I think those masochists would like it. Then Chen Yang turned around, hugged Bai Jiqing and walked into the villa. Chen Yang. You, what are you doing? Bai Jiqing asked in a low voice with a slightly red face. She felt the big hand on her waist was so hot that her breathing became a little rapid. Asshole, I won't let you go. After saying this, Su gently kicked the middle-aged man who was tied to the ground, and the man twitched on the ground in pain. That's really high. Then Su Qingru got into the car and left, and at the same time a man in the dark left. Chen Yang, can you let go first? Sorry, I just want to tell Su Qingru that only gentle women can be liked. Chen Yang let go of his hand, feeling a little apologetic. After all, his gas was stuck. What does it mean, Chen Yang likes me? Bai Jiqing thought to herself. You take a rest first, I still have things to do. With that, Bai Jiqing fled. Seeing this, Chen Yang murmured, it seems to be over. Soon the man who was secretly observing outside the villa arrived at the Su family manor. Master. The man whispered the whole process in Su Kunyu's ear. Oh, that's right. It's a good opportunity to let that girl know that not everyone will revolve around her. Su Kunyu said. After entering the villa, Chen Yang was about to take a shower when suddenly the phone rang. I picked up the phone and found it was Zhu Baobao. Chen Yang, what are you doing? I'm getting ready to take a shower. There was silence on the phone. What trouble are you in? Chen Yang realized that his words were somewhat inappropriate. No, I just want to invite you to dinner. Do you have time? Don't you need to go back to Haichen? The purser gave me 2 days off. After a pause, Chen Yang was about to decline. You don't want to refuse, do you? Zhu Baobao's voice sounded a little lost. No, I can't bear to meet a beautiful woman. Chen Yang changed his tone. Then I'll wait for you at Jingyan Pavilion. Okay, I'll be there later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang took a taxi to Jingyan Pavilion. Nearly an hour later, Chen Yang arrived at Jingyan Pavilion. Looking at the restaurant in front of him, Chen Yang frowned. It was a bit extravagant for Zhu Baobao to spend here with his income, and Chen Yang remembered that Zhu Baobao's family conditions were not good. As soon as I entered the restaurant, I heard Zhu Baobao's voice, Chen Yang, here. When I looked over, I saw that Zhu Baobao was wearing delicate light makeup, a black hip-hugging dress, and flesh-colored stockings, which made her look very charming. Mr. Zhen, someone has snatched your prey. Hearing this, Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he would not have peace again. Seeing Chen Yang shaking his head, Zhu Baobao thought that he was not satisfied with his appearance. Do I look bad today? Who said that? Miss Zhu is beautiful in every song she sings. Thank you. Let me see what you like to eat. Zhu Baobao happily pushed the menu to Chen Yang. Why come to such a fancy restaurant? You are no longer the same person you were before. I'm afraid you won't like that kind of small restaurant. I am still me. You still have to support your 2 younger brothers to go to school. Your uncle and his family don't have much income. You shouldn't come here to change families. Zhu Baobao felt a little depressed after hearing Chen Yang's words. What's wrong? Maybe I'm getting married. Congratulations then. Don't you even ask me if I will be happy. Are you going to congratulate me for marrying a middle-aged man who is 2 wheels older than me? Zhu Baobao's beautiful eyes turned red and she became more and more excited as she spoke. I'm sorry, if you don't want to get married then don't get married. I don't want to get married, but what can I do? My father is disabled and I have two half-brothers to support in school. Being my toy can solve all these problems. The young man called Jing Xiao walked over. Roll. Chen Yang said coldly. You're looking for death, kid. A middle-aged man named Jing Xiao behind him punched Chen Yang in the chest. Who gave you the courage in the second level of condensation realm? As he said that, Chen Yang slapped him away and made him faint. Seeing this, Zhu Baobao covered her red lips in surprise. When did Chen Yang become so powerful? The diners around left in horror, thinking someone was dead. I do have some skills. I am Jing Xiaoyang, the young master of the Jing family in Kyoto. I will give you a chance to be my dog. Before he could finish his words, he was responded with a slap in the face. Puff. Zheng Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with 3 back teeth. No matter who you are, kid, you're dead. The followers hurried forward to help Zheng Xiaoyan up. Little bastard, I want you to die miserably. Zheng Xiaoyan roared. Hearing this, Chen Yang stood up. Forget about Chen Yang. The Jing family is a wealthy family in Kyoto and we can't afford to offend them. Zhu Baobao held Chen Yang's hand, feeling very worried. Don't worry, there is no one in this world that I can't afford to offend. After that, Chen Yang walked towards Jing Xiaoyan. Didn't your mother tell you not to provoke me? Didn't your mother tell you that if you don't have the ability, you should keep your tail between your legs? What are you going to do? Chapter 31 Su Jingyan's warning. Zheng Xiaoyan was a little scared. He felt that Chen Yang was a lunatic. There were people in Kyoto who were not afraid of their Jing family. You can't walk when you see a beautiful woman. Let me discipline you on behalf of your father. I'm warning you, don't mess around. Before Jing Xiaoyan could finish his words, Chen Yang twisted his arm off. R. Zheng Xiaoyan screamed in pain. Noisy. With one kick, Jing Xiaoyan's right leg was shattered. Little bastard, the Jing family will not let you go. I really don't know how you survived this long. Bang. Comminuted fracture of left leg. The sound stopped abruptly and Jing Xiaoyan fainted while convulsing. It's finally quiet. Chen Yang walked back. Seeing Jing Xiaoyan unconscious, the rich family's servant nearby fearfully carried Jing Xiaoyan away. Chen Yang, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to have dinner here. Please leave Kyoto immediately. Zhu Baobao was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Fine. No, I want you to leave quickly because you have something to do. Zhu Baobao pulled Chen Yang away from Jingyan Pavilion. Outside Jingyan Pavilion. I will be fine. No matter how powerful the Jing family is, can they be as strong as the Su family? The Su family will not let anything happen to me in Kyoto. Real. Baby Zhu stopped. Of course, you've already seen it, so don't worry. After thinking about it, Zhu Baobao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Boy, if it were me, anyone who dares to hit on your woman should be killed first to save you the trouble later. Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Baobao and I are just friends. And there will be no trouble if we kill him. It's not easy to become the Jing family, a wealthy family in Kyoto. At least we can't kill them first before we find out their details. Are you scared? That's not the case. I just don't want to offend the Jing family before I grow up, otherwise the people around me might be in danger. Break through the Tongxian realm as soon as possible, then there will be a surprise. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Zhu Baobao found that Chen Yang was silent. It's okay, you must be hungry, let's go eat something and then take you back. Good. Zhu Baobao boldly hugged Chen Yang's arm. Since the Su family is protecting Chen Yang, nothing will happen. No matter how powerful the Jing family is, it is only a second-rate family, while the Su family is one of the best first-rate families. Then the two of them came to Kyoto's famous snack street. Chen Yang, let's go eat stinky tofu. Good. Then the two of them appeared in front of each stall from time to time, and they looked like a couple in love. 2 hours later. Zhu Baobao said happily, today is the happiest day of my life. Looking at this strong girl, Chen Yang said, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. If you have anything, call me. That's what you said. After saying this, Zhu Baobao offered her red lips on her own initiative, which made Chen Yang feel helpless. Let's go, I'll take you back. Downstairs of the company dormitory apartment. Thank you, I'm here. Well, go to bed early. Chen Yang. I like you. I've liked you since college. After saying this, Zhu Baobao ran in quickly. Only Chen Yang was left there, smiling bitterly. Afterwards, Chen Yang returned to the Su family's villa. He knew that with the Jing family's ability, they should be able to find him soon. But it doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity to see what the Su family's status is in Kyoto. Just as Chen Yang thought, not long after he returned to the villa, several Mercedes-Benz stopped at the door. Second floor balcony. Chen Yang raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the middle-aged man who got out of the car. The two looked at each other for 3 seconds. You are the one who destroyed my son Zhao Yang. He still has roots. If he dares to hit on my woman again, I will destroy him completely. Just as Chen Yang finished his words, several other black Mercedes-Benz came speeding over. HMPH, even if the Su family supports you today, I will kill you. Zheng Qianming recognized the person. What a big tone, who dares to touch my Su family's distinguished guest? As he said that, the car door opened and Su Jingyang got out. Su Jingyang, are you really going to go to war with my Jing family for this kid? Zheng Qianming looked at Su Jingyang coldly. If Su Kunyu was in his prime, he really wouldn't have the courage to do this. However, Su Kunyu was already an aging tiger, and the Jing family had nothing to fear since they had a backer. So what? Su Jingyang took a step forward, and the pressure of the 9th level of Tongxian realm spread throughout the entire venue. Zheng Qianming's face was dark. Old Shi, please help me. After a pause, the black-clothed old man named Shilao said in a low voice, it may be difficult to kill this boy today. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianming clenched his hands in anger. He didn't expect Shi Qian to be so cowardly. With a cold snort, Zheng Qianming led his men away. Useless thing. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zheng Qianming clenched his hands. If Shi Qian didn't take action, he would not be a match for Su Jingyang. After the Jing family left, Su Jingyang looked at Chen Yang. I hope Dr. Chen's medical skills can be as good as your ability to cause trouble, otherwise. Chen Yang spoke with his eyes slightly narrowed. I think Mr. Su has misunderstood. If it weren't for Jiqing's sake, what does your father's internal injuries have to do with me? And I don't need the Su family's protection. Su Jingyang left with a sneer. How could Chen Yang, who was so young, be a rival to the Jing family? Obviously not. At the same time, Zheng Qianming was in the car. Mr. Shi, I want to know why this happened. Master Zheng, don't be anxious. Have you ever thought about what good it would be if you completely broke off relations with the Su family today? But that little bastard ruined Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang will have to use a wheelchair for the rest of his life. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. Patriarch Jing should be able to judge which is more important, sitting in a wheelchair or the entire Su family. Besides, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Su Kunyu's injury relapses, the Su family is still the Su family. Master Zheng, don't worry. Su Kunyu's realm will drop in a month. I will definitely take action at that time. Master Zheng, just think about it as soon as he dies. After a pause, Zheng Qianming seemed to have seen the Jing family swallow up the Su family, and said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Shi. Not long after Su Jingyang left, Bai Jiqing came. Why are you here? Chen Yang was on the 2nd floor watching Bai Jiqing getting off the car. Are you okay? What can happen to me? It's just the Jing family. Well, I'm fine. I'll go back then. Bai Jiqing's face turned red when she thought of Chen Yang hugging her slender waist during the day. See you tomorrow. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Chen Yang nodded. After Bai Jiqing left, Chen Yang's cell phone rang. It was Wan Wanner. Where is it? Wanner doesn't want me to sleep. Chen Yang looked at Wan Wanner who had just come out of the bath. When Wan Wanner heard Chen Yang's words, her face turned slightly red, and she also knew that there was no one around Chen Yang. When will you be back? I bought some nice clothes. Where? I want to see it now. Wait until you come back. Wan Wanner's jade hands slid across her silk pajamas. Gurgle. I will rush back as soon as possible tomorrow. Well, be safe. The next day, Bai Jiqing drove the Su family's Mercedes to pick up Chen Yang and go to the Su mansion. The car drove into the Su family manor. As soon as Chen Yang got out of the car, he saw Mu Qingxue leaning on the porch with her arms folded, staring at him coldly. There was also a cold female president, Su Qingru, standing next to him, also staring at him angrily. "You're still not at peace even after coming to Kyoto," she said in a sarcastic tone. "Who are you going to kill this time?" Chen Yang approached her and suddenly stretched out his hand to support the doorpost beside her ear, trapping her in a small space. "Team leader Mu cares about me so much, could it be that you really love me?" As for Su Qingru standing aside, Chen Yang ignored her. Mu Qingxue instantly exploded. "You bastard! Chen Xiaoyu, stop teasing her." Su Kunyu's voice came from inside the house. "The medicinal materials are ready, and we are just waiting for you." Chen Yang put away his joking expression and strode into the inner room. Chapter 32 Chen Yang exclusive. Seeing Chen Yang and Su Kunyu stand up to greet them, Su Jingyang on the side followed reluctantly. "I'm sorry, little friend Chen, I already reprimanded Jingyang yesterday. No matter how the treatment goes today, the Su family will not sit idly by. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I meant what I said yesterday. Now that the herbs are ready, let's get started." Perhaps Su Kunyu's words were sincere, but he still couldn't escape the suspicion of being a good cop and bad cop actor. "I don't know what's good for me," Su Qingru said coldly. "Big breasts and no brains. You." Seeing Su Qingru was about to take action. "Qingru, who taught you to be so unruly?" Su Kunyu shouted angrily. Qingru knows she was wrong. "Chen, please." Chen Yang nodded and followed Su Kunyu into the inner room. Chen Yang looked at the medicinal herbs on the table: black ice Ganoderma lucidum, half of 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, and 3 fist-sized milky white crystals with a lustrous surface. Spirit stone. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. There really were spirit stones in this world. Although their quality was average, it was not easy to transform spiritual energy into crystals in this world with thin spiritual energy. As for the 9 netherworld orchid, Chen Yang did not see it, so he probably did not find it. "Boy, I am sure that the world you are in was formed after the Taishu Palace ruins collapsed." Xuanji's words echoed in his mind. "Friend Chen, how about these medicinal herbs?" Su Kunyu's words brought Chen Yang back to reality. "It's barely enough." Chen Yang said calmly, "Others, please go out. You can't be disturbed during the treatment." Mu Qingxue stood at the door with her arms folded, and said coldly, "I must stay and ensure Mr. Su's safety. I also have to ensure Grandpa's safety. Who knows if you will take the opportunity to attack Grandpa?" Chen Yang glanced at the two of them and said, "Whatever, but don't get in the way. Everyone go down." Su Kunyu looked at Su Jingyang. Bai Jiqing wanted to say something but stopped herself. Finally, she followed Su Jingyang out of the room and closed the door gently. Chen Yang lit a fire and put the herbs into the casserole one by one. The medicinal liquid soon began to boil, emitting a rich fragrance. Mu Qingxue stood in the corner, staring at Chen Yang's movements intently. "Have you seen enough?" Chen Yang said without raising his head. "Team leader Mu is also interested in boiling medicine. The supervisory department is responsible for recording any abnormal spiritual power fluctuations." Mu Qingxue said stiffly, "Especially dangerous elements like you." Chen Yang sneered, ignored her and concentrated on controlling the heat. The medicine liquid gradually condensed into a dark green color, with fine spiritual light floating on the surface, and the entire room was reflected in light green. Looking at the dreamlike room, Mu Qingxue and Su Qingru's pupils shrank. The two had never seen such a scene, including Su Kunyu. Chen Yang scooped out a bowl of liquid medicine and handed it to Su Kunyu. "Drink it, it will be very painful." Su Kunyu drank it all without hesitation. Well, the moment the medicine entered his stomach, veins bulged all over the old man's body. He grabbed the wooden chair tightly and crushed the armrests, but he didn't even let out a scream. Chen Yang acted quickly and inserted 9 silver needles into their major acupuncture points on Su Kunyu's body, guiding the medicinal power to impact the 3 main meridians that were tangled. At the same time, he crushed the spirit stone to guide the spiritual energy into Su Kunyu's body to enhance the toughness of his meridians. Seeing her grandfather's veins bulging, Su Qingru couldn't help but take a step forward. "What did you do to my grandfather?" "Treat the disease," Chen Yang said without raising his head. "If you keep talking nonsense, get out." As the silver needle trembled, a subtle crackling sound came from Su Kunyu's body, like ice breaking. Bloody black impurities oozed from the surface of his old skin, and were evaporated by the power of the medicine, turning into wisps of black mist and dissipating. 3 full hours later. Call. Sukunyu let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. His cloudy eyes became much clearer, and even the wrinkles on his face became lighter. He broke through to the 6th level of the Divine Sea Realm. The Su family will remember your kindness. Sukunyu stood up. I haven't felt so comfortable in 30 years. Su Qingru and Mu Qingxue looked at this scene in shock. Chen Yang sighed. The 3 spirit stones had been used up, and the remaining medicine was not enough for him to break through to the Tongxian realm. As a reward, the remaining medicine belongs to me. Chen Yang said in a flat tone. Sukunyu laughed, as it should be. Qingru, bring a jade bottle over here. Okay, Grandpa. Su Qingru glanced at Chen Yang. After Su Qingru left, Sukunyu lowered his voice meaningfully. My friend, you look unwell. I'm afraid the remaining medicine liquid is not enough for you to break through. There may be a surprise at the Qianhai auction in 3 days. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. He wanted to see if Sukunyu knew some news. Auction. That's right. Sukunyu handed over a gold-plated invitation. It is said that the finale is a piece of innate spiritual essence. As a token of my gratitude, please do not refuse this card, my friend. As he spoke, Sukunyu took out a black card. Mr. Su, you are too polite. Chen Yang did not refuse. Since the old man was trying to please him, it would be fine to accept it. Besides, he would need funds to participate in the auction. Su Qingru, who came back, didn't care after seeing the black card. No matter how much money it was not as important as her grandfather's health. After filling the medicine, he handed it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang took the jade bottle and said, "This is what a woman should do." You? Su Qingru's chest heaved with anger. Since Mr. Su is fine now, it's time for me to leave. Since you're in such a hurry, why not stay and have a meal? Sukunyu tried to persuade her to stay. No, I lost my appetite instantly after seeing you too. After saying this, Chen Yang left. Asshole, say that again. 2. Bai Jiqing came up to him in the courtyard and asked worriedly when she saw Chen Yang's pale face, Chen Yang, are you okay? It's okay, it's just a bit consuming. Father, how do you feel? Su Jingyang also came to Sukunyu and asked. Thanks to my friend Chen, I have already broken through to the 6th level, and my internal injuries have healed. Little girl Bai, please see my friend off for me. Okay, Grandpa Su. Seeing the 2 people leave, Sukunyu looked at the 2 women next to him. See, this is the gap. And you go and keep an eye on the Jing family. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left, leaving the 2 women looking at each other in bewilderment. Humph. Who cares? In the evening, we boarded the flight back to Qianhai. Chen Yang closed his eyes and thought about the next plan in his mind. Bloodbath the Wang and Zhao families. Participate in the auction and seize the innate spiritual essence to break through the Tongxian realm. Suddenly, a familiar scent of perfume wafted over. Do you need a blanket, sir and madam? Zhu Baobao pushed the food cart and stopped beside them, smiling sweetly. On her left wrist, there was a new ordinary red string. If you look closely, you can see the words, Chen Yang's exclusive thing, written on it. Just as Chen Yang was about to speak, the plane suddenly shook violently. Passengers, please fasten your seat belts. We are encountering strong air currents. Zhu Baobao stumbled and fell into Chen Yang's arms. At the same time, Chen Yang's spiritual sense keenly captured a violent fluctuation of spiritual power under the plane. Seeing the terrain below, Chen Yang frowned. This terrain seems to be somewhat similar to the description in the Arhat coin. Could it be that Taishu Villa is below? After a while, the fuselage stabilized and Bai Jiqing looked at Zhu Baobao with a smile. Baby, it's okay. Hearing this, Zhu Baobao stood up in a panic, pushed the food cart and left without looking back. Chapter 33, Is Dad coming over today? It seems that we need to come here and investigate sometime. An hour later the plane landed at Haicheng Airport. The baby didn't show up until the first week after getting off the plane, probably because of Bai Jiqing's presence. Don't you want to say hello to the baby? Bai Jiqing looked at Chen Yang. You want me to say goodbye to her so badly? I don't want to. Bai Jiqing changed her words the next second. No, I just. Bai Jiqing was a little incoherent. Hee hee, Zhiqing looks really beautiful now. I'll go first. Bai Zhiqing fled quickly. First it was best friend Shen Bingqing, then it is estimated that Mu Kingsweir, who grew up together, also has a crush on Chen Yang, and now there is another Zhu Baobao. It would be painful for me to be with Chen Yang, so it would be better to have less contact with Chen Yang. Hearing the sound of a text message, Chen Yang took out his phone and found that it was Wang Weiner's WeChat. Look behind. Chen Yang turned around with a smile on his face, and saw a tightly wrapped woman wearing big sunglasses standing in the corner. It was Wang Weiner. Chen Yang touched his nose and walked over, but as soon as he got close, Wang Weiner pulled him behind a pillar. As soon as Wang Weiner took off her sunglasses, Chen Yang kissed her without hesitation. Woo woo! There's someone next to us. Go back to the car first. Wang Weiner pushed Chen Yang away with a blushing face, put on sunglasses, and took him to the parking lot. In the underground parking lot, the two came to a G-class. Do you like it? What does Weiner mean? Chen Yang was puzzled. Was she buying it for himself? I bought it for you so you don't have to drive another woman's car. Okay, then I'll just be a gigolo from now on. Shame on you. I'm going to buy you another house so you don't have to live with Lin Xiaoxian. No need for that. If we buy a house, we'll have a location. Weiner won't be afraid. After hearing this, Wang Weiner was silent for a moment and said, but it's too dangerous for you and Lin Xiaoxian to live in the same villa. If there is any danger, get in the car first. Chen Yang took the lead and carried Wang Weiner into the car. Find a place where no one is. Receive. After starting, Chen Yang stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, driving the car to the nearest Camel Mountain. The car body sways in the breeze. An hour later, Wang Weiner twisted Chen Yang's waist because her black stockings were torn. Weiner, I plan to wipe out the Wang family and the Zhao family, including Zhao Wen, tonight. I feel sad if he's still alive. He is feeling upset when he sees you. Is it dangerous? Wang Weiner looked up at Chen Yang. She didn't care about Zhao Wen's life or death. Since the moment she found out that he was having an affair with his secretary, Zhao Wen had nothing to do with her anymore. No. Chen Yang said confidently. As long as there is no danger. Hey, why is there a G-class here? Hearing their voices and footsteps outside the car, Chen Yang hurried to the driver's seat, started the car and left. Seeing the big G escaping, are they in? So exciting. Hearing this, Wang Weiner covered her face and felt so embarrassed, but she couldn't refuse Chen Yang. Send me back to Haiyu Garden. Good. Nearly an hour later, the G-class stopped downstairs. After finding that there was no one there, Wang Weiner quickly opened the door and ran back without even saying hello. Seeing this, Chen Yang wanted to laugh. After watching Wang Weiner enter the gatehouse, Chen Yang turned the car around and left. Just as he started to leave, a black sports car drove over quickly, and then Zhao Yuqing walked out of the car. A young man got out of the car and held the door. Yuqing, let's continue tonight. We'll talk about it tonight. Zhao Yuqing said something coquettishly, then went upstairs and changed another one. At the door of room 701, Zhao Yuqing put down her bags of luxury goods on the ground and entered the room code to open the door. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard the sound of running water. Seeing Wang Weiner in the bathroom, Zhao Yuqing was puzzled. She remembered that Wang Weiner had already taken a bath when she went out. Why wash it again? Mom. I'm back. Wang Weiner trembled when she heard this, and pretended to be calm and said, didn't Yuqing say she would be back later? I'm tired of playing. Zhao Yuqing said casually. Immediately afterwards, the sound of running water in the bathroom disappeared, and soon Wang Wan came out wrapped in a bathrobe. Mom, go cook. After Wang Weiner entered the kitchen, Zhao Yuqing glanced at Wang Weiner and then went into the bathroom. She picked up the black silk stockings beside her. It's torn. Then she lifted up the hem of her skirt and saw the striking similarity. The next second, a bold idea came into Zhao Yuqing's mind. Her mother had someone else outside. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuqing put down her black stockings and left the bathroom. Half an hour later, the mother and daughter sat around the dinner table. Mom, is Dad coming over today? Why mention him? Wang Weiner looked at her daughter. You were taking a shower just now and I thought Dad was here. I just practiced yoga for a while. Wang Weiner pretended to be calm. Don't go to the Zhao family these days. Why? Wuji and I are dating. Yuqing. I have already warned you, don't you know what kind of person Zhao Wuji is? Wanwana put down her bowl and chopsticks. Mom, I know. Don't be angry. I won't go to the Zhao family. Zhao Yuqing said. Also, a girl must know how to love herself. Mom. How am I not self-respecting? Zhao Yuqing stood up and was about to leave. Where you go? I have an appointment and won't be back tonight. You? Forget it, I won't care about your affairs from now on. Wanwana knew that Zhao Yuqing was fooling around with someone again. After Zhao Yuqing left, Wanwana went into the bathroom to wash her clothes and deal with her stockings at the same time. The moment she entered the bathroom, Wanwana was stunned. She remembered that it was not placed in this position. Yuqing came in and moved. Pause. Whatever, just let it be discovered. After leaving Haiyu Jiayuan, Chen Yang returned to Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. Hearing the engine sound, Lin Xiaoxian went to the second-floor balcony and looked at the G-class. Oh, you got rich. You need a means of transportation, right? Huh? No car in the garage. Oh, those car models are not suitable for me. Chen Yang knew that Lin Xiaoxian was angry, so he found an excuse. Chen Yang's answer made Lin Xiaoxian feel a little better. When will you accompany me back to the Lin family? Grandpa called to urge me. Right now. Okay, wait for me. With that, Lin Xiaoxian walked back to the room and changed her clothes. Looking at the high heels on her jade feet, Chen Yang had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Xiaoxuan's body tilted and was about to fall, and Chen Yang took a quick step and hugged her. Too high, be careful next time. Lin Xiaoxian immediately hugged Chen Yang's neck. Chen Yang. I like you. Don't be ridiculous, I'm not worthy of you. Chen Yang took Lin Xiaoxuan's arm away. Do you still have Zhao Yuqing in your heart? Lin Xiaoxian looked at Chen Yang seriously. She doesn't deserve it. Okay, I was just kidding you. Lin Xiaoxian changed the subject. Chen Yang's performance made her realize that now was not the right time. Chen Yang smiled and said, let's go. I'll go back to the Lin family with you. Chapter 34 I can't swallow this. An hour later Chen Yang and Lin Xiaoxian arrived at Lin Jinyue's manor. Grandpa. Chen Yang is here. Hearing this, Lin Jinyue stepped out. Is Mr. Su okay? Lin Jinyue said with a smile on his face. You are really well informed. Let's talk inside. Lin Jinyue smiled and turned around and walked back. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxian put her arm around Chen Yang and entered, making Chen Yang feel itchy. In the living room. I called Xiao Yang here this time because of something. Lin Jinyue got to the point first, and the old man behind him left, probably to get the thing that Lin Jinyue mentioned. Chen Yang didn't care about the change in address. Soon the old man brought back a wooden box the size of a washbasin and placed it on the tea table next to Lin Jinyue. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the wooden box. Violent energy fluctuations emanated from the wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, the air in the entire living room stagnated. In the box lay a jade ball, about the size of a football, with a strange blue-gray halo flowing on its surface. The bead was not completely transparent, but like turbid amber, with a twisted black shadow faintly visible inside. Melting Spirit Pearl. It is recorded in the Taishu Yangdao Sutra that the Ronglingju is the reborn seed of the ancient monster beast. During the heyday of cultivation, those great demons who had practiced for thousands of years would seal their souls, cultivation and lifelong memories in a pearl when they were on the verge of death, looking for an opportunity to break the pearl and be reborn. Human cultivators can refine and absorb it, and can obtain 70% of the monster's cultivation level during its lifetime. But 99% of the cultivators became sacrifices for the reborn monsters and eventually became walking corpses. You are lucky, kid. Inside this roaming pearl is a 9 netherworld flood dragon, which was equivalent to the heavenly venerable realm of a human when it was alive. It may have died inside the roaming pearl for too long, but there is still some energy left. Although it cannot help you break through the realm, it can allow you to forge a Taishu golden body, and your ability to recover from injuries will also be greatly improved. Chen Yang was moved when he heard Xian Ji's words. What is the Ronglingju? Lin Xiaoxuan's voice brought Chen Yang back to reality, and Lin Jinyue looked at Chen Yang in the same confusion. It is equivalent to a container. It can seal the souls, cultivation and memories of some monsters. If we can refine it, we can obtain 70% of the cultivation level of the monster, but more than 99% of the cultivators will become sacrifices and become walking corpses. Xiao Yang is saying that there is a monster sealed in here. Lin Jinhua was shocked and frightened. Aren't monsters just legends? Well, although it has already died inside the pearl and cannot improve my cultivation after refining it, it is still a treasure. How does Xiao Yang know this? There are some things you shouldn't ask. Chen Yang looked at Lin Jinhua. I am the old man who is rude. Lin Jinhua closed the wooden box and said, what does Xiao Yang think of Xiao Xian? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxian pricked up her ears. I don't want to talk about that right now. What about next? Lin Jinhua once again realized Chen Yang's extraordinariness and believed that he would soar to great heights in the future. We'll talk about the future later. Okay, then I'll give this rolling pearl to Xiao Yang. Lin Jinhua wanted to invest. It's too expensive. Just take it if you give it to me. Are you afraid that I will rely on you? Lin Xiaoxian said unhappily. I'm just afraid that you'll rely on me. You bastard. Lin Xiaoxuan's chest heaved with anger. By the way, Xiao Yang, how are you going to deal with the Wang and Zhao families? Lin Jinhua smiled and changed the subject. What else can I do? I'm not a pushover. If you attack me again and again, you'll have to pay the price. Then I'll send someone to accompany you there later. Before Lin Jinhua could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Yang. No, I can handle it myself. Lin Jinhua looked at Chen Yang in a daze for a moment and then nodded, but he still planned to secretly send someone to help Chen Yang. Even if he is optimistic about Chen Yang, it takes time to accumulate cultivation. By the way, old man, where did you get this rolling pearl? This item was obtained in the Wanyan Mountains. Chen Yang made a note that he would go there when he had time, and then the two chatted for a while before he left with Lin Xiaoxian. In the car, Lin Xiaoxian looked at Chen Yang. What are you going to do? What and how? Are you playing dumb with me, you bastard? Girls, if I know some things, I'm afraid you'll have nightmares. Don't you really need Grandpa's help? Lin Xiaoxian was a little worried. I'm very good. Then you must be careful. Small scene. At the same time, in the suburbs of Haicheng, the Wang family ancestral home. Brother, Chen Yang has returned from the Lin family. Wang He looked at Wang Changhe who was sitting in the main seat. Don't alert the enemy for now. I'll do it myself after the Qianhai auction is over. Should we send someone to keep an eye on the Lin family? Wang Changhe was seen tapping his fingers on the armrests of the mahogany chair. Send 2 smart guys over there, don't let them get discovered. I'll arrange it right away. Zhao's family in the southern suburbs of the city. Master, that guy will probably be back at Lin Xiaoxuan's villa in about half an hour. He has a new G-class. What's the meaning? Zhao Qianlong wondered, was there anything special about that car? Hearing this, the man looked at Zhao Wen standing beside him. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Wen frowned. According to investigation, it seems that it was bought by your wife, second master. What did you say? Zhao Wen stood up suddenly. His wife bought a car for Chen Yang. Did she drive with him? Second master, calm down. Madam just bought the car yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wen rushed to the person who spoke, stretched out his right hand and broke his neck. He felt that he had been cheated on. How could he let outsiders know about this shameful thing? Then Zhao Wen was about to go out. Stop! Zhao Qianlong shouted angrily. Brother, I can't swallow this. You have to swallow it even if you can't. That little bastard just came back from the Lin family. Send someone to keep an eye on him and see what's going on. I see. Zhao Wen left. He didn't know whether the Lin family had sent anyone to protect Chen Yang. Now was not the time to touch Chen Yang again. After going out, Zhao Wen called Wang Wana. Bitch, you're actually hooking up with your daughter's ex-boyfriend. I don't know what you are talking about. Wang Wana denied in shock. I don't know, then why is that little bastard driving your new G-class? So what? He not only drove the car, he also drove me. Since she didn't know how to defend herself, Wang Wana simply admitted it. Bitch, I will kill that little bastard myself. If you kill him, I, Wang Wana, swear to kill you. Wang Weiner was the first to answer and hang up the phone. Bitch. Zhao Wenshou immediately crushed the phone. After hanging up the phone, Wanwana's heart was still beating fast. She thought about it and picked up the phone again to call Chen Yang. Wanwana breathed a sigh of relief when the call was connected. Chen Yang, where are you? What happened? I just got back to my residence. Chen Yang looked at Lin Xiaoxian, who had jumped into their house. Maybe because of the car incident, Zhao Wen found out about you and me. Oh, was he really angry? I really want to see his expression at that time. You must be careful, bad guy. He said he wants to kill you. Don't worry, he won't survive tonight, but Wana must pay attention to her safety. I'll go out and head to Tianhai Club to wait for your call. Good. Chapter 35, Heavenly Tribulation Destroys King Zhao. Boom. The weather in Haicheng changes suddenly. It's going to rain. Wana, give me a call when you get to Tianhai Club. After hanging up the phone, thunder sounded again. Chen Yang, hurry up, it's going to rain. Lin Xiaoxian turned around and urged. New. As time passed and the night deepened, the thunderstorm turned into a rainstorm. After receiving the news that Wanwana had arrived safely at Tianhai Club, Chen Yang went out. On the second floor, Lin Xiaoxian murmured as she watched Chen Yang leave, "You must be careful." She knew that Chen Yang was going out tonight, so she didn't disturb Chen Yang during the time she was back. It was a pitch-black night with heavy rain, and there was no one to be seen on the streets. Even cars were forced to stop where they were. Since Zhao Wen has discovered what happened between me and Wanwana, let's start with the Zhao family. Chen Yang murmured something and headed towards the suburbs in the south of the city. Under the heavy rain, the entire Haicheng was shrouded in a curtain of water. Chen Yang stood under the sycamore tree outside the Zhao family villa area, and the rain formed an invisible barrier around him. That saves a lot of trouble. Chen Yang's eyes fell on the brightly lit manor 300 meters away. He could sense that the core members of the Zhao family were all inside, including Zhao Wen. In Zhao Qianlong's study, Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Wen are discussing tomorrow's Tianhai auction. Second brother, how is the funding preparation going? Brother, all the funds that the Zhao family can mobilize have been gathered. As for whether we can bid for the innate spiritual essence to help you break through. Before he could finish his words, the whole building suddenly shook violently, and dust fell from the ceiling. What's going on? Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Wen stood up suddenly. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded, and the security captain's terrified cry came from the intercom, "Someone's breaking in, R." The screaming stopped abruptly. Hearing the screams, Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Wen walked out quickly. Seeing the two men, Chen Yang threw the security captain's body at the feet of Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Wen. Chen Yang. Zhao Wen's eyes were red, and veins popped out on his forehead. I haven't even looked for you yet, but you came to me on your own. Zhao Qianlong stretched out his hand to stop his brother from rushing forward, and squinted his eyes to look at the young man in front of him. The rain slid down Chen Yang's outline, but strangely did not leave any water stains on him. After a pause, Zhao Qianlong said in a low voice, "You are quite courageous to break into my Zhao family alone." Chen Yang raised his lips slightly, "Master Zhao has long admired you. I came here tonight for only one thing." Oh. Zhao Qianlong sneered, "What's the matter?" Debt collection. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yang's figure moved towards Zhao Qianlong at lightning speed. Zhao Qianlong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he clapped his hands instinctively. With a muffled thud, the two of them took several steps back. The Tongxian realm is indeed powerful. Chen Yang's blood and energy surged in his body. Of course, this is the last stage of the third stage of transcendental transmigration after all. Xuanzhe's voice sounded in my mind. Brother! Zhao Wen exclaimed, pulling out a silver pistol from his arms and firing 3 shots. He didn't expect Chen Yang to be able to force his brother back. When the bullet was half a meter away from Chen Yang, a force of natural disaster came down from the sky and smashed the bullet into pieces. What happened? Zhao Wen was horrified, not understanding why thunder suddenly fell and shredded the bullets. Chen Yang did not answer, but raised his right hand and a force of heavenly tribulation gathered in his palm. He flicked his finger and it turned into a stream of light, instantly piercing Zhao Wen's knee. R. Zhao Wen fell to his knees, blood mixed with rain water spreading on the ground. Zhao Qianlong shouted angrily, "Zhao family's dead servants, listen to my orders, kill them." More than a dozen elite soldiers of the Zhao family rushed out from everywhere and quickly surrounded Chen Yang. These were the Zhao family's dead men and disciples who had been trained for many years, and the weakest one had the 7th level of body tempering. Chen Yang looked around Shiju, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. That's it? Why doesn't Patriarch Zhao do it himself and let them come up to die? After he finished speaking, he stepped lightly on the ground with his right foot, and a visible shock wave spread out. All the Zhao family's Deadpools and disciples spit out blood at the same time. Immediately following, bang, bang, bang. One after another, the Zhao family's deadbeats and disciples were smashed to pieces by the power of heavenly calamity. Zhao Qianlong was horrified when he saw this, and finally realized how terrifying this young man was. Mr. Chen, let's talk. Zhao Wuji was also attracted by the sound of fighting here. When he saw Chen Yang, he was shocked and then laughed wildly. Little bastard, there is a way to heaven but you don't want to go, there is no door to hell but you come here by yourself. Idiot. A force of heavenly calamity struck Zhao Wuji, and after a flash of black light, Zhao Wuji disappeared. Wuji. Zhao Qianlong's eyes were red with anger. That was his most beloved grandson. Little bastard. My Zhao family will fight you till death. Then Zhao Qianlong shouted, Sir, why don't you take action now? As their voice fell, a black shadow fled into the distance. You want to run, but I didn't agree. Chen Yang, if you dare to kill me, the Blood Demon sect will not let you go. Oh, I'll wait then. Chen Yang pointed his index finger at the black shadow, and the power of heavenly calamity descended from the sky. Along with the scream, the black shadow disappeared. Then Chen Yang looked at Zhao Wuji jokingly, your trump card is gone. After tonight, there will be no Zhao family in the world. After saying that, he clenched his right hand, and the rain mixed with the power of heavenly calamity stopped in mid-air. Go. With Chen Yang's light shout, the power of the heavenly tribulation poured down like a rainstorm. Zhao Qianlong only lasted for a breath before disappearing from this world. The horrific catastrophe enveloped the entire Zhao family manor, and no one in the Zhao family was spared. After doing all this, Chen Yang looked at Zhao Wen, who was shaking, and asked, Do you have any objection to me sleeping with Wanwana? No, for Wana's sake, please let me live. You called her Wana too. Chen Yang pointed his finger, and the power of the heavenly tribulation penetrated Zhao Wen's head. Leaving you with an intact body is my greatest tolerance. Half an hour later, at the Wang family ancestral home, Wang Changhe was pacing back and forth in the study, feeling uneasy as he watched the heavy rain and raging thunder outside. Brother, something happened. Wang He burst in, the Zhao family was wiped out. What? Wang Changhe backed away in shock and sat on the wooden chair. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and the study window suddenly shattered. In the storm, a dark shadow slowly approached. Wang Changhe. Chen Yang's voice was as cold as ice. It's your Wang family's turn now. Seeing Chen Yang Wang Changhe's pale face, he forced himself to remain calm and said, Mr. Chen, is there any misunderstanding between us? Chen Yang's words let him know that it was he, Chen Yang, who was responsible for the destruction of the Zhao family. Misunderstanding? Chen Yang sneered, sent people to kill me twice, is this also a misunderstanding? Wang Chan's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Mr. Chen, this is all forced by the Zhao family. That's enough. Chen Yang interrupted his defense, Master Wang, you're taking me for a fool. No, it's my fault. Please be magnanimous and let the Wang family go this time. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. Boom. Countless forces of heavenly calamity struck down. R. The shrill screams echoed in the Wang family's ancestral home in the rainy night. Chen Yan's figure disappeared in the rain, leaving behind only 2 scenes of the apocalypse and news that was destined to shake Haicheng. Chapter 36 Questioning and Punishment. Tianhai Club. Looking at Chen Yang's phone, Wang Wana quickly pressed the answer button. Chen Yang, are you okay? What can happen to me? From now on, there will be no Wang and Zhao families in Haicheng anymore. I'm glad you're okay. Do you want to come over? Pause. I won't go today. I guess I have other things to deal with later. Okay, I'll go back too. If the 2 families are destroyed, I'll get their inheritance for you. Just enough is enough. Money is dispensable to Chen Yang now. It is better to prepare for emergencies than to give benefits to others. Wang Wana said. Well, call me if you need anything. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang rushed back to Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Xiaoxian sleeping with her arms around a pillow. Chen Yang put a piece of clothing on him and went back to the room. He exchanged blows with Zhao Qianlong and injured him. At the same time, at Lin Jinyue's manor, he heard the report from his subordinates. After the shock, he burst into crazy laughter. Har har har, I really made the right bet. And in Chen Yang's room. Boy. Circulate the Taishu Yangdao Sutra to refine and absorb the Rongling Pearl. This way, even if you don't use the power of the heavenly tribulation below the divine sea realm, you can still be invincible with the help of the Taishu golden body. After hearing Xuanzhe's words, Chen Yang took the wooden box from the bookshelf and took out the Rongling Zhu. Then he sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, holding the Rongling Zhu in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang practiced the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Instantly, the entire bead trembled violently, and countless fine cracks appeared on the surface. Dazzling red energy burst out from the cracks and gathered into a red ball of light, illuminating the entire room like a red purgatory. Now, absorb the energy into your body. Xianji shouted. Hearing this, Chen Yang opened his mouth and sucked fiercely. The red light ball turned into a stream of light and was swallowed into his stomach. Boom! The violent energy exploded in his body, and his clothes fell to the ground. Blood was gushing out of Chen Yang's pores. He felt that his meridians were being torn apart inch by inch, and his bones made a creaking sound under the heavy load. Practice your mental skills quickly. Xianji's voice exploded in the sea of consciousness like thunder. Chen Yang endured the severe pain and began to circulate his spiritual power according to the route of the Taishu Yangdao Sutra. Every time he completed a cycle, the pain in his body was relieved. Half an hour later, his pores stopped gushing blood, and light golden lines appeared on the surface of his skin. These lines moved like living things, and finally gathered into a mysterious rune on his chest. Taishu golden body, done. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his pupils. He slowly stood up, and his bones made crisp crackling sounds. Looking down, his skin had a faint metallic luster, and he clenched his fist lightly, and there was a sound of explosion in the air. Is this the Taishu golden body? Chen Yang felt the surging power in his body, picked up the fruit knife on the table and cut his arm. Zheng. Amid the sound of metal clashing, the blade curled, leaving not even a white mark on the arm. Xuanzhi said with satisfaction, not bad. Although it is only in its infancy, it is enough to withstand the full force attack of the first level of the divine sea realm. Chen Yang walked to the window and looked at the dawn in the east. He was happy but also knew that Mu Qingxue would come to him soon. Let us solve it once and for all this time. The next morning, the rainstorm stopped. Two pieces of news swept through the upper-class society of Qianhai like a hurricane. The entire Wang and Zhao families were wiped out. What is even more creepy is that the two scenes are strikingly similar, as if it was God's wrath. In the meeting room of the Haicheng criminal police team, this was beyond their capabilities, so they had to ask the supervision department to come in. When Mu Qingxue looked at the photos of the scene, her face became solemn. The first thing she thought of was Chen Yang. Retrieve the surveillance footage. The surveillance screen is all black. The technician wiped the sweat off his forehead. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue turned around and left the room, driving towards Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. It took Mu Qingxue 37 minutes and 20 seconds to arrive at the door of Lin Xiaoxuan's villa. Chen Yang, come out. Lin Xiaoxian was awakened by the angry shout. Looking at the clothes on her body, Lin Xiaoxian stood up and rushed to Chen Yang's room. Just as I was about to open the door, I found that the door was opening and Chen Yang's figure appeared. Chen Yang. Let's deal with that woman outside first, then we can talk. After saying that, Chen Yang walked out, and Lin Xiaoxian followed closely behind him. Chen Yang, come with me. I have something to ask you. Mu Qingxue did not give Chen Yang a chance to refuse and turned to walk towards the green belt in the distance. Chen Yang. Lin Xiaoxian pulled Chen Yang's arm. It's okay, go back and wait for me. Good. Lin Xiaoxian nodded and walked back to the living room. The morning light shines through the gaps between the leaves of the plane trees, casting mottled shadows on the path in the green belt. Mu Qingxue stands next to a sturdy French plane tree, her straight uniform from the supervision department outlining her slender waist. Wang and Zhao were wiped out. Was it you who did it? I say, you woman, are you done yet? Chen Yang suddenly moved closer, supported himself on the tree trunk with one hand, and gently pinched her chin with the other hand. Team leader Mu, accusing someone without any evidence, isn't that against the rules of the supervisory department? Mu Qingxue blushed and slapped his hand away. Stop pretending. Not long ago, the Wang and Zhao families attacked you, and you were wiped out last night. Who else could it be if not you? She lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. Do you know how many people died last night? 137 lives. Oh. Chen Yan suddenly moved closer, his nose almost touching her cheek. Team leader Mu, do you think I have the ability, or do you feel sorry for those scum? The warm breath sprayed on her face, and Mu Qingxue's ears felt hot. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found that she was completely trapped between the tree trunk and Chen Yang. Get out of the way. She reached out to push Chen Yang's chest, but it didn't move at all, as if she was pushing on a steel plate. Instead, the warm touch from her palm made her fingertips tremble. Chen Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the tree, his voice dangerous and low. You keep causing trouble for me, team leader Mu, do you think I have a good temper? What are you going to do? Mu Qingxue panicked. She found that she had no strength at all. I warn you, attacking an official from the supervision department is a serious crime. Really? Chen Yang chuckled, and suddenly put his other hand around her waist and pulled her into his arms. What about this? Their bodies were pressed tightly together. Mu Qingxue's eyes widened, and when she felt the other's strong abdominal muscles and burning body temperature, her mind went blank. You bastard, or. Before she finished speaking, Chen Yang had already lowered his head and sealed her lips. This kiss was overbearing and strong, with a clear sense of punishment. Mu Qingxue struggled desperately, but Chen Yang held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Chen Yang let her go only when she was about to suffocate. Mu Qingxue's legs went weak, and she only managed to avoid falling to the ground thanks to the big hand on her waist. Her face flushed, and the collar of her uniform broke open during her struggle, revealing her delicate collarbone. How dare you? Her voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Yang rubbed the corner of her lips with his thumb. If you dare to cause trouble to me for no reason again, it will be more than this next time. After saying that, he let go of Mu Qingxue and turned to walk towards the villa. Mu Qingxue slid down the tree trunk and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. She touched her numb lips. Her heartbeat was so fast that it almost burst out of her chest. This bastard actually. Then Mu Qingxue stood up hurriedly and put on her uniform, but she heard Chen Yang, who had already walked away, saying without even turning his head. By the way, if I were the one who destroyed the Wang and Zhao families, what would team leader Mu do? Mu Qingxue was stunned. When she came to her senses, Chen Yang had disappeared at the entrance of the villa. The sun was still bright and the shadows of the trees were still mottled, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Only the burning feeling left on the lips reminded people of the real punishment. Chapter 37. The auction begins. And in the villa. Chen Yang, what does that woman want from you? Lin Xiaoxian wanted to confirm her guess. What else can we do? It's nothing more than the extermination of the Wang and Zhao families. Did you really do this? You guess. In a star-rated hotel room, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains as Zhao Yuqing woke up from a hangover. Her temples were throbbing and her throat was dry as if she had swallowed a handful of sand. The luxurious hotel was in a mess, with expensive liquor bottles scattered all over the place and the bed still smelling of a strange man. The phone was vibrating wildly on the bedside table. Zhao Yuqing reached out to grab it, but found that her wrist was covered with bruises. She frowned and looked at the caller ID. Mom. Hello. Her voice was unusually hoarse, as if she had shouted too much. Yuqing. Wang Wan's voice was unusually calm. Come to the crematorium in the west of the city and see your father for the last time. The phone fell to the ground with a click. Zhao Yuqing sat on the messy bed sheet, then suddenly put on her clothes and left the hotel. The corridor of the crematorium in the west of the city was always filled with a strange smell of disinfectant mixed with burnt things. Zhao Yuqing stumbled into the morgue, her high heels tapping out a messy rhythm on the cold floor tiles. Dad. She rushed towards the body covered with white cloth on the morgue. The moment she lifted the cloth, she saw Zhao Wen, whose face was pale and there was a bloody hole between his eyebrows. Who did it? You deserve it for all the bad things you've done. Wanwana walked out from the shadows, without a trace of sadness on her face. Mom, how can you say such a thing? Zhao Yuqing looked at Wanwana in disbelief and anger. He slept with my secretary behind my back. He did whatever it took to achieve his goal. He has already died. There is no point in saying this. After saying this, Wanwana left, apparently to arrange cremation. The door was closed, and the only sound in the morgue was Zhao Yuqing's suppressed sobbing. As if to fit the scene, a crow landed on a dry branch outside the window, making a piercing cry. It was almost noon when the mother and daughter left the crematorium. Zhao Yuqing held the urn and went to the cemetery to bury Zhao Wen. This was suggested by Wanwana. After all, she didn't have that much time to deal with the aftermath of Zhao Wen's death, and she didn't want to do anything because she had more important things to do. Wanwana took out her phone when it rang and found that it was Chen Yang calling. She glanced at Zhao Yuqing, who was kneeling on the ground, and walked away. Did you encounter any difficulties? They are all dead, there's nothing to stop them. I will attend the Qianhai auction tonight. Do you need me to give a warning to other families in Haicheng? After a pause, Wanwana had an idea to help Chen Yang take over Haicheng. It would be best if you can. Seeing her mother talking on the phone with someone else, Zhao Yuqing inexplicably had the thought that the other person was an adulterer. Mom, who are you talking to on the phone? Mind yourself. I'm ashamed of the way you are now. Wanwana knew that Zhao Yuqing had been fooling around all night again last night. How have I embarrassed you? Zhao Yuqing stood up angrily. Take a look in the mirror and take a look at your breasts and stockings. After saying that, Wanwana turned around and went down the mountain. After Chen Yang hung up the phone with Wanwana, he received 3 calls in succession. Yang Ruyu informed him of the start time of the Qianhai auction. Shen Bingqing asked about her treatment. Su Kunyu's test on the extermination of the Wang and Zhao families. Chen Yang, are you going to attend the Qianhai auction? Chen Yang opened the door and looked at Lin Xiaoxian outside. Well, Ruyu asked me to leave soon. That's very kind, but is there enough money? It's just a name, that should be enough. Chen Yang thought of the black card given by Su Kunyu. Oh. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxian went upstairs. The Qianhai auction had a huge background, and even their Lin family only got a spot on the bench. Grandpa guessed that Chen Yang would go, so he didn't plan to go. After checking the time, Chen Yang drove his G-Class to pick up Yang Ruyu. Yarjajai on Antique Street. Looking at the brand new G-Class in front of her, Yang Ruyu smiled and said, "Did a woman give it to you?" How do you know? Because you are not interested in the car, you probably won't buy it. You know me well. Then what? Yang Ruyu looked at Chen Yang. Well, it's about time. We should go to the auction. Chen Yang smiled and avoided the topic. Hearing this, Yang Ruyu felt a little disappointed, but she still got on the passenger seat. Chen Yang also got in the car and headed for the Qianhai auction. It's a bit quiet in the car. Smelling Yang Ruyu's body fragrance, Chen Yang turned on some light music. What about the Wang and Zhao families? I did. Chen Yang did not shy away from talking about Yang Ruyu. Is the weather in Dashir going to change? Yang Ruyu looked at Chen Yang's handsome profile. Why do you say that? In less than a month, you have the strength to destroy 2 families, and your methods are incredible. I feel that you will not be confined to a small place like Tianhai. I usually don't cause trouble, as long as those people don't mess with me. The G-Class slowly drove into the underground parking lot of the Haicheng International Convention and Exhibition Center. Chen Yang parked the car and turned to look at Yang Ruyu in the passenger seat. Let's get in. Yang Ruyu adjusted the hem of her cheongsam and said softly, this auction is not simple. I heard that many people from big families came. Chen Yang smiled noncommittally and reached out to unbuckle her seat belt. This unintentional action brought the 2 of them closer, and Yang Ruyu could smell the faint scent of ambergris mixed with the scent of grass after rain on Chen Yang. Let's go. Chen Yang got out of the car first. I want to see what kind of monsters and demons we can attract. The top floor of the Convention and Exhibition Center has been transformed into a huge circular auction hall. The dome is made of a whole piece of curved glass, overlooking the entire Qianhai night view. The central auction platform is designed in the shape of a lotus, surrounded by 3 levels of stepped seats on the west side, with more than 30 VIP boxes on the top level. After Chen Yang showed the invitation letter, their waiter respectfully led them to a private room on the second floor. The room was not big, but the decoration was very elegant. Champagne and fruit plates were already placed on the coffee table in front of the leather sofa. Through their one-way glass, the auction table below could be clearly seen. How come you have an invitation, and it's for a private room? Yang Ruyu looked at the furnishings in the box in shock. Su Kunyu gave it to me. Chen Yang's words were shocking, and made Yang Ruyu's delicate body tremble. The patriarch of the Su family in Kyoto. It's no big deal. Chen Yang's eyes fell on a box on the third floor opposite. The curtains were closed, but his consciousness could clearly sense that there were 3 people sitting inside, one of whom had a cold aura that didn't seem like a living person. He had sensed the presence of old Shi mentioned by Zhu Qianming in Kyoto and the dark shadow from the Zhao family. They were people from the Blood Demon sect. 8 o'clock at night. Dear distinguished guests, the annual Qianhai auction is about to begin. The auctioneer's loud voice spread throughout the venue through the hidden speakers. Tonight there are a total of 27 items for auction. The last 3 are special collections and are only open to VIPs with black gold invitations. As the auctioneer finished speaking, the lights in the venue dimmed, leaving only a spotlight above the auction table. The first item was pushed up, a Song Dynasty landscape painting. Chen Yang had little interest in these ordinary items, but Yang Ruyu would occasionally bid for a few antiques. When the 17th item was unveiled, Chen Yang sat down slightly. The next piece of collection is a little special. The auctioneer smiled mysteriously. It's a piece of red marrow from deep in the Red Mountain, weighing 300 grams. The starting price is 50 million. Chapter 38, Beautiful Lady Yuji. On the exhibition stand, a piece of white jade was emitting a faint blue light under the light. Even from a distance, Chen Yang could feel the pure fire attribute spiritual power contained in it. 30 million. 35 million. Shi Qinwan. Bidding sounds continued. Chen Yang did not rush to bid. When the price soared to 80 million, he slowly raised his number plate, 100 million. The whole place fell silent. This price was already far above the market price, not to mention that there were more important items to be auctioned later. 100 million once, 100 million twice, deal. Congratulations to the VIP in box 208. Why did you shoot that piece of red marrow? The energy fluctuations aren't very strong. It works. Chen Yang smiled. He planned to use it to treat Shen Bingqing's cold poison. This way, it would be completely eradicated in just one time. Chen Yang did not bid for the next few items until the auctioneer announced the last item. Dear guests, I will host tonight's grand finale auction. As soon as the words fell, a woman in her 30s, wearing a moon-white cheongsam and long legs, walked up to the female auctioneer. Her long black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, and her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and the most eye-catching thing was the teardrop mole at the corner of her left eye, which glowed a faint golden color under the light. Yuji. Yang Ruyu was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that she would host it herself. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Yuji looked weak, she was surrounded by a layer of spiritual power fluctuations that seemed to be there and not there. She was at least at the 6th level of Tongxian realm. And they are ripe. Chen Yang couldn't help but stare at the 2 long legs for a while. No. Chen Yang looked at Yang Ruyu beside him. I just know her. I'm not lucky enough to know such a beautiful girl. Oh, in my eyes she is just a person with a terminal illness. What's the meaning? Yang Ruyu was puzzled. This woman is ill, and it's almost in the late stage. Please welcome our last lot. Yuji's melodious voice sounded. All the lights in the venue suddenly went out, and only a crystal cover slowly rose up, with a fist-sized ball of liquid light suspended inside, emitting a dreamy, colorful glow. According to experts, the purity of this spiritual essence reaches 97%, which is the most perfect piece found in the past 50 years. Yuji smiled and continued, the starting price is 100 million. Chen Yang's eyes instantly became sharp. He could feel that when the spirit essence appeared, at least 7 powerful divine senses locked onto the auction table. 3 of them came from the 3rd floor box, and the other came from various boxes in the venue. 500 million. 600 million. 800 million. The bidding price was rising at a very fast speed. Chen Yang did not rush to make a move, but secretly observed the competitors. When the price exceeded the 2 billion mark, there were only two buyers left bidding, the old man in the 317 box and a blonde foreigner sitting in the front row. There was no bidding for box 309 from beginning to end. 3 billion. Chen Yang finally raised his sign, increasing the price by 1 billion. The whole audience was in an uproar. Yi Yuji looked at Chen Yang in box 208 and said, "The distinguished guest in box 208 has offered 3 billion. The old man in box 317 snorted coldly, 3.2 billion. The blonde foreigner shook his head and put down the license plate. And someone in box 309 suddenly remembered, 3.5 billion. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to find out that it was Jing Xiaoyang from the Jing family. 3.7 billion. Chen Yang raised the price without hesitation. The venue was completely silent. This price had already created a historical record for the Qianhai auction. The curtains of the box where Jing Xiaoyang was located were shaking slightly, and it was obvious that the people inside were having a heated discussion. Yi Yuji looked at Jing Xiaoyang's box and said, 3.7 billion once. 3.7 billion twice. Just as Yi Yuji was about to drop the hammer, the old man in box 317 suddenly stood up and said, "I'll pay 3.7 billion. Plus a favor." The venue was in turmoil again. To be able to say the word humanity in this situation, the identity of the old man must be very important. Chen Yang sneered, "If favors are useful, I have them too. And auntie, I am a doctor." Hearing this, Yi Yuji looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's words had deep meaning. The curtain of box 309 was suddenly pulled open. Zheng Xiaoyang, who was sitting in a wheelchair, took off his mask and stared at Chen Yang with murderous eyes. Now he was passive when touching women. What a joke! What favors can you offer to a little bastard with some strength? Oh, I've disabled you, but you can still participate in the auction. Don't be so proud, little bastard. That's enough, this is an auction, not the place for you to bicker. After saying this, Yi Yuji looked at the old man in box 317. The favor of Mr. Mo from Western Province is indeed valuable, but as he said, those who are able to bid for the innate spiritual essence have certain strength and favors. Ms. Yi, some people may not have that much money. Zheng Xiaoyang looked at Chen Yang with a sneer. He had investigated Chen Yang. He was just a designer a month ago. It was impossible for him to have so much funds in such a short time. The air in the auction hall seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yang. Is there anyone who dares to bid at the Qianhai auction? In the private room, Yang Ruyu's fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her cheongsam. She leaned over and whispered, "Chen Yang, if the funds are not enough, I still have some here." Chen Yang raised his lips slightly and took out a pure black card from his pocket. There was no bank logo on the card, only a dark golden dragon pattern faintly visible under the light. "Auntie," he placed the card gently on the coffee table, "please help me verify the funds. I don't know how much money is in this card." Yi Yuji frowned. As a member of the Yi family in Kyoto, she naturally recognized the origin of this card. "No need. I didn't expect Mr. Su to give you his card. This card has a fixed limit of 5 billion. If it exceeds 5 billion, the Su family will fill it in no matter how much." Hearing Yi Yuji's words, Chen Yang raised his eyebrows. This old guy has a good plan. Yang Ruyu covered her lips in shock. The wealthy Su family not only sent an invitation, but also provided funding. What did Chen Yang do? "So, can we continue bidding now?" "Of course." Yi Yuji raised the gavel again. "Mr. Mo's offer of 3.7 billion plus a favor is acceptable to me. Does Mr. Chen want to raise the price?" 3.7 billion. Chen Yang said calmly, in addition. He glanced at Jing Xiaoyang, "My favor is to cure this Jing Xiao's hidden disease." The venue was in an uproar. Jing Xiaoyang's face turned from blue to white, then from white to red, and finally to the color of liver. You. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Yang Ruyu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and quickly covered her mouth with a round fan. Yi Yuji suppressed her smile and said sternly, "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid Mr. Zheng will not accept this favor. And if you still use favors as a price increase, it will make it difficult for me. Since auntie has said so, I will naturally not make things difficult for you. But my bargaining chips are only known to you, can we talk about it?" Chen Yan stared at Yi Yuji's long legs. After a pause, Yi Yujie nodded and walked towards Chen Yang's box. Chapter 39, Tao Follows Nature, I Understand. I wonder what Mr. Chen's bargaining chip is. Yi Yujie stroked her cheongsam and sat down. The faint traces of her hair made Chen Yang stare at her for a few seconds. Auntie, have you been having a slight pain in your chest lately, and it feels like morning sickness? Chen Yang was the first to get straight to the point. Yi Yujie's fingertips unconsciously touched her heart, where she was feeling a dull pain. Her eyes, which were always smiling, flashed a trace of panic at this moment, but were quickly concealed. Mr. Chen has good eyesight. She took a sip of tea with forced calmness, but these are just minor problems. Minor ailment. Chen Yang interrupted her, tapping the coffee table with his fingers. At midnight, you feel like you have needles pricking your chest, you vomit bile in the morning, and your spiritual energy is stagnant and difficult to move during cultivation. These are the precursors to the onset of the 7 deadly yin meridians. The teacup slipped from Yi Yujie's hand, leaving a dark stain on the Persian carpet. Her face turned pale instantly, and even the iconic teardrop mole at the corner of her eye dimmed a little. How do you know? Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Yang Ruyu looked at Chen Yang in confusion. What is the 7 deadly yin meridians? This is a congenital meridian defect. Chen Yang's eyes were fixed on Yi Yujie. Before the disease occurs, the patient is no different from an ordinary person, but once the disease occurs, the 7 main meridians will gradually dry up. If it is not treated in time, at the very least, the patient's cultivation will be wasted, and at the worst, the patient will die. Yi Yujie's chest rose and fell violently, and her carefully painted nails dug deep into her palms. The Yi family had invited famous doctors to treat her, but they were all powerless. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to reveal the symptoms and causes of the disease. Seeing Yi Yujie's strange behavior, Chen Yang continued, Aunt's symptoms should have worsened 3 months ago, right? Chen Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yi Yujie stood up suddenly, and the hem of her moon-white cheongsam swept over the coffee table. She propped her hands on the table and said in a trembling voice, Who are you? Well, I told you, doctor. Chen Yang calmly straightened the teacup, and you happen to know the treatment method. The air in the box seemed to freeze. Yang Ruyu looked at Chen Yang, then at Yi Yujie who had lost her composure, and tactfully remained silent. After a long time, Yi Yujie slowly sat back on the sofa, and her whole body seemed to have been drained of energy and spirit. Since Mr. Chen knows about the 7 deadly yin meridians, he should understand that this is an untreatable disease. The Yi family is looking for a famous doctor. I can cure it, Chen Yang said. The next second, Yi Yujie grabbed Chen Yang's arm, her fingertips cold. You can really cure it. Chen Yang looked down at the trembling hand and said softly, It can be cured. Hearing Chen Yang's confirmation again, Yi Yujie pinched his arm tightly. Auntie, are you trying to strangle me to death? Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie quickly let go of her hand, her face slightly red. She actually lost her composure and grabbed a strange man's arm. The innate spiritual essence is yours. Not only that, if you can heal my injury, I, Yi Yujie, and even the Yi family will owe you a favor. No problem. When can we start? Yi Yujie was a little nervous. After 3 days, remember to fast. You will vomit a lot during the treatment. I see. Yi Yujie nodded. By the way, can you help me warn those wealthy people in Haicheng to stop them from taking over the businesses of the Wang and Zhao families? Can? Yi Yujie glanced at Chen Yang and then stood up and returned to the auction table, announcing that the innate spiritual essence belonged to Chen Yang. At the same time, she also warned the people present not to take advantage of the Wang and Zhao families' assets. The moment the jade hammer fell, Chen Yang suddenly turned his head to look at Jing Xiaoyan, and his lips moved slightly. Although no sound was made, Jing Xiaoyan clearly read the lip shape. Waste. R. Jing Xiaoyan howled like a wild beast and shouted at the 3 people beside him, I want him dead. Kill him for me. But the 3 people nearby acted as if they didn't hear anything. Stupid stuff. After saying this, Chen Yang stood up and left. Yang Ruyu couldn't help but ask on the G class, can you really cure that terminal illness? Of course, if letting her die is too cruel, and we can also gain her innate spiritual essence and human feelings, why not do it? As the night deepened, the G class drove into the bustling city. In the lounge on the top floor of the auction house, Yi Yujie was unbuttoning her clothes in front of the mirror. 7 strange black lines were about to spread to her seductive curves like a spider web. Ruyu, are you going back to Yarjajai or the tea house? I have already taken action against Yarjajai and the tea house. Why? Chen Yang glanced at Yang Ruyu in confusion. Because you're going to the auction. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang clenched his hands slightly. He understood that Yang Ruyu sold the 2 properties in order to raise funds for himself. Why don't you speak? Yang Ruyu looked at Chen Yang. Ruyu, my relationship line is very messy right now. The car suddenly fell into silence, with only the roar of the engine. Yang Ruyu's fingers unconsciously touched the edge of the seat belt, and her knuckles turned slightly white. I know. She spoke first, her voice as light as a feather falling to the ground. With your ability, you have no shortage of women now, and you will have no shortage in the future. Besides, I am just an antique seller. I can't compare with Miss Lin and the big stars. Chen Yang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. His mood was extremely complicated at this moment. It's not like that. He said in a low voice, you are in my heart. Chen Yang still didn't say it. What's on your mind? Why don't you say it? The choked voice made Chen Yang feel an inexplicable pain in his heart. He turned to Yang Ruyu and found that her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Sorry. Chen Yang only said these 3 words. Actually, you don't have to say sorry to me. Everything is my own will. Just send me back to Green Wave Garden. Good. In a star-rated hotel in Haicheng, Jing Xiaoyang loudly questioned the people from the blood evil sect next to him. Why didn't you kill that kid at the auction? Master Zheng, you should understand that we are only responsible for your safety. If that guy doesn't do anything, we will naturally not take the initiative to cause trouble. Also, you don't need to ask how we act. You. Zheng Xiaoyang was so angry that he wanted to crush the wheelchair with his hands. He dreamed of slow slicing Chen Yang, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Downstairs of Building 16 in Elvoyuan, Yang Ruyu pushed the door and got out of the car. Chen Yang looked at Yang Ruyu, who seemed a little disappointed. Chen Yang, I don't expect to be able to stick to you, I just hope you can come and accompany me when you have time, okay? Yang Ruyu stopped and asked without turning her head. She was afraid to see Chen's eyes, afraid to see Chen Yang's rejection. Like Jade. Yes or no? Yang Ruyu interrupted Chen Yang. But after a while, there was no reply from Chen Yang. Yang Ruyu felt heartbroken. She quickly walked to the elevator and tears finally fell. Good. Hearing this, Yang Ruyu covered her red lips and rushed into the elevator, tears of happiness falling uncontrollably. Chen Yang downstairs felt a little confused. Ever since he received the inheritance, he found that various beauties had been breaking into his life one after another. Kid, what's wrong with you? Xuanji's voice sounded in my mind. Xiao Xuanji, I'm a little confused. Dao follows nature, what are you confused about? Yes, Dao follows nature. I understand. You are a teachable kid. Hurry up and find a place to absorb the innate spiritual essence and break through the Tongxian realm. By the way, Xiao Xuanji, what is the surprise you mentioned? You will understand once you break through to the ultimate level. Chen Yang was looking forward to hearing this. What kind of surprise is it? With excitement, Chen Yang stepped on the accelerator and rushed out with a strong feeling of being pushed on the back. After many twists and turns, Chen Yang arrived at Tuorshan, and this time the big G did not sway with the wind. Chapter 40, Breakthrough Surprise. On the top of Tuor Mountain, the night wind howled. Chen Yang sat cross-legged on a flat boulder, the innate spiritual essence in his hand glowing with a dreamy colorful halo under the moonlight. He took a deep breath, circulated the Taishu Yangdao Sutra, and slowly opened the pores all over his body, preparing to begin guiding the vast spiritual power in his spiritual marrow. Boy, are you ready? Xuanji's voice echoed in the sea of consciousness, this breakthrough is different from usual. Come on. A hint of determination flashed in Chen Yang's eyes, and he suddenly clasped his hands together. Crack! The spiritual essence shattered and turned into a ball of liquid light that wrapped around his fingertips. Chen Yang opened his mouth and sucked it in. The light penetrated his 7 orifices like a living thing. In an instant, a violent spiritual power exploded in his body. Ooh! Chen Yang's muscles tensed instantly, and veins popped out on his forehead. The spiritual power was like thousands of red-hot steel needles, rushing through his meridians. Even though Chen Yang had already formed a Taishu golden body, fine blood beads still began to seep out of the surface of his skin, turning him into a bloody man in the blink of an eye. Hold on! Xianji shouted, circulate the qi in the body and guide the spiritual power to impact the Xuanguan. Chen Yang gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain and began to guide his spiritual power. Every time he completed a cycle, the pain in his body intensified, and his breath also rose. 3 hours passed. Chen Yang's breathing gradually became steady, and the blood on his body solidified into dark red scabs. Suddenly, a crisp click sound came from his body, as if some kind of shackles were broken. Now! Xianji shouted. Chen Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and golden light surged in his pupils. He let out a long roar, and blood and energy evaporated from his body. The blood scabs fell off one after another, revealing the jade-like skin underneath. An unprecedented powerful aura burst out from his body, and all the gravel within a 10-foot radius was suspended in the air. Tongxian realm, achieved. Har har har. Chen Yang laughed loudly, his laughter shaking the surrounding trees. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. Is this the power of Tongxian realm? I feel like I can blow up Shanhai realm with one punch. That's nothing. Xuanji suddenly smiled mysteriously, look at your sea of consciousness. Chen Yang looked inside himself and was stunned. The Shenqian pearl that was originally suspended around his dantian had turned into a small world in his sea of consciousness. There were green mountains and clear waters, pavilions and towers, and even a medicinal garden where various rare spiritual medicines were planted. This is Shenqian realm. Xuanji's figure solidified in the sea of consciousness. Congratulations, you have officially become the owner of the Shenqian pearl. Chen Yang looked at the solidified Xianji in shock. Xianji, you have solidified your true body. Xuanji covered her lips and chuckled. How is it, are you disappointed? Of course not, the so-called fairy is just like this. Chen Yang couldn't help but hug Xianji, leaving Xianji's arms suspended in mid-air, not knowing where to put them. But the next second, Xuanji raised her hand and slapped Chen Yang away. She suddenly realized that Chen Yang was taking advantage of her. You little bastard, you dare to take advantage of me. I'm just so excited. HMPH, try your new ability first. Xuanji waved her jade hand. The Shenqian realm can be expanded as you wish, with a maximum range of 30 meters. Within this range, you are the absolute master of this world. And the outside world can do the same. Chen Yang stood up and dusted himself off. His mind moved, and he really felt a wonderful connection with this world. He tried to move his body, and suddenly appeared 30 feet away. The power of space displacement. He gasped. That's right. Xuanji nodded with satisfaction, but with your current level of cultivation, you can only use it 3 times a day at most. In addition, she suddenly leaned in and whispered in Chen Yang's ear, you can enter and exit Shenqian realm at any time. The warm breath made Chen Yang's ears feel hot. Xiao Xuanji, you are seducing me. Chen Yang tried to hug Xianji's slender waist, but found that the time he could touch Xianji was not an illusion. Could it be because he was inside the Shenqian pearl? Bang! Another loud slap was heard and Chen Yang flew backwards. But Chen Yang was smiling in a frivolous way. Hey, you're so vulgar. Xuanji had a look of disgust on her face. Someone's coming outside. Chen Yang and Xianji's words rang out at the same time. The next second, Chen Yang in the outside world opened his eyes. Since you are here, why hide? As Chen Yang finished speaking, 3 men in black walked out from under 3 big trees. Oh, Jin Xiaoyang didn't come with us. Chen Yang looked at the 3 men in black and recognized them. Hand over your innate spiritual essence, and I will leave you with an intact body. Wait a moment, there are still people. Chen Yang said. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked around vigilantly. Friend Chen is indeed extraordinary. An old man in white stepped out from the darkness. The Yi family? Chen Yang asked calmly. I am the housekeeper Yian. After hearing the old man's words, the 3 men in black turned around and were about to leave. Yian and the others knew that the strong men of the Yi family had cultivated to the 2nd level of the divine sea realm. Since you are here, leave your life behind. Chen Yang moved and rushed towards the 3 people at an extremely fast speed. Looking at Chen Yang's speed, Yian raised his eyebrows. It is rare to have such speed in the Tongxian realm. Friend Chen, let's see who's faster. After saying that, Yan also moved, and his speed was also astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived behind their respective prey. Die! Chen Yang threw a punch. Court death! The man in black shouted angrily, turned around and punched him. In his mind, a person in the second level of Tongxian realm actually took the lead in attacking him who was in the seventh level of Tongxian realm. At the same time, Yan also came to the side of a man in black. Yan, do you really want to intervene in this matter? Miss, if you want to protect Chen Xiaoyu, then you, the blood demon sect, cannot move. With a bang! Chen Yang had already started fighting, and with the help of his Taishu golden body, he knocked the man in black away with one punch. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Yang didn't give him any chance to breathe. He kicked hard and shot towards the man in black. Puff! Chen Yang's fist pierced through the black-clothed man's chest. You are not in the second level of Tongxian realm. Idiot, who told you that I can't kill you if you are in the second level of Tongxian realm? After saying that, Chen Yang pulled back his arm, and the man in black spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground and died. Seeing this, the young lady's vision is still very accurate. It seems that I don't need to take action, but since we have made a bet, I can't show weakness to the old man. Yan's momentum suddenly rose, and the terrifying power made the surrounding trees rustle. Help me! The man in black shouted loudly, and the remaining man in black also knew that he was no match for the opponent if he fought alone. If they joined forces to block Yan's palm first, they might have a chance to survive. It's good that you came. No matter how many profound knowledge you have, it's still not the Sea of Gods. Yan stepped forward and slapped out with his palm, and the two men in black also slapped out with their palms. With a loud bang, the two men flew backwards, spitting blood. The old man also didn't give the two men a chance to breathe, and rushed forward, smashing one of them's heart meridians with a palm. His mine. Chen Yang dodged and went towards the last man in black. Friend Chen, you are being unethical. Yan didn't expect Chen Yang to take advantage of the situation. Old man. What you said is wrong. Haven't you heard of someone taking advantage of your illness to kill you? With a pop, the black-clothed man's chest was pierced. He looked down at the fist unwillingly and died. I won. Chapter 41 Chen Yang, am I beautiful? The corners of Yan's mouth twitched. He had never seen such a shameless person. Forget it. I won't argue with young people. Since you don't need anyone's protection, I will leave. Old man, prepare the stakes before you bet next time, otherwise it won't be fun even if I win. Upon hearing this, Yan staggered. After Yan left, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to come to Haicheng to die? After saying this, Chen Yang got in the car and left. Soon, Chen Yang appeared in the distance in a star-rated hotel near the International Convention and Exhibition Center. He knew that Jing Xiaoyang had difficulty moving around, so the hotel he stayed in must be not far away. Just as he guessed, Jing Xiaoyang was lying on the bed in the top-floor presidential suite. Mr. Zheng, you are still so energetic. I love you so much. It's good to die of joy. Outside the door, Chen Yang raised his lips and said, it's good to die of joy. Then a stream of energy passed through the door and entered Jing Xiaoyang's body. The next second, Jing Xiaoyang's eyes began to turn red, and he pulled the young model to himself. On the top floor of the International Exhibition Center, Yan bowed and saluted, Miss, that Chen Yang is really amazing. Not only did he discover the old slave, but he also killed the 7th level Heaven Master with the 2nd level of Tongxian realm effortlessly, which is incredible. And Yan's old face blushed. Chen Yang said that we should prepare the prize before the next bet. Yi Yuji paused while making tea, then laughed. Did he really say that? Yan nodded helplessly. I have been traveling in the martial arts world for decades, and I have never seen anything like this. You have no moral principles and are so shameless. Yi Yuji took over the conversation, but her eyes were shining with a strange light. Interesting. She elegantly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Amber, do you think he can really heal me? I don't know, but I can't see through Chen Yang. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yang returned to Lin Xiaoshuan's villa. The lights were still on in the living room. Chen Yang pushed the door open quietly and found Lin Xiaoxian curled up on the lazy sofa in front of the French window, reading a book. She was wearing a silk nightgown, and her slender legs were shining in the moonlight. "Are you back?" She didn't even raise her head, and there was a hint of deliberately pretended dissatisfaction in her voice. Chen Yang took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack. "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" "Waiting for you." Lin Xiaoxian closed the book and finally turned around. "Did you get the innate spiritual marrow?" "Yeah." Chen Yang walked over and sat down next to her. Lin Xiaoxian seemed a little tired and lay in Chen Yang's arms. "Don't move. It will only be like this for a while." The moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, casting mottled shadows on her delicate collarbone. Chen Yang could smell the faint scent of shower gel on her body, mixed with a hint of unique body fragrance, which made him dizzy. "Xiaoxian." Chen Yang smiled bitterly. Lin Xiaoxian suddenly hugged Chen Yang's neck, her nose almost touching his. "Chen Yang. Am I beautiful?" "Xiaoxian, stop making trouble." Chen Yang felt like he was going to lose control as he looked at the two dazzling lights so close to him. "Answer me." Lin Xiaoxian stared at Chen Yang's eyes stubbornly. Chen Yang sighed, "Beautiful. Then do you want me?" Lin Xiaoxian whispered in Chen Yang's ear, her warm breath sprayed on his ear, and Chen Yang's body tensed up instantly. Just when the ambiguous atmosphere was about to get out of control, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a text message from Shen Bingqing. Lin Xiaoxian glanced at the screen and stood up angrily. "Looks like I have another date tomorrow." Chen Yang put away his phone helplessly. "It should be cured after one more treatment." HMPH. Lin Xiaoxian stood up and walked towards the bathroom. "I'm going to sleep downstairs today, you can sleep on the sofa." The bathroom door was shut heavily, and soon the sound of water splashing could be heard. Chen Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head, but his eyes unconsciously fell on the hazy figure on the frosted glass. The next morning, the female model woke up and found Jing Xiaoyang dead. She called the police in panic. At the same time, the 3 dead members of the Shueisha sect were also found on Tuor Mountain. When the police investigated the cause of Jing Xiaoyang's death, they initially determined that he died of cerebral congestion due to fatigue and excitement. After learning that his son had died, Jing Qianming vowed to make sure Chen Yang died a miserable death. He didn't believe in anything like fatigue, excitement, and cerebral congestion. Because Jing Qianming knew clearly that the purpose of his son's trip was to obtain the innate spiritual essence. Since it was Chen Yang who obtained the innate spiritual marrow, the deaths of his son and the 3 people from the blood evil sect must be related to Chen Yang. "Oldsha, I want that little bastard to die a miserable death. I will handle this matter myself." The old man in black named Shilao planned to take action himself. After all, Chen Yang killed people from their blood evil sect. At noon, at Haicheng's top French restaurant, Shen Bingqing wore sunglasses and a baseball cap, sitting low-key in the corner. Even so, her perfect figure and temperament still attracted a lot of attention. Chen Yang. Seeing Chen Yang coming, she quickly stood up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy under her sunglasses. "Thank you for taking the time to meet me." Chen Yang sat down opposite her. "Mission looks good." "Thanks to you." Shen Bingqing pursed her red lips. "After the last treatment, I feel much better. But..." She hesitated for a moment. "When will you help me with the treatment again?" "Today, I got red marrow from the auction, which will help with the treatment." "Thank you." Shen Bingqing was moved. The waiter served the exquisite French meal, and the two chatted while eating. Shen Bingqing talked about the recent interesting things in the filming, and laughed like a silver bell from time to time. Chen Yang noticed that there were paparazzi around secretly taking pictures. "Does it need any treatment?" He pointed to the corner. Shen Bingqing shook her head. "It doesn't matter. Anyway." She suddenly lowered her voice. "I plan to retire from the film industry." "Why?" Chen Yang was puzzled. "Because?" She took off her sunglasses, revealing her eyes that could speak. "I want to live a normal life, like finding a boyfriend like you." Chen Yang almost choked on the red wine. Seeing this, Shen Bingqing covered her lips and chuckled. "Just kidding. Actually, I'm tired of it." Shen Bingqing didn't tell the truth. She still remembered what Chen Yang said at her birthday party. He didn't want to have an affair underground. "Well, just be happy." After the meal, the two came to Shen Bingqing's private villa. Unlike last time, she looked much more natural this time, and took off her coat on her own initiative, revealing her upper body in only a tank top. Do you need acupuncture again this time? She was lying on the bed, her voice a little nervous. Chen Yang took out the silver needle. Well, start from the Tanjung point. Shen Bingqing bit her lip and slowly untied the shoulder straps of her vest, revealing her snow-white skin gradually. Chen Yang made a quick move without any distractions, and 9 silver needles pierced into Shen Bingqing's acupuncture points at the same time. As the needles trembled, the cold poison began to struggle violently and began to flow to the heart meridian. Seeing this, Chen Yang crushed the red marrow, and the red energy lurked in the air, gathering into a drop of fiery red liquid. Chen Yang raised his hand and the red liquid divided into 9 parts and fell on the silver needle, and then sank into Shen Bingqing's body. The next second, a strange scene appeared. The blue cold poison in Shen Bingqing's body was beating wildly. She bit her red lips in pain and sweat broke out. Seeing Shen Bingqing in so much pain, Chen Yang called upon the spiritual energy in the Shenqian pearl to transfer it into her body. The treatment lasted for 3 hours. When the last trace of cold poison was forced out of the body, Shen Bingqing was soaked all over, as if she had been fished out of the water. Is it over? She asked weakly. Chen Yan's face turned pale as he put away the silver needle. He was overexhausted after 3 hours of high-intensity output. As expected, the cold poison in your body has been completely eliminated. Real. Shen Bingqing sat up happily. Miss Shen, you should go change your clothes first. Hearing this, Shen Bingqing looked down, then looked up at Chen Yang. Chen Yang, do you think my figure is good? Do you want it to be yours? Miss Shen, you need to calm down now. Chen Yang smiled bitterly. No need, I'm sober now. But I need to calm down. Chen Yang stood up and took the opportunity to leave. One by one, the goblins began to get restless. Okay, I'll give you some time, but you can't refuse my invitation before you decide. As long as there is time. It's a deal. Shen Bingqing stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Yang on the face. Chapter 42. Who is that man? I want to take a shower, do you want to join me? Shen Bingqing's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Chen Yang's heart. After she finished speaking, she turned around, gently hooked her slender fingers around the shoulder straps of her camisole, and slowly pulled it down. Wait. Chen Yang suddenly held her hand, his voice a little lower than usual. The cold poison in your body has just been cured, be careful not to catch a cold. Then as the attending physician, you should observe closely. Shen Bingqing looked back and smiled, with a bit of cunning in her eyes. What if I faint in the bathroom? With that, Shen Bingqing stood up and walked towards the bathroom. You did it on purpose. Chen Yang's Adam's apple rolled. Shen Bingqing chuckled, I am seriously inviting my attending physician. The bathroom door was opened. Shen Bingqing walked in barefoot, turned back and glanced at Chen Yang, really not coming. Chen Yang took a deep breath and was about to speak when his phone suddenly vibrated. I took out my cell phone and found it was Wang Weiner calling. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Yang said and quickly fled. HMPH, don't let me know who you are. Shen Bingqing stomped her feet in anger. She had finally mustered up the courage to seduce Chen Yang, but a phone call ruined her plan. After leaving Shen Bingqing's villa, Chen Yang pressed the answer button. Wana, is there something wrong? Chen Yang thought that there was someone who was reckless and was planning to take over the properties of the Wang and Zhao families. No, I'm just too tired and miss you. Where is Wana? I'll go find you. Zhao Group. Okay, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang drove to Zhao Group. At Zhao Group, Chen Yang was in a dilemma as he watched the staff coming in and out. He didn't know whether Wang Wana would mind if the employees saw him coming to see her. Just as Chen Yang took out his cell phone to call Wang Weiner, a woman wearing black-framed glasses who could score 80 points came over. This must be Mr. Chen. The president is on the top floor. Please follow me. Hearing this, Chen Yang knew that this was arranged by Wang Wana, and followed the woman into the elevator. Ding! We have arrived at the 27th floor. Mr. Chen, please. This floor is reserved for the president. No one will come up here without her permission. Please rest assured. Thanks. Chen Yang thanked him. After the woman left, Chen Yang walked to the largest room at the end. He knew Wang Wana was inside. After entering the room, Chen Yang walked to the sofa beside him, poured a glass of red wine, and looked at Wanwaner who was working. Today, Wanwaner was wearing a professional outfit, a white shirt, a black hip skirt, and flesh-colored stockings. Chen Yang likes this kind of dress very much. As time went by, an hour passed. Wanwaner put down the document and looked at Chen Yang. You've been watching for an hour, aren't you satisfied? I can never see enough in my lifetime. Chen Yang said with a smile. You're good at talking. Wanwaner stood up and walked over to sit on the stool. Be gentle, there is no replacement here. Wanwaner leaned into Chen Yang's arms and said, I smell perfume. Is it from my cousin? Chen Yang smiled somewhat embarrassedly. HMPH. Wanwaner pinched his waist hard. Next time, remember to clean up the evidence after treatment. Chen Yang, I was just kidding. Wanwaner sat up and looked at Chen Yang's embarrassed expression. Okay, I'll punish you. I'm tired, can you let me rest? You look so haggard. Have you encountered any difficulties? Chen Yang looked at the beauty in his arms. The Li family had already reached out at the beginning, but suddenly stopped yesterday. The Li family. Well, Li Zhuchuan and Zhao Qianlong were not on good terms, so it is reasonable for him to want the Zhao family's assets. By the way, was it because of you that he suddenly stopped? Chen Yang knew that it was not because of him, but because of Yi Yujia's warning. I guess so. Chen Yang, I want to rest. Okay, I'll stay here to protect Wana. Soon, Wanwana's even breathing sounded. Chen Yang knew that it was because she was too tired from integrating the Wang and Zhao families' businesses. The next morning, Wanwaner opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yang. Wana wants to do morning yoga. The sunlight squeezed into the president's office through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden line on the floor. Wang Weiner's cell phone suddenly vibrated, and Liu Jia's name appeared on the screen. Wait a moment. Wanwaner answered the phone, her voice still lazily sounding like she had just woken up in the morning. No, President, I couldn't stop the lady from going upstairs. Liu Jia's voice was filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Wanwaner woke up instantly and sat up from the sofa in a panic. The belt of her silk nightgown loosened, revealing a fresh kiss mark on her collarbone. I'm sorry, Chen Yang, Yuqing is coming up and Liu Jia can't stop you, so hide quickly. She lowered her voice and said to Chen Yang, who had just come out of the bathroom. Chen Yang could only put on his trousers and hold his shirt in his hand. He looked around Shiju and said with a wry smile, Wanner, where can I hide? You hide in the lounge first. Wanwaner pushed the half-naked Chen Yang into the lounge next door. Before hurriedly closing the door, she noticed that Chen Yang's tie was still on the armrest of the sofa. Ding! The sound of the elevator reaching the top floor made Wanwaner's heart beat faster. She quickly grabbed the tie and tried to hide it, but she heard the sound of high heels hitting the marble floor getting closer and closer, so she had to stuff the tie behind the sofa cushion. Zhao Yuqing walked into the office quickly, her face full of displeasure. Mom, where did you go last night? I made more than a dozen calls. Wanwaner pretended to be calm and adjusted the collar of her nightgown to cover the kiss mark. I was working on something until very late, and my phone was on silent so I didn't hear it. Sleeping in the office. Zhao Yuqing looked around Shizhou, her eyes lingering on the messy sofa and the two used red wine glasses on the coffee table. Are you alone? Of course. Wanwaner walked towards the coffee machine, with her back to her daughter to hide her uneasiness. Liu Jia was here last night, but she went back first. Zhao Yuqing approached the sofa and suddenly bent down and pulled out a dark blue striped tie from behind the cushion. What is this? Wanwaner's hand trembled, and the coffee spilled on her nightgown. That was Chen Yang's tie. It should have been dropped by Liu Jia's boyfriend. Wanwaner reached out to take back the tie. Zhao Yuqing dodged her mother's hand and said, Liu Jia's boyfriend, Mom, how long are you going to lie to me? Who is that man? Wanwaner felt dizzy. She knew she couldn't hide it this time, but she couldn't say it was Chen Yang. That's enough. What does it have to do with you who that man is? In the lounge, Chen Yang clenched his hands and wanted to walk out, but that would make Wanwaner even more embarrassed. Mom, my dad has only been gone for a few days. How could you? She threw the tie to the ground as if throwing away something dirty. Who? Zhao Yuqing walked quickly towards the lounge. It was too late for Wanwaner to stop her. She could only close her beautiful eyes and wait for the most embarrassing scene. But after a moment, the embarrassing thing did not seem to happen. Wanwana quickly opened her beautiful eyes and found that the window of the lounge was wide open and Zhao Yuqing was sticking her head out to look. Seeing that Chen Yang was not there, Wanwana's heart skipped a beat. Where was Chen Yang on the 27th floor? Chapter 43. Why are you so fierce? Who is that wild man? Zhao Yuqing suddenly turned around and questioned her mother Wanwana, her voice sharper than ever before. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Bang! The sound of a slap echoed in the president's office. Wanwana's palm left a clear red fingerprint on her daughter's face. Zhao Yuqing, that's enough. It's not your turn to care about my affairs. Wanwana's voice was as cold as ice, but her trembling fingertips revealed her inner fluctuations. Zhao Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief, and she covered her burning left face with her left hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Mom, you've never hit me since I was a child. Now you're hitting me for a wild man. Wanwana did not answer. Her high heels tapped out a rapid rhythm on the marble floor. She walked quickly towards the elevator, with only Chen Yang's safety in her mind. Chen Yang used the space-shifting technique to leave the moment Zhao Yuqing opened the door. The 27th floor was less than 100 meters away and was within his range of 30 feet. In the elevator, Wanwana dialed Chen Yang's number tremblingly. Chen Yang, how are you? Her voice was full of worry. Chen Yang's relaxed voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine, I've already gone home. You scared me to death. Wanwana's voice choked, and the tough attitude she had just shown towards her daughter disappeared. Wana, don't worry. Chen Yang's tone was gentle but firm. I'm sorry, Chen Yang, can you give me some time? Wanwana leaned in the corner of the elevator, fearing that other people would hear this private call. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I make things difficult for my woman? Chen Yang's laughter came through their microphone, relaxing Wanwana's tense nerves a little. Thank you. It's okay, just rest if you are tired. We are not short of money now. Chen Yang said considerately. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hanging up the phone, Wanwana realized that she was already in tears. Chen Yang was driving his black G-Class on their way back. In the rearview mirror, a black car had followed him for 3 intersections. Chen Yang's consciousness quietly spread out, like an invisible tentacle, probing the vehicles behind. Mu Qingxue. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and recognized the cold and beautiful woman in the driver's seat. He withdrew his consciousness, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The scene of him pressing Mu Qingxue against a tree trunk and kissing her forcefully in the green belt of the villa area last week appeared in his mind. She struggled hard at that time, but the response from her lips was extremely passionate. Does this woman have masochistic tendencies? Chen Yang muttered to himself, turned the steering wheel, and parked the car next to a park on the side of the road. The black car behind also stopped. Mu Qingxue stepped out of the car with her long legs, her black windbreaker rustling in the wind. She walked to the G-Class and knocked on the window. Boom boom. Chen Yang lowered the car window and showed a cynical smile. Team leader Mu, we meet again. Mu Qingxue pretended to be calm and tried her best to keep her cold face expressionless, but Chen Yang keenly noticed that her ears were slightly red. Chen Yang, we need to talk. What are you talking about? Didn't we talk enough last time? Chen Yang deliberately lowered his voice, his eyes falling on Mu Qingxue's tightly pursed lips. Or do you want me to continue what I should do next? Mu Qingxue clenched her fingers so hard that her knuckles turned white. Can you please stop killing people? Chen Yang's smile froze instantly, and his eyes became as sharp as a knife. What do you mean? Are you saying that I should die and be killed by the people from the Blood Demon sect? I. Mu Qingxue's heart was very conflicted. On the one hand, she had a duty, but on the other hand, she had a very subtle feeling towards Chen Yang. She didn't want to watch Chen Yang killing people, for fear. What do you mean? Asshole. Why are you so fierce? Mu Qingxue's voice became smaller and smaller, and there was some mist in her aggrieved eyes. Chen Yang didn't expect that this woman would also have the demeanor of a little woman. Pause. Don't ask about my affairs in the future. I promise you that I won't kill anyone for no reason. Real. Of course, I'm not a demon who kills everyone I see. Okay. Then can I ask you a question? Just say it first. Are you dating Zhiqing? Mu Qingxue looked at Chen Yang with some trepidation in her heart. We are just good friends, but what does this have to do with you? Are you in love with me? Don't be so self-indulgent. After saying this, Mu Qingxue fled quickly. Hey, the direction is wrong and the car is behind. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. This woman was stupid. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue's pretty face was pale from her neck to her neck. She lowered her head and walked back, then quickly got into the car. In the car? It's so embarrassing. Mu Qingxue vented towards the pillow. Scumbag. Xuanji's voice sounded in my mind. How can Xiao Xuanji say that to me? I was forced to do so. TSK, someone must be very happy. I don't agree with this. Should I be sad? You'd better upgrade your grand void golden body to the great perfection stage as soon as possible. That way, you can practice the sky-tearing claw and double your strength. Xianji couldn't argue with Chen Yang and could only change the subject. Where is the sky-tearing claw? Chen Yang was puzzled. Take a look at page 12 of the Taishu Yangdao Sutra for yourself. Hearing this, Chen Yang opened the 12th page in his mind, and sure enough, there was the method of practicing the sky-teasing claw on it. After reading the description above, Chen Yang understood that the sky-tearing claw, like the Taishu soul-devouring claw and the Taishu golden body, were all secret skills that came with the Taishu Daojing. To practice this secret technique, one needs to practice the Taishu golden body to perfection, otherwise one will suffer backlash and cause irreversible trauma. Hey, why didn't I notice it yesterday? Chen Yang first disappeared in the car and entered the Shentian realm. He wanted to see Xianji. Xuanji, where are you? I am bathing. Stop joking. Why do you, a spirit of an artifact, need a bath? Listen. As Xuanji finished speaking, the sound of splashing water was heard. I command in the name of my master that I shall be with you. Go away, and quickly practice the Taishu golden body. Xuanji said unhappily. There's no rush. Cure Yi Yuji's terminal illness and ask her to help me collect the herbs. This will be a good opportunity to see what the Yi family is capable of. If that doesn't work, I'll use the herbs from Shentian realm. That woman is quite attractive, aren't you tempted? Not as tasty as Xiao Xuanji. Roll. Someone is coming. As he spoke, Chen Yang flashed out of Shentian realm, and as soon as he came out, a policeman came to issue him a ticket. I'll leave now. Chen Yang rolled down the car window. Seeing Chen Yang, the middle-aged policeman rubbed his eyes. He clearly didn't see anyone. I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. After saying that, Chen Yang drove away, leaving the middle-aged policeman standing there in a daze. What the hell is going on in broad daylight? After shuddering, the middle-aged policeman drove away. Chapter 44, Baby Ju's Birthday. Not long after, Chen Yang was about to drive into the villa area when his cell phone rang. Seeing the three words, Ju Bao Bao, jumping on the screen, he hesitated for a moment and finally pressed the answer button. Baby. Chen Yang's voice softened unconsciously. Ju Bao Bao's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Yang, I miss you, do you have time to have dinner with me? Chen Yang tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. When? Is tonight okay? I have a flight tomorrow. Ju Bao Bao's voice was filled with anticipation. Good. Then see you tonight at the barbecue at Phúc Kỳ Street in Mong Kok. Ju Bao Bao's voice became obviously excited. See you there. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang turned around and drove to the most upscale shopping mall in the city center. He remembered that today was Ju Bao Bao's birthday, and he had accompanied Zhao Yuqing to Ju Bao Bao's birthday party last time. In front of the jewelry counter in the mall, Chen Yang was choosing carefully. Ju Bao Bao's family is not well off, so she would definitely not accept expensive items. Finally, Chen Yang's eyes were attracted by a necklace inlaid with blue diamonds. The diamonds reflected the deep light of the ocean under the light, just like the pair of talking eyes when Ju Bao Bao smiled. Sir, you have good taste. This is a new model that just arrived today. The price may not be worthy of your status, but it is indeed a good choice as a gift. The salesgirl smiled warmly. This is it, help me pack it up. Chen Yang took the lead and handed over his bank card. Yes sir, please wait a moment. At 7 p.m., the Mong Kok barbecue restaurant on Phúc Kỳ Street was bustling with people. Ju Bao Bao sat by the window, wearing a red suspender skirt that outlined her perfect figure, and her slightly curly long hair draped over her snow-white shoulders, attracting the attention of many male customers. "Beauty, are you alone?" A man with a face full of flesh and a smell of alcohol came over, followed by a few ruffians. Zhu Baobao frowned. "I'm waiting for someone." "Who are you waiting for?" "Come have a drink with us, brothers." The man reached out to touch Zhu Baobao's face, but she quickly dodged him. "Brother Go, can you give me some face?" The barbecue restaurant owner knew this local tyrant and could only try to please him. "Get lost." Li Ergu slapped the table. "How dare you meddle in my business?" Hearing this, the barbecue restaurant owner shrank his neck. Just as Li Ergu reached out to Zhu Baobao again, a slender and powerful hand grabbed his wrist. "Get out." Chen Yang appeared in front of the table at some point, his voice as cold as ice. Li Ergu grimaced in pain. "You fucking are." His curses turned into screams. When Chen Yang exerted a little force, his wrist made a crack sound. "Brother Go." Seeing this, several younger brothers rushed forward. "Court death." Chen Yang frowned. He didn't want to bother with these small characters, but these people were looking for death. The scene that followed stunned all the diners. Chen Yang's movements were so fast that after images appeared. In less than 10 seconds, Li Ergu and his 7 or 8 men were all lying on the ground groaning, while Chen Yang's clothes were not even disturbed. "Get out." Chen Yang kicked Li Ergu on the butt and kicked him out of the store. "You two should leave quickly." Li Ergu is the cousin of the second master of the Li family. If you injure him, you will definitely be retaliated by the Li family. The barbecue restaurant owner kindly advised. "Don't worry, boss. My boyfriend is very capable." As he spoke, Zhu Baobao tentatively put his arm around Chen Yang's. "Sit down, what did you order?" "They are all your favorites, and there are also 2 skewers of kidneys." Zhu Baobao's pretty face turned slightly red. Seeing the 2 of them sitting down without caring at all, the boss sighed and left. "Happy birthday, baby." He pulled a blue velvet box from his pocket. "Thank you, Chen Yang." Zhu Baobao took the box with tears in her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect Chen Yang to remember that today was her birthday. "Open it and see if you like it." "I like it no matter what it is." Zhu Baobao opened the box and saw a blue diamond necklace that was so dazzling. "Woo, this is the most beautiful gift I have ever received in my life. I want you to put it on me." Zhu Baobao said in a somewhat coquettish tone. "Good." Chen Yang nodded and came behind Zhu Baobao, putting the necklace on her personally. The blue diamond sparkled between her collarbone. "Does it look good?" Zhu Baobao turned to look at Chen Yang nervously. "Nice." Hearing this, Zhu Baobao suddenly stood up and gave Chen Yang a kiss. At the same time, there was a sudden sound of brakes outside the store. More than a dozen black cars surrounded the barbecue restaurant, and dozens of men in black quickly blocked the street. "Oh no, it's Master Li." The barbecue restaurant owner's face turned pale. As the words fell, a middle-aged man in a tang suit walked into the store with square steps, his eyes as sharp as a hawk. Li Yang, the second in command of the Li family, was notorious for being the head of the underground forces in Haicheng. "Who hit my brother?" Li Yang's voice was not loud, but it made the entire barbecue restaurant silent. "Boss, is our barbecue ready?" Chen Yang looked at his boss, who seemed a little nervous. "Little brother, apologize quickly." Seeing this, Li Yang's eyes fell on Chen Yang. "Boy, you are tired of living, dare to touch my brother. Brother, you must do the deed for me and break both of his legs." Li Ergu stared at Chen Yang angrily. Hearing this, Li Yang raised his hand. "Boy, I'll give you 2 options. R." Before Li Yang could finish his words, a chopstick appeared on his left palm. The pain made him clench his left wrist tightly with his right hand. "What the hell are you all standing there for? Come on!" Li Yang roared. "Superior." Dozens of men in black rushed towards Chen Yang. "I wanted to have a good meal, but some people wanted to die." Chen Yang raised his hand and the bamboo sticks on the ground shot towards the men in black, piercing their legs. My legs. Bark again and you will die." Chen Yang's voice was not loud, but it was quite intimidating. "Notify Li Zhuchuan to come and redeem you. If he doesn't come in half an hour, I will collect your body for you." Chen Yang's cold voice made Li Yang tremble all over. Ignoring the pain in his hand, he quickly took out his cell phone and called Li Juchuan. Li Ergu, who was standing by, was already frightened out of his wits and fell to the ground, trembling. "Big brother, save me. I'm having a barbecue at Fukki Street in Mongkok," Li Yan said quickly. Li Juchuan on the other end of the phone stood up suddenly. Ever since the Wang and Zhao families were destroyed, no one dared to touch anyone from their Li family. "Boss, hurry up, where are my kidneys? Chen Yang, will everything be okay?" Zhu Baobao was still a little worried. "Look, I've already eaten kidneys, what can happen? I heard that it takes 1 hour to eat one string, and 2 strings take 2 hours. Is that true? Who told you this?" Chen Yang was also speechless. If that was the case, how could it be only $5 a string? I heard it from my colleagues." "Then have you heard Zhao Yuqing say that I am very powerful without any supplements?" "I heard that. I thought you and Yuqing broke up because you were no longer capable." Chen Yan's face darkened when he heard Zhu Baobao's words. "I'm sorry, don't be angry." Zhu Baobao looked at Chen Yang a little embarrassedly. No matter whether Chen Yang was capable or not, she liked Chen Yang. Chapter 45 I Need a Dog. "Okay, enjoy your meal." The boss placed the grilled barbecue in front of the two people. When Chen Yang saw the things Zhu Baobao ordered, he felt slightly touched, as they were indeed his favorite foods. "Chen Yang, try it." "Good." Soon, a sharp brake sound was heard and Li Juchuan got out of a phantom. When he saw Chen Yang, his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly stepped forward, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, he actually bowed deeply to Chen Yang. "Mr. Chen, I didn't know you were the one who came. I'm sorry that my brother didn't recognize you." The entire barbecue restaurant was in an uproar. Li Juchuan, the head of the Li family, was actually so respectful to this young man? Chen Yang ate the barbecue with a half smile on his face. "Master Li, do you know me?" Li Juchuan smiled bitterly. "I had the honor of meeting Mr. Chen at the Qianhai auction." He turned around and shouted to his men, "Bring that blind man here." Li Yan was dragged to Chen Yang's side, kneeled down and apologized to Mr. Chen. Hearing this, Li Yan fell to his knees and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I was blind." "Oh, then what's the point of keeping it?" Hearing this, Li Yan trembled and kowtowed quickly, while Li Juchuan, who was standing beside him, felt a little nervous but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Because the Chen Yang in front of him is a person that even the two powerful families in Kyoto, Yisu, are friends with. But Li Yang is his own brother, so he must fight for him no matter what. "Mr. Chen, I am a man who has not recognized a great man. Please be merciful." Chen Yang smiled but didn't answer. He just picked up a piece of roasted beef for Zhu Baobao and said, "You should eat some too. It won't taste good if it gets cold." "Thanks." Zhu Baobao took it with a smile. Pause. "I need a dog. If the Li family can do this, they won't be the third family to be wiped out." Li Juchuan immediately understood the meaning of Chen Yang's words. The Wang and Zhao families were destroyed because of Chen Yang, or it was Chen Yang's doing. "The Li family is willing to serve you. I don't want to see this person again, get out." Chen Yang took a sip of beer. "Mr. Chen, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again next time." Li Ergu quickly begged for mercy. "Yes, enjoy your meal." After Li Juchuan bowed, he ordered his men to drag the begging Li Ergu away. His fate was already sealed. After Li Juchuan left. "Chen Yang, why is the Li family so afraid of you?" "Because of the Yi family, and because I have the power to destroy the Li family." "You mean the Yi family in Kyoto?" Zhu Baobao was shocked. She was in charge of the Haicheng to Kyoto route, and the Yi family was as big a company as the Su family. If Yuqing knew that you are no longer the same as before, she would regret it to death." "She won't." "How do you know she can't?" Zhu Baobao wondered. Chen Yang wanted to say that Zhao Yuqing was just a bitch looking for something new and would not regret her rise, but he couldn't say that. "Yuqing called me today and told me that Aunt Wang beat her." Chen Yang handed Zhu Baobao a skewer of barbecue without saying a word. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that." Zhu Baobao hugged Chen Yang's arm. "It has passed. He, I want to drink some too." Zhu Baobao looked at Chen Yang with a smile. "Don't you have a flight tomorrow?" I can take a leave." Zhu Baobao meant something. Good. Soon, Zhu Baobao, a little drunk, said, Chen Yang, shall we go to the hotel? When Zhu Baobao said this under the influence of alcohol, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips painted with light pink lip gloss were shining. The tiny sequins dotted at the end of her eyes flickered like stars as she blinked. You've drunk too much. Chen Yang's voice was lower than usual, and his eyes fell on the blue diamond necklace he had just given Zhu Baobao between his collarbones. Zhu Baobao shook her head, a few strands of hair falling from behind her ears. I only drank 2 cups, I'm very sober. She mustered up the courage to look Chen Yang in the eye. I just want to stay with you for a while longer. Chen Yang did not answer immediately. His eyes swept across Zhu Baobao's flushed cheeks and slightly red eyes, which were the result of the combined effects of alcohol and emotions. Okay. Chen Yang finally said, and waved his hand to call the waiter to settle the bill. Zhu Baobao's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly picked up her small handbag, her fingers trembling slightly because of nervousness. When she walked out of the barbecue restaurant, she accidentally tripped, and Chen Yang held her waist in time. This action brought the two closer, and Zhu Baobao could smell the masculine aura of Chen Yang. Be careful with the steps. Chen Yang's voice was close to her ear, and his warm breath brushed her earlobe, causing a slight shudder. They chose the nearest hotel. In the elevator, Zhu Baobao leaned on Chen Yang's shoulder while drunk, and her fingers unconsciously played with the second button of his shirt. Do you remember the first time we met? Zhu Baobao suddenly asked. Of course Chen Yang remembered that it was his first day of enrollment at Haicheng University and he accidentally bumped into Zhu Baobao. Remember, I bumped into you at that time. He answered briefly, feeling the itch of Zhu Baobao's hair rubbing against his neck. The elevator dinged and arrived at the 8th floor. The corridor was covered with thick carpet, which completely absorbed the sound of footsteps, leaving only the breathing of the two people. Chen Yang swiped his card to open the door. The suite was spacious and luxurious, with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night view of the entire city. As soon as Zhu Baobao entered the room, she kicked off her high heels and stepped barefoot on the carpet. When she turned to face Chen Yang, there was a resolute light in her eyes. Chen Yang, She took a step forward, put her arms around Chen Yang's neck, and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. At the last moment, Chen Yang tilted his head slightly, and the kiss landed on his cheek. Zhu Baobao froze, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Is it because of Yuqing or Miss Bai? Neither, because I want to take the initiative. Dao follows nature. Su family manor in Kyoto. Dad, that kid made the Li family surrender. Su Jingyang looked at Su Kunyu. This is his first step. Could it be that this guy has seen through my true intention of giving him the Black Dragon card? After a pause, Su Kunyu asked, what's the situation at the Yi family? I don't understand what you mean. Su Jingyang was puzzled. Keep a close eye on Yi Yuji in secret. Dad, do you mean that Yi Yuji will use the honey trap? Yi Yuji probably won't do that, after all, it's her husband, but it's hard to say about the others. Dad, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Explain. Since you don't want Chen Yang to have anything to do with the Yi family, why did you give him an invitation so that he would have the opportunity to meet someone from the Yi family? If you don't give him an invitation, he won't go to the auction. Don't forget that the Lin family also has an invitation. The next day, Zhu Baobao looked at the messy room and buried her pretty face in Chen Yang's arms. She was too shy to look at Chen Yang. The baby wasn't so shy last night. HMPH, can you blame me for that? Zhu Baobao pinched Chen Yang hard. Zhu Baobao looked up when he found Chen Yang was a little quiet. Chen Yang, what's wrong with you? Baby, my world has changed dramatically. People who shouldn't have appeared in my life have appeared one after another. Are you talking about Bai Jiqing? I guess so. I noticed that she looked at you differently. That's a matter for the future. At least at this moment, you belong to me. Baby Zhu hugged Chen Yang tightly.